Chapter 23-26. The third and fourth demons furrowed their brows. That shouldn't be the case. Other than that kid, how could anyone else fight against him? Even Xiao Kuang didn't have the strength to do so. Xiao Kuang couldn't even defeat the fourth demon, let alone the second demon. However, they were soon stunned. That was because they saw a figure flying back from the sky. His huge body smashed through the void. Countless cracks appeared along the way. What's going on? Second elder brother was sent flying. How was that possible? Who was it? Who was it? Could it be that the powerhouse of the Hong sect was here? They were too shocked. Even the great demon frowned. His eyes were like two black magic lamps again, emitting a deathly light as if he wanted to see everything clearly. The cultivators of the Tang family were even more stunned. The scene at this moment was still beyond their imagination. Damn it! Who was it? The second demon stopped in the sky. He wasn't injured, but his arm was numb. He couldn't even use his strength for the time being. The blood in his body was boiling. Fortunately, he suppressed it, or he would have spat out a mouthful of blood. His two bell-like eyes shone with a terrifying light. His eyes were filled with shock and surprise. The reason for that was because this scene had truly exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought that it would be easy for him to kill these young people after the kid left. In fact, he could even kill them all with one blow. Who was it? He couldn't figure it out. However, he was certain that it was a peerless powerhouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to force him back. Of course, it's your grandpa dragon. Amidst the light that filled the sky, an arrogant voice rang out. For a moment, countless people looked over. The second demon waved his arm, and the huge sky-splitting axe split all the light in front of him. He wanted to see who it was. What? It's you. The second demon was stunned when he saw who it was. He wasn't the only one. Everyone was stunned. That was because they realized that the figure in front of them wasn't a powerhouse from the Hong sect, but a dragon. Of course, they didn't think that it was a dragon. That was because they didn't believe that real dragons existed in this world. However, they thought that it should be some kind of flood dragon. What made them even more shocked was that they had originally thought that it was just a pet of that kid. But who would have thought that he would be so powerful? The dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claws and said coldly, "Big guy, how dare you hit your grandpa dragon? I'll definitely kill you today." Courting death, the second devil was truly enraged. Being looked down upon by a 20-something-year-old brat had already made him very angry. Who would have thought that he would be despised by a snake? His lungs were about to explode from anger. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and swung the heaven-splitting axe in his hand. "Oh my, you still dare to attack me? It seems like you really don't know what's good for you." The dark red dragon sneered. Just as he was about to make a move, the person beside him was even faster than him. He turned into a bolt of lightning and dashed out. The one who attacked was naturally Morong Qingqing. To be honest, she was also furious. At this moment, her delicate little face was covered with ice. Before the dark red divine dragon could make a move, he had already made the first move. With a wave of his jade-like hand, a 5-colored lotus flower flew out. Boom, boom, boom. The lotus flower collided with the heaven-splitting axe, causing a huge explosion that caused the entire space to tremble. The heaven-splitting palace kept retreating. The light on it dimmed, and the second devil retreated again. Bang, bang, bang. He created more than 10 black holes in the void before he stopped. Then, his bronze eyes shone with a crazy light. Damn it, that's impossible. He's crazy. He's really crazy. How could there be someone who could block his attack? I don't believe it. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. The third and fourth devils roared crazily. The people of the Tang family were also dumbfounded. What did they just see? A beautiful woman blocked the second devil's attack. Heavens, who is this person? First, that brat displayed the strength of a peerless almighty. Then, a dragon appeared. Now, a beautiful woman appeared. Could it be that the other party had 3 almighty powerhouses? They trembled at the thought of this. The other party had a total of 6 people, and 3 of them were peerless almighties. How dare they attack such a team? Weren't they courting death? Tang Kuan and the others wanted to slap themselves when they thought of how arrogant they were, and how they looked down on the other party. We were wrong. We were all wrong. The elders of the Tang family were also frightened. These people were definitely terrifying. We shouldn't have provoked them. Damn it. Who are you? The second devil roared crazily. To be honest, he had also gone crazy. In fact, some people even began to doubt themselves. How could a few young people from the other party have the same strength as him? He even suspected that he had fallen into an illusion. Humph. Murong Qingcheng snorted coldly and did not answer. She said in a sweet voice, "Ruffian dragon, leave this person to me." All right. The dark red dragon shrugged. Then, he looked around and cracked the corners of his mouth. Then, I'll play with the two of you. He fixed his eyes on the third and fourth devils. Immediately, the third and fourth devils trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in their hearts. They wanted to ask for help, but they discovered that no one could save them. The second devil was stopped by the beautiful woman, and the great devil was personally attacked by that young fellow. The people from the Tang family were no match for them at all. Damn it, how dare you look down on us? The third devil roared furiously, while the fourth devil gritted his teeth. That's right. Do you really think that you can fight against us just because you blocked second brother's attack? You're too naive. I'm guessing that you must have used a secret technique to forcefully increase your combat power. Just watch, we'll kill you in a while. The third and fourth devils soared into the sky and charged madly at the dark red dragon. Soon, a great battle broke out. The dark red dragon and Murong Qingcheng exchanged blows with their opponents. On the other side, Lin Xian swayed and appeared in front of the great devil. The great devil was a middle-aged man. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his eyes were cold. He was as emotionless as the god of death. At this moment, he was sitting on a black devil chair. Come, let me see what you're capable of. How dare you assassinate me? Lin Xian pointed his sword in front of him. The great devil's expression became even colder. Young fellow, I have to say that you've exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect you to have the combat power of a peerless almighty. You must have reached the level of a saint. However, you're too arrogant. Do you think that you can fight against me just like that? Well, it's been a long time since I've killed a saint. Today, I'll use you as a sacrifice. The great devil slowly stood up. Chapter 23-27. Take out your strongest attack, otherwise, you won't have a chance. The great demon snorted and looked down from above. In his hand, countless wisps of black gas circled around, forming a death scythe. His eyes were abnormally cold, and his body carried a powerful aura as if a peerless demon king had descended to the human world. Whoosh! With a wave of his arm, the black scythe turned into a huge black moon and slashed forward. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Terrifying black gas filled the air, and a murderous aura pierced through the 9 heavens. This attack was terrifying to the extreme, and it was even stronger than the second demon's attack. Obviously, the great demon was the most terrifying one. Boom! Lin Xian's ancient sword slashed horizontally, colliding with the black scythe. After that attack, the two of them moved like lightning as they exchanged blows quickly. This was a huge battle. Lin Xian was a young genius, and his combat strength was extremely strong. In addition, with the Dragon Source ancient sword and the Great Dragon Sword Soul, his combat strength was shocking. On the other side, the Great Demon was even more powerful, and he had a fierce reputation in the 9 Underworlds dynasty. He could be said to be a peerless powerhouse. Now, the two powerhouses were exchanging blows, causing the sky to fall and the earth to rend. In an instant, violent energy swept in all directions. Not good, retreat. Xiaoquang, Zhao Zhirua, and the others quickly retreated. On the other side, the Tang family's martial artists also retreated frantically. They retreated 50,000 miles away. Clang! Another shocking attack. The collision of the two weapons was like a clap of thunder. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. He clenched his right fist, and black flames burned like a black sun as he directly punched towards the great demon. Humph! The great demon snorted and raised his left palm to meet the black fist. A low voice sounded, and a terrifying light shot into the sky. This scene was too terrifying, as if two gods of war were fighting. Damn it! How is this possible? How can he defeat the great demon? Everyone was stunned, especially Tankuin and the others. One had to know that this was the great demon, the most powerful of the four Geely demons. He had lived for more than 2,000 years and was extremely terrifying. Ordinary, peerless powerhouses would immediately turn and run when they heard the name of the great demon. They would not dare to fight him at all. One could imagine how terrifying a great demon was. But today, a youth in his 20s was actually able to fight a great demon to a draw. Not to mention the warriors of the Tang clan. The second devil, the third devil, and the fourth devil were all extremely shocked. Although they were fighting with their opponents, their focus had always been on the great devil. Now that they saw the two of them fighting to a draw, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their minds went blank. Impossible. Damn it. I don't believe it. How could this brat contend against Big Brother? The second devil howled in rage. However, while he was distracted, the flower petals suddenly surrounded him and slammed into his armor. It made a tinkling sound. The second devil staggered backward, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Damn it. I'll fight you to the death. The second devil let out a howl of rage as he ignored the god devil. He held the heaven-splitting axe with both hands and swung it at Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing, on the other hand, used the Jade Lake's great divine ability to fight against her. On the other side, the 3 demons and 4 demons were screaming in agony. They were now surrounded by danger. Their opponent's divine ability was too terrifying, and the flames in the sky made them feel like they were being barbecued. Moreover, they felt that their opponent was clearly toying with them. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Humph. In front of them, the great devil snorted coldly with an extremely cold expression. To be honest, he had never expected this scene. He knew that his opponent was very strong, but he did not expect his opponent to be so strong that he could be on par with him. Kill. He knew that he could not wait any longer. He had to use his full strength to kill his opponent. Therefore, the great devil roared as his black hair danced in the wind. His eyes flashed like lightning. Boom. Demonic chi filled the sky, shaking the surroundings. The terrifying power overturned the entire world. He became stronger again. What a terrifying aura. The Tang clan and the others retreated frantically. Xiao Kuang and the others also retreated like lightning. Damn it. Could it be that the great devil did not use his full strength earlier? They started to worry for Lin Xian. Buzz. In the skies, the great demon roared out in rage. He was like a peerless demon king. The black scythe in his hand became even more bizarre. It let out a sharp cry and slashed down from the sky like a demon. Whoosh! A huge black crack appeared and extended downwards for thousands of meters. And it was still getting bigger. If one was swallowed up by this black crack, perhaps even a peerless almighty would not be able to escape. Whoosh! On the other hand, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. He quickly dodged the great black crack, and with a sky-shattering strike, he slammed into the black scythe. Not only that, the ancient dragon abyss sword emitted a dazzling light, and the great dragon sword soul in his body began to revolve wildly. Lin Xian's terrifying combat strength sword, and he wanted to shatter his opponent's weapon. Clang! Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, rushing straight into the clouds, causing a terrifying wave of energy to rise up in the void. It was thousands of feet tall, and it swept out in all directions. In an instant, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of li had completely fallen into the enemy's hands. However, this black sickle was incomparably terrifying. It must be a precious weapon, so under such a powerful bombardment, it was only retreating bit by bit, its light dimming. However, it did not shatter. Damn it, be destroyed for me. The great demon was also furious. Endless demonic chi poured into the black scythe. Boom! The black chi exploded, turning into a circular light wave. It instantly rushed in all directions. Death God summoning. The great demon held the black scythe and slashed out horizontally. Between heaven and earth, countless chi of death circled around, and an illusory image of a death god appeared out of nowhere. However, it was hair-raising. Tens of thousands of miles away, the Tang family's warriors, Xiaoquang, and the others all trembled. They felt that their souls were about to be destroyed. Was this the power of the great demon? It was too powerful. As expected, when the death god summoning appeared, Murong Qingsheng, the dark red divine dragon, and the others all frowned. On the other side, the second demon, the third demon, and the fourth demon all laughed. Haha, Big Brother is finally serious. He has used his ultimate move. Just wait and see, that kid will definitely die. As they spoke, they retreated a few thousand miles, increasing the distance between them. They looked into the distance. Murong Qingsheng and the dark red divine dragon did not make any more moves. This was because they also felt the terror of this attack. Lin Xian was the closest, so he naturally felt it too. A strong sense of danger instantly enveloped him, as if his soul was about to be extinguished. Humph, under my death god summoning, you will die in the 18 levels of hell. On the other side, the great demon let out a cold voice. The death god's illusory image gradually became clearer. Chapter 23-28. That strong sense of threat grew even stronger. Many people knelt on the ground and trembled. They could not resist at all. Humph! The huge Grim Reaper stretched out its hands and was about to envelop Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. Soul ignition. Whoosh! It was a terrifying eye technique attack. A mysterious flame flew out of his right eye and enveloped the two Grim Reaper's hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two Grim Reaper's hands burned, and the terrifying power of death disappeared instantly. Puff! At the same time, the great demon spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Damn it! How is this possible? How can you break my Grim Reaper summon? He was crazy. The Grim Reaper's summon was a terrifying soul attack that could summon the shadow of the Grim Reaper. It could instantly grab the enemy's soul. As long as the soul was destroyed, the warrior would be considered dead even if the physical body was not injured. It could be said that it was a terrifying attack that was impossible to guard against. Even a peerless almighty could not resist it. However, he did not expect it to fail now. The divine ability that he was proud of, the Grim Reaper's summon, had been broken by his opponent. Around him, the second, third, and fourth demons were stunned and disbelief was written all over their faces. They originally thought that this move could kill Lin Xian. However, things had greatly exceeded their expectations. However, while they were surprised, Lin Xian's eyes once again blossomed with even more mysterious flames. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flames followed the arm of the Grim Reaper's shadow and spread forward. Roar! In the next moment, a painful roar resounded between heaven and earth like an ancient Sanskrit chant. The Grim Reaper's shadow became distorted and crazy. Damn it! Seeing this, the great demon roared and waved his black scythe. Buzz! The Grim Reaper's scythe also appeared in his hand. He waved it forcefully and cut off the mysterious flames to ensure that he was not burned. However, after doing this, the great demon's face was very pale. Obviously, he had also been affected by the impact. Moreover, his injuries were not light. Damn brat, I'll kill you. With a roar, he waved his scythe again. Floating light. The golden runes pulsed and Lin Xian's left eye once more emitted a mysterious light. Instantly, the great devil's body trembled and his eyes went blank. Demon ceiling. Reverse chaos. The two killer moves quickly shot forward. Pung pung pung. The great demon was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body knocked over a dozen mountain peaks, stirring up a large amount of dust. Big Brother. In the distance, the third devil and the others screamed crazily. Tongkuan and the others felt their scalps go numb. What? Even the great demon was sent flying. Could it be that this brat was already invincible? Boom. Demonic chi rose up as the great demon rose up from the ground and roared into the sky. He was like a demon king, looking extremely ferocious. A black armor appeared on his body. In front of him was a shield formed by a ghost face. The ghost face shield was full of cracks, but it was not broken. It seemed like the shield had saved the great demon. Whoosh! After taking a few steps, the great demon instantly flew back. His face was abnormally cold. Soul attack. Damn it. You're actually a soul expert. He was simply too shocked. Originally, he wanted to use a soul attack to kill the other party and achieve an unexpected effect. But he did not expect that the other party's soul was even stronger than his, and his attack was even stranger than his. However, do you think that a soul attack can do anything to me? The great demon quickly formed a seal with his palm. Death curse. A cold voice sounded. Then, countless black runes appeared on his forehead. They were like demonic runes, forming a terrifying mark. As the demonic runes appeared, countless vengeful spirits appeared around him. The ferocious ghost faces roared and roared. They formed a mysterious defense that protected the great demon's forehead. Brat, I'll let you know the price of injuring me. After using the death curse, the great demon was no longer worried about being attacked by a soul attack. His body once again emitted a terrifying killing intent. The black scythe in his hand was mixed with endless demonic chi. It was like a black moon that directly pressed down. The black demonic chi covered the heavens. The sky was filled with killing intent that pierced through all directions. Black lightning streaked across the sky. At this moment, the great demon was like a demon god, erupting with unparalleled power. Buzz. The floating light in Lin Xian's left eye was unleashed. As for the great demon, his body stopped. A ferocious look appeared in his eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. The only change was that the vengeful spirits around him were even more miserable. As if they had been struck by lightning, they screamed crazily. In fact, many of them directly dissipated. It was transferred. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. His body swayed, and he dodged the other party's attack. He realized that his floating light had lost its effect. To be precise, it did not disappear, but was transferred by the great demon. The other party used a very magical ability to transfer the soul attack to the surrounding vengeful spirits. This was also the reason why the surrounding vengeful spirits were screaming. In the distance, the dark red dragon frowned when he saw this scene. The death curse was an ancient cultivation technique. It seemed that the great demon was not simple. He actually knew such a lost ancient technique. Brat, it's useless. I have thousands of vengeful spirits. You can't hurt me at all. The great demon was ferocious as he slashed down with the black scythe in his hand. Humph. Do you think that without the soul attack, I can't do anything to you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The dragon sword realm instantly flew out, and 108,000 swords flew across the sky. The death god strike. The great demon roared. The death god's shadow appeared behind him again. Then, the death god's scythe slashed down together with his movements. Boom, boom. This attack was too terrifying. Even an almighty might not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian also roared. 9 mysterious runes appeared on the ancient dragon abyss sword. One of them was instantly dissolved. Boom. At the same time, an earth-shattering aura surged out from the ancient dragon abyss sword. It was as if an almighty sword had awakened and swept through the 9 heavens. The terrifying sword light traversed tens of thousands of miles. In an instant, the second and third demons were sent flying. The dark red dragon and Morong Qingqing also quickly retreated. In the distance, the Tang family members retreated tens of thousands of miles again. Boom. Crack. In front of them, countless sword chi swept across, and the space instantly collapsed. Damn it, what's going on? This aura? The great demon was shocked. Then, his pupils constricted. There was something wrong with that sword. Boom. Just as he reacted, the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down. The 1,000-meter-long giant sword slashed forward. In an instant, it collided with the death god's scythe. A strong storm occurred between heaven and earth, and everything within a radius of 100,000 miles was enveloped. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of mountains disappeared together. Large patches of forest collapsed, and cracks tens of thousands of meters long appeared on the ground. There were hundreds of them. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 23-29. The great demon roared angrily. The armor on his body bloomed with light, and the ghost mask shield in front of him emitted a black demonic light. On the other side, beside Lin Xin, the dragon sword domain enveloped him, forming the shadow of a true dragon that coiled around him. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous rumbling sounds could be heard as the violent energy between heaven and earth burst forth. In the end, the great demon's ghost mask finally couldn't withstand it anymore. It was already covered in cracks, but after receiving such a strong impact, it exploded with a bang. The energy immediately struck the great demon's body. Pooh! In an instant, the great demon's body caved in and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Countless of his bones were broken. Damn it! Death storm! The great demon roared angrily and waved his black scythe crazily to counterattack. Boom! Boom! On the other side, Lin Xin's body bloomed with light. He supported the dragon sword domain and isolated himself from all the impact. At the same time, the ancient sword in his hand descended crazily again. His 4 ultimate moves quickly surged out. The terrifying energy completely destroyed the area in front of him. Bang! 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 The death storm was instantly broken. The great demon's body was once again impacted, and he kept retreating. More and more of his bones were broken, and even his armor was cracked. Some places directly collapsed. Damn it! Demon King Lock! Block it for me! The great demon spat out large mouthfuls of blood and roared crazily. Endless black energy formed a black, demonic lock on his body, completely protecting his body. However, he was still sent flying tens of thousands of miles. How could this be? I don't believe it. After the great demon stopped, he kept vomiting blood and roaring crazily. A young man in his 20s had seriously injured him. How was this possible? In the next moment, he charged over crazily again. However, he was soon sent flying again. The armor on his body was shattered, and a sword mark appeared, cutting deep into his bones. He knew that he couldn't defeat the other party. The other party was powerful and had an extremely terrifying treasure sword. If they continued fighting, he probably wouldn't be able to turn the tables. Thinking of this, his expression turned ugly and he looked unwilling. However, there was nothing he could do. In the end, he roared angrily and waved his sleeve, enveloping Tranquil and the others as he flew towards the black ship. The black sleeves were like dark clouds, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. In an instant, Tranquil and the other cultivators were all sucked in. The great devil's body flickered as he arrived on the black ship. The second devil, the third devil, and the fourth devil also rapidly retreated, wanting to leave. You want to leave? Stay here. The dark red divine dragon sneered and swung its dragon claws at the 3 demons and 4 demons. Murong Qingqing also unleashed her flying flower slash. Flower petals that filled the sky condensed into a sharp blade light that slashed down from the sky. Bang bang clang. In an instant, the second devil, the third devil, and the fourth devil were all attacked. 2 devils were still fine. After all, they were peerless almighties and could still block them. However, 3 and 4 devils were not so lucky. Under the serious state of the dark red mystical dragon, the 2 of them were pierced through and their hearts were grabbed by the dragon's claws. Bang bang. Not only that, but their bodies also exploded in the sky, turning into 2 clouds of blood mist. What? Killed. On the big black ship, Tranquil and the others saw this as soon as they landed. They were extremely shocked, and all of them began to tremble. 2 of the members of the 4 devils of Julie were killed at the same time. If this news were to spread, the entire Julie dynasty would be in an uproar. Third devil, fourth devil. Seeing this, the second devil roared crazily, and his killing intent surged. Damn it, I'm going to kill you all. I must kill you all. He was too angry. He did not expect his third and fourth devils to be killed. If you want to take revenge, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The ancient dragon abyss sword once again slashed out dozens of terrifying sword chi, slashing forward. Bang bang. The second devil spat out blood again and flew backward. A crack even appeared on his sky-splitting axe. Second devil, come up quickly. Leave this place. The great devil shouted coldly. He also wanted to fight back and avenge his third and fourth devils, but he could not do it at all. His opponent's strength was far beyond his expectations. Big brother, activate the black demon ship and kill them. The second devil shouted crazily as he retreated. Buzz. In fact, the great devil was already doing so. This black ship was also a treasure. It had surpassed the peak of the Earth rank and had reached the level of a sub-heaven rank treasure. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. Not only could this black ship fly, but it could also attack and defend. At this moment, the great devil activated the black demon ship. Boom! The black demon ship trembled slowly. A black light shone and a vortex formed on top of it. Black demon light, go to hell. The great devil activated it crazily. Suddenly, a black light was emitted from the black demon ship and surged forward. This light was too terrifying. It could definitely kill a peerless almighty. Ha ha ha, go to hell. Seeing this scene, the second devil sneered. On the black ship, Tranquil and the others revealed a sinister smile. No one could survive under the black demon light. Even a peerless almighty could not resist it. Although these people were powerful, they were definitely dead this time. Not good. On the other side, tens of thousands of miles away, Linger, Xiao Kuang, and the others' eyelids twitched. Murong Qingqing also frowned. The dark red divine dragon also felt a sense of danger. It said, "Kid, quickly take out the black earth." Whoosh! Come in. Lin Xian did not hesitate and sent out the black earth. Then, he pulled Murong Qingqing and the others in. When Murong Qingqing and the others entered, the black demon light bombarded the black earth. Suddenly, a shocking explosion occurred. The terrifying black light waves swept in all directions. The surrounding 100,000 miles fell into chaos. The space shattered and the earth rolled. The violent energy formed 900 black light pillars that pierced through the clouds. This scene was like the end of the world. The mountains and forests below, as well as the demonic beasts inside, were all destroyed in an instant. Nothing could survive. Even a few mighty beings who were passing by were reduced to ashes by this energy storm. It was too terrifying. On the black demon ship, Tang Kuan, the Tang family's eldest young master, and the others swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene. A black light screen appeared on the black ship and enveloped them. Countless runes shone and formed a strong defense, blocking all the energy attacks. No matter what, they could finally kill them this time. The Tang family members heaved a sigh of relief. Dying like this was too easy for them. The second devil snorted. The other party killed his third and fourth brothers. He wanted to cut them into pieces. He was indeed displeased by the fact that he had been killed with a single blow. Don't worry, he would not let them go so easily. The great devil said coldly, "When we return, use all our power to investigate these people's families and sections. Anyone related to them will be killed. Leave no one alive." Chapter 23:30. A cold voice sounded, causing Tang Kuan and the others' scalps to go numb. As expected of the peerless Demon King, his methods were indeed ruthless. However, they liked it very much. That was because the four Julie demons were powerhouses of their families. They also knew that they had to eliminate the roots. Being able to exterminate the families of their enemies was a very exciting thing for them. In fact, they had already begun to discuss intensely what kind of torture they should use to get rid of those families. Let's go. The great demon also turned the boat around and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a sneer came from behind. Why? You want to leave already? Did I say you could leave? What? Hearing that, everyone's bodies trembled. Tang Kuan and the others were stunned. The second demon was also shocked, and the great demon felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He suddenly turned around, and his eyes were like black, heavenly blades that cut through the void. Damn it! Who is it? Get out here! His voice was filled with endless killing intent, and his gaze swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Do you think that a mere death ray can kill us? The disdainful voice sounded again. Meanwhile, the great demon's expression turned completely gloomy. Damn brat, you're not dead? What? How is that possible? The second demon shrieked, and his eyes were filled with shock. Tang Hui and the others almost fainted from shock. What kind of joke is this? Once the black demon light is released, even a peerless mighty figure can't resist it. Only an invincible king would be able to resist it. However, the other party was actually safe and sound. How is that possible? They could not believe it at all. In fact, they even suspected that the other party's vengeful spirit had come to take their lives. Boom! A long black saber appeared in the sky and quickly slashed down, cutting through the violent energy in front of it. The great demon snorted coldly. He wanted to see if the other party was a human or a ghost. However, he was soon stunned. He was not the only one. The second demon, tranquil, and the others behind all widened their eyes in disbelief. That was because there was also a black spirit boat floating in front of them. It was abnormally simple and mysterious. What's that? A spirit boat? How could it block the death ray? Everyone was puzzled. The great demon frowned. Could it be that the other party's spirit boat was also a substandard extreme heaven treasure? One had to know that his black demon ship was a lesser heavenly artifact. Only artifacts of the same level could withstand his black demon ship's attack. Damn it! Snatch it! At this moment, the great demon's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Heaven-ranked treasure aura, that was an incomparable treasure. It was even more precious than a top-grade Earthstep artifact. If he could get his hands on it, his strength would increase exponentially. This way, even if Old Third and Old Fourth died, it would not be a loss. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and once again controlled the black demon ship to attack rapidly. Wong! The huge black demon ship bloomed with runes that filled the sky. In front of it, a black vortex formed. Then, a black beam of light blasted forward. The void shattered in an instant, and a terrifying energy enveloped the black earth. Boom! Boom! The black earth was struck and was sent flying once again. A great tremor had occurred within the ship. Linger and the others couldn't stand still and almost fell. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Fuck. This guy is getting excited. Kid, hurry up and counterattack. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws. Teach him a lesson. It was too angry. The other party actually dared to attack again and again. He was really reckless. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a light flickered in his eyes. He also prepared to attack. Because the energy required to activate the Black Earth was too large, he would not use it unless he had no other choice. If he could snatch the other party's black ship, then he could use it to fly. This way, it would be much more convenient. Therefore, he prepared to attack. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and 3 divine crystals entered the formation in front of him. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's face revealed a trace of pain. In the surroundings, Zhao Zhirua, Xiao Kuang, and the others were extremely shocked. Heavens! What is he doing? Using divine crystals as energy. That's too crazy. Murong Qingcheng was still fine. After all, she had seen the power of the Black Earth before. However, Xiao Kuang, Zhao Zhirua, and the others were extremely shocked. No matter how big the family was, they would not dare to use such a luxurious method. However, they soon understood why they had to use 3 divine crystals. Because the power of the Black Earth Tycoon was too terrifying. In front, after the Black Demon ship's attack, the Great Demon and the others on the ship focused again. However, they did not have any joy. On the contrary, their expressions became more and more unsightly. Because they discovered that although the other party's spirit ship was sent flying, it did not shatter. In fact, there was not even a trace of a crack. Damn it! How is this possible? The Great Demon's face was full of disbelief. Even if it was a heaven-grade artifact, after being bombarded by an artifact of the same grade, it would still shatter. He did not believe it and gritted his teeth, preparing to attack again. Because he was determined to obtain the other party's spirit ship. However, before he could move, the black spirit ship in front of him suddenly released a black light. Then, it also released a black light wave. Boom! Heaven and earth shook, and the Great Demon and the others' expressions changed. Because in an instant, they were enveloped by the black light. Tung Kuan and the others screamed crazily. The Great Demon's expression also changed. Not good. He controlled the Black Demon ship and wanted to escape quickly. However, the other party's black light was too fast. In an instant, It shocked them. Crack, crack, crack. The defensive light screen around the black demon ship shattered in an instant. The terrifying black energy instantly pressed down. Damn it! Seeing this, the great demon roared angrily, and armor appeared on his body. The two demons also defended. The two of them were peerless mighty figures, so they could still resist for the time being. Moreover, what they suffered was the aftermath of the energy. However, Tang Kuan and the martial artists of the Tang family were not so lucky. Although it was only the aftermath, it was not something they could resist. In an instant, hundreds of martial artists of the Tang family were affected by this energy and exploded into a bloody mist that filled the air. No! The remaining people screamed miserably. They were extremely terrified. Even Tang Kuan and the eldest young master of the Tang family vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Who knew how many of their bones had been broken? Finally, the black energy light rushed into the distance, and the terrifying energy dissipated. The remaining people heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still lying on the ground with pale faces. The great demon and the second demon had cold expressions as they gritted their teeth. Damn it! Although they were angry, they did not dare to attack. There was even deep fear in their eyes. This was because the previous beam of light had missed the black demon ship. Otherwise, the black demon ship would have been shattered into pieces by now. Damn it! What exactly is the other party's spirit ship? Chapter 23:31. Damn it! What exactly was the other party's spirit ship? How could it be so powerful? Could it be a heaven-grade artifact? The two demons roared crazily, their faces full of malevolence. They were too shocked. The other party's attack had destroyed their defense. This was beyond their expectations. After all, this was the black demon ship, a heaven-grade artifact. Run, run. The great demon no longer dared to plot against the other party. They had to escape quickly because the other party was too evil. Boom, boom, boom. The great demon controlled the black demon ship to form a light screen again. At the same time, he turned the ship around and quickly fled into the distance. Although the black demon ship was huge, it was extremely fast. In an instant, it turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in front of them. Damn it! He escaped. Kid, hurry up and chase after him. Don't let him escape. Inside the black earth, the dark red dragon roared anxiously. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, he can't escape." As he spoke, he shot out another two divine crystals, which sank into the formation in front of him. Black Earth, it's up to you. Lin Xian didn't control the spirit ship directly. Instead, he handed it to Black Earth because no one knew the spirit ship better than Black Earth. Don't worry, leave it to me. Black Earth was still in the form of a broken sword. He floated forward and kept waving it. Buzz. The next moment, Black Earth emitted light, tore the void in front of them, and disappeared. In the sky, a black light moved forward quickly like a bolt of black lightning. It was the black demon ship. At this moment, everyone on the black demon ship heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that they were out of danger. This feeling of surviving a calamity was simply too wonderful. Phew! Even the great demon heaved a sigh of relief, because he also felt a trace of lingering fear. However, not long after, his body stiffened, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Buzz. The black demon ship also stopped instantly. What's going on? The powerful thrust caused their bodies to sway. Many weaker martial artists were directly thrown out. The second demon also stood up. Big brother, what's wrong? The great demon didn't say anything, but his expression was extremely solemn as he stared ahead. Everyone was puzzled as they looked ahead. The next moment, they screamed. What? This was impossible. Damn it, I don't believe it. These people screamed crazily because there was a black spirit boat floating in front of them. It was completely black and looked very simple. It was the one that had attacked them before. However, they had already shaken him off. Why would he appear now? Furthermore, what shocked them even more was that the other party was not chasing after them. Instead, he had directly appeared in front of them and blocked their path. Gulp, gulp. At this moment, everyone swallowed their saliva. Tang Kuan and the Tang family's eldest young master, who were still alive, were terrified. The second devil's expression was ugly as well. The great devil didn't say anything. He waved his arm and turned the ship around, fleeing in another direction. Boom, boom. However, before they could run far, the black demon ship suddenly shook violently. A violent force swallowed them up like a wave. The defense was shattered, and the ship shook. Everyone vomited blood. The weaker ones were directly crushed into a bloody mist, while the stronger ones were blasted out of the sky. It was impossible for the black demon ship to escape now. This was because a huge hole had appeared in the hull of his ship, directly damaging the black demon ship. Boom, 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 boom. The black demon ship quickly descended like a mountain, crashing onto a large ship. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. As for those on the black demon ship, they vomited blood again. How could this be? Everyone's faces were ashen. The great devil gritted his teeth in disbelief. This black demon ship was a heaven-grade treasure. It was extremely terrifying. Even a peerless almighty couldn't break it. How could the other party break it with a single strike? What grade was the other party's spirit boat? He didn't dare to imagine. At this moment, he couldn't care less. He turned around and fled, turning into a bolt of lightning and instantly rushing into the clouds. Boom. However, it was useless. In the next moment, he fell from the sky and crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Above, the black earth bloomed with light, forming a black light screen that enveloped everyone like a bowl. Buzz. Crack. The black earth's cabin door opened, and Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and Murong Qingqing walked out. Linger and the others didn't come out. They were still watching from inside. Seeing Lin Xian and the other two come out, Tang Kuan and the others trembled with fear. Humph. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and sucked hard. Whoosh. Whoosh. Tang Kuan and the eldest young master of the Tang family were sucked over. The two of them were grabbed by two large green palms and kept struggling. Let me go. Please, let me go. Tang Kuan and the eldest young master of the Tang family begged. Let you go? Lin Xian sneered. When you attacked me previously, did you think of letting me go? You even called the 4 demons of Julie over. It's obvious that you want to kill us. How can I let you go? Don't worry, I'll give you a big gift. What are you doing? Let me tell you. The Tang family has an invincible king. If you dare to touch us, you're dead. Seeing that begging didn't work, the two of them roared ferociously again. Buzz. However, Lin Xian didn't waste time talking nonsense with them. Golden light enveloped his left eye, and the floating light god art instantly hit the two of them. I've created an illusory space. In this illusory space, I'm the ruler. 1 second outside was equivalent to 1 year inside. Inside, you'll receive all kinds of torture. After 1 day and 1 night, you'll die. After speaking, Lin Xian waved his hand and threw the two of them to the side. The two of them trembled and their eyes were empty. It was obvious that their souls had entered the illusory space created by Lin Xian. They had to pay the price for their actions. This was their fate. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the remaining Tang family cultivators in the distance trembled. 1 second outside was equivalent to 1 year inside, and they had to endure 1 day and 1 night. Wouldn't this add up to a few hundred years? They couldn't die even if they wanted to. This was the most unbearable thing. Let us go. Please, let us go. At least give us a quick death. Some people knelt down and begged for mercy. However, there were also a few who roared crazily. Damn it, kill. We'll self-detonate. Even if we die, we'll take them with us. Whoosh. However, it was useless. The dark red dragon spat out dragon flames that filled the sky and instantly burned these people to ashes. I'll leave the 2 demons to you. I'll deal with the great demon. Lin Xian's figure flashed. He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and walked forward again. Little girl Morong, leave it to me. I haven't fought for a long time, the dark red dragon said. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing nodded. All right. She didn't make a move. The dark red dragon swung its tail and attacked the 2 demons. Chapter 23:32. The great demon roared angrily. His eyes were unusually cold. He knew that he could no longer escape. He had to fight with all his might and kill the detestable kid in front of him. Only then could he escape. Boom. Therefore, in the next moment, his demonic aura surged into the sky as he unleashed his combat strength to the extreme. This was a battle of life and death. He would definitely not hold back. Death strike. The great demon first used the death curse to prevent the other party's soul attack. Then, he unleashed a powerful death strike. The terrifying scythe slashed out like a river that roared into the 9 heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian also used the chaotic sky destroyer sword to fight with him. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the end, Lin Xian even used the terrifying divine ability of the great dragon sword soul. The sky was filled with attacks, terrifying divine beasts, and various divine abilities. The great demon was forced to retreat. The great demon was too shocked. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. He had even started to burn his spiritual power. However, he was still suppressed by the other party. This was unbearable. Damned brat, I'll kill you at all costs. The great demon retreated rapidly. He waved his hand and stabbed the scythe into the ground. Then, his hands quickly formed a seal. Heavenly demon descent. With a furious roar, the demonic aura on his body burned fiercely. Even the blood in his body began to burn. A black vortex appeared above his head. A blurry shadow instantly descended. The shadow was like a demon god. It had a powerful aura that crushed the surroundings. The moment it appeared, it shattered the 9 heavens. Buzz. The terrifying shadow entered the great demon's body. The great demon roared ferociously. The armor on his body instantly shattered. His terrifying muscles bulged and his black hair danced wildly. He was extremely ferocious. He roared crazily as if he had gone mad. The demonic aura on his body turned into monstrous waves that swept in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the surrounding space was completely shattered. The ground also cracked. At this moment, his power skyrocketed again. Previously, he was an early stage 8-star. Now, it seemed that he had reached the peak of the early stage 8-star. Kid, what do you have to defeat me? You are not qualified. I have cultivated for almost 2,000 years. There is no way I can defeat you. You can go to hell for me. The great demon roared crazily. The demonic chi on his body burned fiercely. The black scythe in his hand slashed down crazily. A pair of black wings even appeared on his back, causing his speed to become even faster than before. In the blink of an eye, the great demon unleashed over 100 attacks. Wong. Lin Xian's dragon sword domain transformed into an azure dragon cauldron, protecting him. As for him, he brandished the dragon source ancient sword and clashed with it. Intense sounds rang out in the sky. However, the great demon used all of his strength and didn't hesitate to burn his life force, so his combat strength increased greatly. This caused Lin Xian to continuously retreat. Pong. It was yet another shocking strike. Lin Xian was pushed back by 3,000 li, smashing through a lot of the void. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the great demon laughed even more wildly. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you are no match for me. Now go to hell. He shouted crazily, and the demonic energy on his body burned fiercely. It was very eye-catching. In an instant, the great demon was like a demon king, holding a black scythe and charging over. The entire sky was trembling. At this moment, the great demon seemed to have become the only thing in the world. This attack was so terrifying that even Morong Qingsheng, who was watching the battle from afar, changed her expression. The second demon also laughed loudly. Do you see that? This is my big brother's true strength. Not good. Lin Xian quickly dodged and raised his sword. The sword energy in front of him intertwined to form a light screen, blocking the attack. However, this attack was too terrifying. It was the great demon's full-strength attack. There was even a ferocious demon behind the great demon that had mysterious power. Therefore, in an instant, Lin Xian's sword light screen was shattered. The terrifying black energy blasted his body. The azure dragon cauldron let out an earth-shaking sound. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian kept retreating. Cracks appeared on the azure dragon cauldron, and some parts were directly split open. Lin Xian's qi and blood churned, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. When the great demon saw this scene, he shouted crazily, "Kid, do you see that? This is my true strength." The great demon sneered. After being possessed by the heavenly demon, his combat strength had greatly increased, far surpassing before. Moreover, he was burning his life force and demonic energy. It made his fighting strength become abnormally violent. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the sword energy around his body condensed again, forming an azure pagoda that protected him. At the same time, his body retreated rapidly, leaving countless afterimages in the sky. You want to leave? Not so easy. The great demon waved his hand, and the entire sky turned pitch black. His king's domain instantly enveloped a radius of 100,000 miles. Today is the day you die. The great demon's voice was cold, and his killing intent became even stronger, causing the entire world to tremble. It was as if he had transformed into a heavenly demon, extremely terrifying. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Murong Qingcheng cried out and was about to attack. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also worried. He didn't expect that the great demon could actually use the power of a heavenly demon. On the Black Earth, Xiao Kuang and the others were even more worried. However, they couldn't help it all. Ling looked at the short sword in front of her and begged, "Black Earth, hurry up and activate the spirit ship, kill the great demon king, and save Big Brother Lin." However, Black Earth shook his sword. "He has his own mission, and I can't do it." Black Earth also turned and looked into the distance. At the same time, he said in his heart, "As the successor of the dragon sword, these trials and battles are all things you must experience. The path of a great emperor isn't easy to walk." Boom! The demonic energy in front of him became even more terrifying. The black sickle once again pierced through the azure pagoda and enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to split him in half. Lin Xian's muscles instantly tightened, and he felt that the qi and blood in his body were about to freeze. Humph! In the next moment, a sharp light appeared in his eyes, and the first seal of the dragon source ancient sword was quickly undone. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared crazily. Lin Xian also launched a shocking attack. This sword was too terrifying, as if it resonated with heaven and earth. Endless dragon roars and sword cries rang out. Boom! This sword slammed onto the black sickle, and a shocking explosion sounded, stopping the black sickle's advance. He blocked it. Seeing this scene, Murong Qingcheng heaved a sigh of relief and stopped advancing. She retreated to the side and continued to watch. What? How is this possible? The great demon was also stunned. How is it possible that the other party can also increase his battle strength? Could it be that the other party has some secret technique? Chapter 23:33. He roared angrily, wanting to force the other party back. The heavenly demon phantom appeared on his body again, and a terrifying power was crazily focused on the black scythe. At this moment, a terrifying demonic aura surged into the sky within a radius of 100,000 miles, turning into rolling power that drilled into the great demon's body. Boom! The ancient dragon abyss sword was forced back again, and Lin Xian also kept retreating, cracking the ground. I have the heavenly demon blessing and am invincible among those of the same level. What do you have to fight me? The great demon roared. Invincible among those of the same level? You think too highly of yourself. In the vast continent, there are billions of living beings. What right do you have to say that you are invincible among those of the same level? Today, I will let you know what it means by there is always someone better than you. Buzz. In Lin Xian's body, the great dragon sword soul kept roaring. The sword aura on his body became even more terrifying. You still want to fight back? You have no chance. Go to hell. Heavenly demon shrouding region. The great demon roared crazily and struck out his most powerful attack. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, demonic aura permeated, and there was even black thunder descending. This attack was too terrifying, as if it could destroy the entire world. Great dragon kill. Lin Xian also roared angrily, and like a sword god descending, the great dragon sword soul in his body surged and attached to the ancient dragon abyss sword. Boom! Like a dragon attacking, it roared into the nine heavens. A shocking collision occurred, and dozens of cracks that were tens of thousands of meters long appeared between heaven and earth. It was like a black dragon dancing in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. This attack was too shocking, and it even spread for hundreds of thousands of miles. What happened? This battle finally attracted the attention of the cultivators in the nearby cities. For a moment, the cultivators in several cities raised their heads and looked into the distance. Then, they were extremely shocked. Because hundreds of thousands of miles away, there was a huge black crack in the sky that was constantly being torn apart. It was as if the entire sky had been split into two. Endless black lightning struck down crazily. What was going on? Could it be that someone was transcending a tribulation? Or was there a shocking super battle? These cultivators were shocked because this scene was too terrifying. Even the peerless powerhouses in the city rose into the sky. Their eyes were like divine lamps, looking into the distance. But it was too far, hundreds of thousands of miles. They couldn't see it clearly. Moreover, the storm was also very strong. Let's go and take a look. How many peerless almighties were flying forward? Because they were really too curious. Just what kind of battle could cause such a terrifying scene? The collision of the ancient sword and the black sickle was like the collision of 10,000 lightning bolts. In the next moment, cracking sounds could be heard in the sky. More and more cracks appeared on the black scythe. Boom! Then, the black sickle shattered into countless pieces and scattered all over the ground. Pong! The ancient sword descended once more and stabbed into the great demon's body. Boom! The great demon's body instantly split open. Blood spurted out, dyeing the void red. Big brother. When the second devil saw this, he howled in rage. His face was filled with horror because he couldn't believe that his brother was still injured after using the heavenly demon possession spell. Moreover, he was so severely injured that he was almost split in half. Boom! The great demonic Tao cultivator was sent flying, causing the ground to crack. In the next moment, he let out a crazy roar. The demonic chi on his body surged wildly, trying to heal his wounds. However, this sword strike contained the terrifying power of the great dragon sword soul. It was impossible to heal it in a short period of time. A terrifying amount of blood gushed out from the wound. Shock, anger, and fear. The great demon couldn't believe that Lin Fan could shatter his weapon. That black scythe was an extremely frightening treasure. But now, it had been shattered. What was even more despicable was that the sword strike had almost split him in half. Damn it! The great demon roared crazily. He once again used all the strength in his body. The heavenly demon phantom became even more solid. However, he didn't fight with Lin Xian. Instead, he turned around and fled. He couldn't win and didn't want to fight anymore. He only wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian didn't give him a chance. He held the ancient dragon sword with both hands, and the great dragon sword soul spread out, forming a true dragon that wrapped around Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian merged with the sword and turned into a dragon shadow that charged over. Buzz! Pong! The sword pierced through the heart. The great demon stopped in midair. He lowered his head, his face full of shock. No! Can. A transparent bloody hole appeared on his body. His internal organs were completely destroyed. He had received a fatal injury. Not only that, but his soul also seemed to have been split open. Boom! In the next moment, his body fell and smashed the ground. In the dust that filled the sky, a heavenly demon phantom entered the black hole and disappeared. Dead. The incomparably terrifying great demon was actually killed. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. Xiao Kuang and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe it. The second demon widened his eyes. That was his big brother, who was countless times stronger than him. However, he was actually killed by someone. This caused his entire body to tremble. He also wanted to escape, but in the end, he was killed by the dark red dragon. From then on, the 4 demons of Julie were all destroyed. The cultivators from the Tang family were all killed. After putting away the great demon and the second demon's storage rings, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the black demon ship. Then, he entered the Black Tycoon. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and drove the black earth, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. Not long after Lin Xian left, a few rays of light flew over from afar. They were the peerless powerhouses of the nearby cities. The phenomenon of heaven and earth from before aroused their curiosity. Therefore, they came over to investigate. However, when they arrived, it was as if they were struck by lightning. Because the area within a radius of 100,000 miles was destroyed beyond recognition, the ground seemed to have been flipped open, and countless cracks spread out. In the sky, there was still a terrifying killing intent. The surrounding sea of blood surged, but it still refused to dissipate. Needless to say, the one who died must be a peerless powerhouse, because only the blood of such a powerhouse would have such terrifying energy. Even if he died, it wouldn't dissipate. This was the second demon, an old man exclaimed. This was the second demon of the 4 demons of Julie. He was actually killed. Heavens! Who the hell did this? These peerless powerhouses were extremely shocked. The second demon of the 4 demons of Julie was extremely terrifying. He was a peerless powerhouse and was famous for his ferocity. They didn't dare to provoke him. But now, he was killed here. How could the other 3 demons tolerate it? Especially the great demon. He was even more terrifying. When they thought of that great demon, their scalps went numb. However, they soon screamed because they also discovered the great demon's corpse. What? The great demon was also killed. Seeing the great demon's pierced body, the peerless powerhouses in the sky trembled. Who was it that could kill the great demon? Did an invincible king make a move? They swallowed their saliva. From the looks of it, the 3 demons and 4 demons were most likely dead. Who was it? To be able to kill the 4 demons of Julie. Chapter 23:34. They didn't know, but they didn't dare to stay any longer. They looked around in surprise, fearing that the mysterious expert was still hiding in the surroundings. In fact, a few of them even ran away. Although they were also peerless powerhouses, they were still inferior to the great demon and the second demon. However, even a terrifying demon king like the great demon was killed. If that person attacked them, they had no chance of survival. Although they had escaped, the news had spread out. For a moment, the entire Julie dynasty was shocked. Because the 4 demons of Julie were notorious in the Julie dynasty, and no one dared to provoke them. However, these 4 terrifying people were actually slaughtered. This was truly a shocking piece of news. For a moment, everyone was talking about who did it. Qinshan Domain, Qinshan City. When the cultivators in the city heard the news, they were also in an uproar. The 4 demons of Julie, such powerful demon kings, were killed. Who did it? The 4 demons were from the Tang family. The young master of the Tang family had a conflict with the mysterious young man. Do you think it was that kid who did it? What? Are you talking about that heaven-defying kid? Many people exclaimed. They thought of Lin Xian. However, some seniors shook their heads. Impossible. Although that kid is powerful, it's impossible for him to kill the 4 demons. He doesn't have that ability. Those terrifying demon kings have existed for thousands of years, and their strength is very terrifying. Unless they're invincible experts, no one can kill them. Perhaps it wasn't that kid who did it. However, it was the expert behind that kid who did it. That guy is so strong. It's impossible for him to be unknown. It's possible. Everyone was discussing. The city lord's mansion was silent when they heard the news. Because young Master Qinshan was killed, they were furious and wanted to gather experts to catch the murderer. But now, when they heard the news, they hesitated. Because according to their guess, the 4 demons of Julie were probably sent by Tongkuan and the others to kill that kid. But now, they were killed. Needless to say, there must be a terrifying expert behind that kid. That kind of person could even kill the 4 demons, let alone them. Therefore, these powerhouses of the city lord's mansion had faces full of terror. They did not dare to search for the culprit at all. On the other hand, the Tang family was unusually furious. To be honest, the Tang family was bewildered when they first received the news. What the hell? The four devils of Julie were destroyed? What a joke. Those were the four devils of Julie. More importantly, when had they ever sent out the four demons of Julie? Therefore, at first, they thought it was a rumor that someone was trying to suppress the Tang family. However, they found out later that the entire dynasty was talking about it. This made them feel that something was wrong. The members of the Tang family tried to contact the four devils of Julie, but there was no response from them. It was as if the other party had disappeared. One had to know that even if they couldn't contact him, the entire country was talking about it. Given the personalities of the four demons of Julie, they would definitely jump out at the first opportunity to shatter this rumor. However, after such a long time had passed, the four Julie demons still hadn't come out. This gave them a bad feeling. What's going on? The Tang family's patriarch could not sit still anymore, so he began to ask. Soon, they found out that the four devils of Julie had been transferred away. Not only that, but many powerhouses and elders of the Tang family had also been transferred away. What? Tang Kuan and the others were transferred away? Damn it! What did these guys do? When the patriarch and elders of the Tang family heard the news, their faces immediately darkened. The four devils of Julie had been transferred away. Could the rumor be true? They hurriedly ran to Qianshan City to ask and collect all kinds of evidence. In the end, they concluded that the four devils of Julie might have really been destroyed. Not only the four devils of Julie, Tang Kuan and the other two, as well as the elite powerhouses and elders of the Tang family, were all killed. None of them returned. This news caused a huge earthquake in the Tang family. What kind of joke was this? The Tang family had never suffered such a blow for thousands of years. Who exactly dared to go against the Tang family? Soon, they received news from Qianshan City that it was a mysterious young man. Their images had been captured by the Tang family and were placed in the hall at this moment. These images were of Lin Xian and the others. The entire hall was filled with the patriarch of the Tang family, as well as many elders and elite martial artists. It was densely packed with people. A few of his subordinates quickly reported to him. What they were talking about was naturally what had happened in the Moonflower Palace. What did you say? Not only did this brat kill the third young master in public, he even killed young master Qianshan? When they heard this, everyone immediately screamed. They couldn't believe it. Who was it that dared to do such a big thing in Qianshan City? Moreover, it was in the Moonflower Palace. Damn it! Didn't the people of the Moonflower Palace make a move? An elder roared. This was because they knew the rules of the Moonflower Palace. No one dared to make a move there, not even a peerless powerhouse. However, that brat actually made a move openly. What was even stranger was that the people of the Moonflower Palace didn't care at all. When they heard that the brat was actually invited away by the master of the Moonflower Palace, these elders were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Where did this brat come from? He was actually able to contact the people of the Moonflower Palace? And it seemed that their relationship wasn't shallow. Later on, when the matter was reported one by one, these elders were completely stunned. This was because they discovered that the other party was too powerful. He didn't seem like a young man at all. It seemed that it was this brat who did it. They didn't know what family force was behind him to be able to destroy the four Geely demons. No matter who he is, if he dares to provoke our Tang family, we will definitely not let him off. That's for sure. We must catch that brat and tear him into pieces. The elders of the Tang family roared angrily. The Tang family patriarch's face was also gloomy. He began to issue orders. Gather all forces and track down that brat's whereabouts for me. Go to Qianshan City and join forces with the city lord's mansion. Their young master Qianshan was killed. I don't believe that they won't be angry. With our two forces joining forces, no matter how strong that brat is, he won't be able to contend against us. Do you really think that our Tang family only has the four Geely demons? At this point, the Tang family patriarch's eyes emitted a cold light. Indeed, their Tang family wasn't an ordinary family, but an invincible king family. With an invincible king overseeing the family, it could be said to be incomparably terrifying. No matter how strong the other party was, could he contend against an invincible king? Soon, these martial artists of the Tang family moved out. Many people rushed to Qianshan City, preparing to join forces with the city lord's mansion. Chapter 23:35. This group of people was naturally from the Tai dynasty. They had chased after Lin Xian all the way and had never given up on hunting him down. Finally, they arrived at Qinshan City. However, when they heard the news from Qinshan City, they frowned. They were too late. Moreover, what shocked them was that Lin Xian had done something big in Qinshan City. It was even possible that the death of the Julie Four Demons had something to do with him. That kid was too arrogant. How dare he offend anyone? An old man from the Tai dynasty frowned. A middle-aged man next to him said in a deep voice, "Don't forget that he even dared to kill the Golden Lion King. What else did he not dare to do?" Hearing that, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the Golden Lion King was a genius of the war tribe. If he was killed, the Julie Four Demons were nothing. When they heard that young Master Qian San was killed, they decided to go to the governor's mansion. They thought that the governor's mansion must be furious and would be very willing to cooperate with them. Sure enough, when these people arrived, the governor personally came out to welcome them. The governor was a middle-aged man who looked very dignified. However, at this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. That was because his son had been killed in his own city. This made him unusually angry. However, he could not find the other party now. Moreover, the other party had a terrifying strength behind him, which made him feel extremely aggrieved. But now, the people from the Tai dynasty had arrived. Moreover, he also learned that the other party was a wanted criminal of the Tai dynasty. The governor revealed a sinister smile. Immediately, he joined forces with the powerhouses of the Tai dynasty to capture the other party. The two parties discussed in the main hall. However, half a day later, another group of people arrived. They landed. The people from the governor's mansion were surprised and hurriedly went out. Those people who came were naturally from the Tung family. They were also very surprised. They did not expect that there would be other people besides them. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the other party was a powerhouse from the Tai dynasty. When the Tang family learned about what happened, they were shocked and immediately joined forces with the other three families. Moreover, the Tung family suggested that they join forces with more families. This was because Lin Xian had not only killed the people from the Tung family and the governor's mansion, but also many young masters from the big families. Therefore, they wanted to join forces with those families. Sure enough, those clans responded one after another. If they were asked to come out alone to take revenge, they wouldn't dare. But now, with the city lord's mansion, the Tang family, and the Tai dynasty taking the lead, they were filled with confidence. Therefore, they all joined the revenge team. When these people joined forces, they formed a super powerful force. Very quickly, they headed towards the place where the great devil was killed. The group of people finally arrived at the location of the battle. They looked at the scene around them and gasped. It was clear that the battle was very fierce. However, they were not here to enjoy the battle. Instead, they were here to track the other party. Soon, several figures landed on the Tai dynasty's side. Similarly, two figures descended from the city lord's mansion and the Tang family. After these people came down, their eyes shone brightly, and mysterious runes surrounded them. They grabbed at the air as if they were trying to catch something. There was even a young man who was pinching his fingers non-stop, as if he was trying to divine something. "How is it?" General Shinying asked in a deep voice. At the side, the eyes of the elders of the city lord's mansion and the Ting family also flickered. "Northwest." The young man looked into the distance and said in a clear voice. Whoosh! The group flew for about 100,000 li before stopping again. The young man divined again. 30,000 li to the left. They set off again. On the other side, in an uninhabited valley, Lin Xian and the others were resting. Beside them was a huge black ship. There was a terrifying hole on it. This black ship was the Black Demon ship. It had been directly hit by the Black Earth and was damaged. At this moment, it could no longer fly. However, if it could be repaired, it would still be a sub-heaven artifact. Moreover, the energy required to power the Black Demon ship was much less than the Black Earth. It was just right for Lin Xian to use now. Therefore, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon were discussing how to repair the Black Demon ship. On the other side, Murong Qingqing, Zhao Zhirua, and the others sat together, chatting and resting. After all, The previous battle had indeed made them nervous. Now, it was time to relax. Junior brother Lin, I don't think there's anything else, so I'll go home first. After all, such a big thing has happened. I have to inform the family. Zhao Zhirua stood up. On the side, Xiao Kuang also said, yes, brother Lin. We are also preparing to return to the Hong sect. Brother Lin, I can't bear to part with you. Linger pouted. Don't worry, when I'm free, I can go to the Hong sect to find you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he looked at the others. Do you need me to send you back? No need. We should be safe if we go back now. Zhao Zhirua and Xiao Kuang shook their heads. Junior sister Qingqing, what about you? Zhao Zhirua looked at Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing said, I want to stay with brother Xian for a while, and we also have some things to investigate. However, just as she finished speaking, the purple bell on her waist started to shake rapidly. Seeing this scene, Morong Qingqing frowned. On the side, Zhao Zhirua also said, this matter. The sacred ground was sending a message. Could it be that something had happened? It seemed that he had to go back first. Morong Qingqing sighed, Brother Xian, something happened in the sacred ground. I'm afraid I have to go back first. Lin Xian rubbed Qingqing's hair. If you have something to do, go back. Don't worry about me. There would be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. All right, this is the information about that place. You can take it back to the sacred ground. Lin Xian took out a jade slip and gave it to Morong Qingqing. Inside was some information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Okay. Morong Qingqing took it and said softly, Brother Xian, be careful. The Tang family won't let this matter rest. Don't worry, with the Black Earth, I won't be in danger. Lin Xian smiled. On the side, Zhao Zhirua also said, Junior sister, I'll go back with you. Wang. The two of them soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. On the other side, Xiao Kuang also left. Only Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were left. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Let's go. He prepared to explore the black demon ship above. The most important thing now was to increase his strength. Only then would he have the qualifications to propose to the Jade Lake sacred ground. With a flash, Lin Xian and the dark god dragon boarded the black demon ship. There were palaces and pavilions everywhere, and the deck was engraved with runes. Lin Xian and An Hong swept their gazes across it. Then, they nodded in satisfaction. The two of them quickly inquired, but not long after, the dark red dragon frowned. Brat, there seems to be a fluctuation inside? I feel it too. Lin Xian stood up and frowned. Chapter 23:36. Lin Xian stood up and frowned. His eyes shone with a golden light as he looked ahead. In front of him on the right, he could feel the fluctuations of life coming from a pavilion. Lin Xian was very surprised. He did not sense it before. Now that he was closer, he realized that there was someone inside. Who was it? He did not know. However, he secretly circulated his inner force and even drew his ancient sword. After all, the black ship belonged to the four demons of Julie. The person inside must be related to the four demons of Julie. Therefore, he had to be careful. The two of them carefully walked toward the pavilion in front of them. When they arrived, Lin Xian's frown deepened. That was because the entire pavilion was covered with runes that had been sealed. There must be some kind of secret to be so secretive, Lin Xian said. Ruffian dragon, hurry up and undo it. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and quickly unraveled the rune formation. These runes were very mysterious. Under normal circumstances, it would take a few days to unravel them. However, the black demon ship was now broken and could not continue to provide energy. Therefore, it was not difficult to unravel the runes of the formation. This was probably why Lin Xian hadn't sensed any life fluctuations before, but now he did. It was probably because the formation had weakened that the fluctuations of life could be felt. Boom, boom, boom. The runes in front of them disappeared, revealing a red door. Lin Xian slapped it open. Let's go. Light bloomed from their bodies. Lin Xian even used the dragon sword domain to protect his body. Then, the two of them walked in. Woo, woo. However, not long after they entered, the two of them were stunned. The dark red divine dragon's eyes were wide open. What the hell? What's going on? Lin Xian was also very surprised because the scene was completely different from what he had expected. The person in front of them was not a ferocious enemy, but a little girl. There was a huge black stone pillar in front of them. It was engraved with demonic runes. In front of the stone pillar was a little girl. She had delicate features and was very beautiful. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. The little girl was tied to the black stone pillar. Black 9 nether flowers were crawling all over her body, binding her tightly. When she saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon enter, the little girl in front of them began to cry. There was fear and pleading in her beautiful big eyes. What's going on? Why is a little girl tied here? Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were very puzzled. But it seemed like she was also tied by the 4 demons of Julie. But why did the 4 demons want to tie a little girl? Did this little girl offend the Tang family too? They didn't know, but the 2 of them walked up and prepared to rescue the little girl. Ruffian Dragon and Lin Xian. The dark red divine dragon nodded and started to walk around the black stone pillar. Then it said, "Damn, these Julie 4 devils are too perverted." He had actually set up 18 layers of defense to tie up a little girl. If it wasn't for the black demon ship breaking apart and the energy disappearing, we probably wouldn't have known that there were people inside. Was it easy to decipher? Lin Xian asked. Don't worry, leave it to me. I don't care about this kind of formation. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and quickly broke the formation. The little girl, on the other hand, was blinking her black eyes. About half a day later, the 18 defensive arrays were broken. Only the 9 nether flowers were left on the ground. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his sword and cut the 9 nether flowers in half. All of the flowers were destroyed. The little girl was saved. Her large, black, jewel-like eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't believe that she had been saved. What's your name, little girl? Are you scared out of your wits? The dark red divine dragon asked when it saw that the little girl still did not leave even though the formation was no longer around her. However, the little girl lowered her head and grabbed the corner of her clothes with her small hands. She was very afraid. She was not sure who the 2 people in front of her were. Forget it. Come out with us. Lin Xian waved his hand and did not force her. He could tell that she was very afraid. She would probably be fine after spending some time with him. Lin Xian's soul probed and looked at her. He was relieved to find that she was not injured. Therefore, he looked around. Other than the little girl being held captive, the rest of the place was empty and there was nothing else. Lin Xian reincarnated and left the pavilion. Then, he went to other buildings. There were many resources, treasures, cultivation methods, and weapons, but there was no one else. This made Lin Xian very curious about the little girl's identity and why she was imprisoned by the 4 Jili demons. However, her identity must not be simple. Otherwise, demon kings like the 4 Jili demons would have set up so many formations. He looked around. Lin Xian had a general understanding of the black demon ship. Then, he jumped off the black demon ship and went to the side. The dark red divine dragon was sorting out the treasures and resources. The little girl also followed Lin Xian off the black demon ship. However, she did not dare to get too close and kept a distance of 4 to 5 meters from Lin Xian. What's your name? Why are you locked up here? Lin Xian sat down and looked at her, puzzled. However, that little girl didn't say anything. Her large black eyes were blinking non-stop. Lin Xian shook his head and did not force her. However, at this moment, he heard her stomach growling, and the corners of his mouth immediately curled up into a smile. With a wave of his hand, he built a fire. Then, Lin Xian smiled and said, Ruffian Dragon, go and catch a few demon beasts. Alright, catch a few with meat. Got it. I've become an errand boy. The dark red divine dragon reluctantly flew into the distance. The snow-white little monkey also came out of the black earth and flew into the distance. It seemed that it had gone to pick some. After about half an hour, the 2 of them flew back. Bang! The dark red divine dragon threw down a demon bull. The demon bull was green in color and had 2 heads. It looked very ferocious. Its body was very big, like a small mountain. Therefore, when it landed, the ground cracked. Apart from that, the dark red divine dragon also caught a few blue-eyed demon rabbits. These were not ordinary rabbits. Each of them was more than 2 meters tall. Although they were dead, their bodies were still emitting terrifying demonic chi. Wu ji on the other side. The snow-white little monkey flew over with a small mountain of spirit fruits in its hand. These were all picked by it. These fruits were crystal clear and filled with spiritual energy. The snow-white little monkey picked a few and hid them well. It seemed that they were snacks for itself. It picked up the rest and ate happily. As it ate, it threw the fruits to Lin Xian and the little girl. When the snow-white little monkey came out, the little girl stared at it unblinkingly because she found the snow-white little monkey too cute. Wu ji, the snow-white little monkey carried 2 spirit fruits and came in front of the little girl. A smile finally appeared on the little girl's face, and she even reached out to rub the little fox's head. Lin Xian smiled faintly when he saw this. Chapter 23:37. Wong. Soon, piles of barbecued meat were placed on top of the bonfire. Lin Xian flicked his finger and hellfire gushed out, quickly roasting the meat. The hellfire burned away all the demonic energy in the meat, ensuring that there was no harm to the human body. Soon, the barbecued meat turned golden. Lin Xian tasted it and found it delicious. I can't wait any longer. The crimson dragon tore off a cow leg. It was as big as a house and enjoyed its meal. On the other side, the little white monkey also jumped over and snatched one. The little girl swallowed her saliva and blinked her big black eyes. Obviously, she also wanted to eat. Come over. Lin Xian beckoned. The little girl hesitated. She realized that the man and 2 beasts in front of her didn't seem like bad guys. Therefore, she walked over. Lin Xian gave it a piece of demon rabbit meat and ate a bit of it himself. He asked as he ate, "What's your name?" "Xia Xingchen." "What a nice name." Lin Xian nodded. Then, he asked, "How were you captured? Why did the 4 Julie demons capture you?" "I don't know." Xia Xingchen shook her head. "I snuck out of my house to play and was then captured by those bad guys. They've been trapping me for almost a month." At this point, Xia Xingchen lowered her head with an aggrieved expression. Indeed, no one would be happy to be captured and trapped for a month for no reason. However, Lin Xian felt that things weren't that simple. This Xia Xingchen's identity was very special. Otherwise, the 4 Julie demons wouldn't have captured an ordinary person. However, Lin Xian didn't sense any particularly powerful aura from Xia Xingchen. It seemed that she had cultivated before, but her cultivation wasn't high. Therefore, Lin Xian asked, "Where's your house? I'll send you back." She was just a little girl, and her cultivation wasn't that high. If she were to walk back on her own, she would probably be in deep trouble. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. He might as well send her back first. Yes, Peach Blossom Island. Xia Xingchen thought for a moment and told him her home. Hearing this name, Lin Xian was stunned. Peach Blossom Island? He had never heard of him. At the side, the dark red divine dragon almost bit off its tongue. Where? Peach Blossom Island? What, Lin Xian asked. Judging from the other party's expression, he should know. The dark red dragon nodded. Of course it knew. However, Peach Blossom Island is located in the East Sea. That was a place even further east than the Eastern Wilderness. Why did you come to Zhongzhou State? Was this the Central State? Isn't it the Eastern Wilderness? Xingchen was also surprised. She scratched her head and took a bite of the rabbit meat. I don't know. I just came out to play for a few days. At this point, Xia Xingchen's face twitched and tears were about to fall. Don't you cry. Lin Xian comforted. Although Peach Blossom Island is a bit far, you can rest assured that I will definitely send you back. However, this might take a long time. Lin Xian decided to help the little girl because he was the one who had saved her. Moreover, looking at her pitiful appearance, he couldn't bear to see her homeless. However, it was impossible for him to return to the Eastern Wilderness now. He still had things to do. Therefore, he decided to keep her by his side for a while. Although he was facing a lot of pursuers, he believed that it would be very safe to place the other party in the Black Earth. After that, Xia Xingchen stayed by Lin Xian's side. Xiaobai, let me give you a bath, okay? Xia Xingchen hugged the little white monkey and kept rubbing its head. Little dragon, take me to the sky. Not long after, Xia Xingqian grabbed the dark red dragon's tail and shook it non-stop. The dark red dragon bared its fangs in displeasure. However, in the end, it bent down and pulled Xia Xingqian up. Then, it flew in the valley. Wow, this is great. We can fly. Xia Xingqian was very happy. Lin Xian looked at this scene and was very surprised. One had to know that he had wanted to use the dark red dragon as a free mount more than once. However, the dark red divine dragon would never agree. In the end, Lin Xian gave up. However, he didn't expect the dark red dragon to carry someone. This was too surprising. What kind of magic does this Xia Xingqian have? Big brother Lin, I'm hungry. I want to eat roasted rabbit. Xia Xingqian flew for a while and came over to grab Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian could only give her roasted rabbit. 2 days passed like this. Lin Xian put away the black demon ship. Then, the group entered the Black Earth. Let's go. Lin Xian decided to go to the border of the Nine Serenities dynasty. He wanted to lie low for a while. At the same time, he wanted to find some blacksmiths to see if they could repair the black demon ship. If he took out the black demon ship in this area, it would definitely attract the attention of those people. After all, the black demon ship was too famous. However, if he went to the border, things would be different. The forces there were complicated. If it really didn't work, he could go to the opposite country. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, a black cloud appeared in the sky and pressed down. If one looked carefully, they would realize that it wasn't a black cloud, but people. Countless figures densely packed together. They were like celestial soldiers and generals, floating in the void and emitting a terrifying aura. It directly shattered heaven and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen figures descended from the sky and arrived at the valley below. They looked around and then frowned. There were many bones of demonic beasts and traces of fire here. It was obvious that someone had lived here. An old man said in a deep voice. These people were the joint forces of the Tai dynasty, the Tang family, and the city lord's residence. At this moment, they had chased all the way here. Damn it, we were still one step too late. A general of the city lord's residence gritted his teeth with an unwilling expression. It seemed that the other party hadn't been gone for long. Mr. Park. Everyone looked at the young man in white. The young man narrowed his eyes and grabbed the aura around him. Then, he pinched his fingers and calculated. Soon, he revealed a cold smile. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. This time, I can clearly lock onto him. Thank you, Mr. Park. The few powerhouses were overjoyed. Then, the group flew into the distance. In the void, the black earth flew quickly. Lin Xian turned off all the functions and maintained the flying state. This was because he couldn't afford it. However, if it was just flying, it was fine. He could still bear it. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and silently cultivated. In front, Xia Xingqian and the snow-white little monkey were playing, while the dark red divine dragon was studying a new formation. However, at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyelids were twitching violently, and there were even golden runes floating out of his eyes. What's going on? Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon at the side also turned its head. It didn't know why, but it felt uneasy. Lin Xian also frowned. This had never happened with the heavenly secret god eyes before. Chapter 23:38. After all, these eyes were not his, but a gift from someone else. Although he felt that they had completely fused, he still did not know if they had truly fused. Now that something like this had happened, Lin Xian could not help but feel suspicious. In the distance, He too also floated over. He looked at the golden runes and said, I once heard that the heavenly secret divine eyes are very mysterious and seems to be able to warn you. Are you being targeted by someone? It's possible. The dark red divine dragon also said that the Tang family would not let this matter rest. After all, their family had invincible experts. Moreover, the Tai dynasty and the war tribe would probably chase after them. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that it was really a warning. He did not expect the heavenly secret divine eyes to have such a function. Why didn't he notice it before? Indeed, He had been hunted down many times in the past and was almost killed by the assassins of hell. At that time, the heavenly secret divine eyes did not warn him in advance. What was going on? How could he not understand? He realized that this pair of eyes was too mysterious, as if there were endless mysteries waiting for him to discover. Heitu changed direction, Lin Xian said. Heitu controlled the spirit ship and changed direction, flying in another direction. Sure enough, after a period of time, the light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. That feeling of uneasiness also disappeared. This made Lin Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Behind them, in a place extremely far away, a group of people flew quickly. Among them, the young man sneered and changed direction. Could it be that the other party found out? What's going on? Is that brat trying to escape? The surrounding experts were also worried. The young man in white sneered. Don't worry, he will definitely not be able to escape from my hands. As he spoke, he pinched his fingers and started to deduce. Mysterious Tao runes appeared around him, covering the void. It was very profound. It made people feel dizzy just by looking at it. Over here. Not long after, the young man in white opened his eyes. Boom boom. The huge spirit ship under their feet was also flying quickly. In front, in the black earth, Lin Xian's heart beat wildly again, and that uneasy feeling appeared again. At the same time, mysterious runes flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Why is this feeling coming again? Lin Xian frowned. He felt like he was being watched. He told Crimson Shinong and Heitu about this feeling again. The two of them were also very confused after hearing it. Oh no, looks like we've been targeted. Dark red Shinong angrily slapped his dragon claw. Being targeted? What did that mean? Aren't we being hunted down? No, it's different. Heitu also explained. It seems that this time, someone used the great deduction technique to directly lock onto your position. This was different from a blind pursuit. This time, they're heading straight for you. Great deduction technique. Lock onto the position? Lin Xian was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. No wonder he had such an uneasy feeling. No wonder his heavenly secret divine eyes would send out such an unusual warning. Damn it! Who is it? Tang family? City Lord's mansion? Or the Tai dynasty? Lin Xian frowned. No matter who it was, it would probably be a fierce battle. So in the next moment, he changed his position again. And from then on, Lin Xian kept changing his position every once in a while. Every time he changed his position, his uneasy feeling would disappear. But not long after, the uneasy feeling would appear again. Obviously, the other party had locked onto him again and again. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't expect the other party to be an expert who could lock onto his position so clearly. In the next moment, he asked in a low voice, "Can you erase our tracks? For example, hide our presence or set up an isolation array." It's useless. Dark Red Shinong shrugged and said helplessly, "This kind of deduction technique is very mysterious. Even if the presence is isolated, he can still find us. It seems to be related to the heavenly Tao of fate. In short, it's very mysterious." Indeed, Heitu also said, this kind of diviner is very rare. Their honorable status is no less than that of a seeker spirit master. The more famous ones are the astrology pavilion and the divine fortune-telling sect. It was just that he didn't know which clan's expert had made a move this time. Astrology pavilion? Divine fortune-telling sect? Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he didn't give up and sealed his presence. He even directly activated the Black Earth's array to isolate everything. However, the sense of danger did not disappear. Obviously, Dark Red Shinong and Heitu were right. Speed up. Lin Xian had no choice but to grit his teeth and speed up the Black Earth. However, it was obvious that the people behind them were prepared and also sped up. Finally, the gap between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and Lin Xian's uneasy feeling was getting stronger and stronger. On the 11th day, Lin Xian finally sensed a gigantic spirit vessel behind him that was charging towards him at high speed. Humph! He snorted and stood up. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would fight. Cultivators like us don't fear a battle. He took out the ancient dragon abyss sword. Hee hee, This time I will take the first kill. Dark red Shinong also stood up. Xingqian, stay here and play with Xiaobai. Don't go out. Oh. Xia Xingqian nodded. Big brother Lin, be careful. Then, Lin Xian and dark red Shinong left the black earth in a flash. He Tu also shrank into an earring and hung on Lin Xian's ear. When Lin Xian and dark red Shinong appeared, the huge spirit ship behind them also stopped and floated in the void. On the spirit ship, there were people densely packed. Not only that, this was the first spirit ship. Behind it, there were 3 other spirit ships. In addition, there were all kinds of birds and beasts around. It was very terrifying. On those beasts, there were people standing. Each of them was murderous and had piercingly cold gazes. They all looked forward and stared at Lin Xian. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the void in front of them shattered. It couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure at all. You're Lin Xian? Many elders shouted coldly. On the other side, the martial artists in black armor roared, kneel down and accept your death. On the spirit ship, General Xian Ying was wearing armor and looking forward. Kid, I finally caught you. Do you have any last words? Hurry up and stay. Cold voices resounded one after another, piercing through the 9 heavens like swords of murder. Countless figures appeared in the surroundings. They were murderous and completely surrounded Lin Xian. At the same time, angry roars sounded. How dare you kill our young master? Today will be the day you die. You think you can kill me with just trash like you? Terrifying sound waves reverberated. In an instant, the beasts around Lin Xian exploded. That powerful force enveloped all the warriors on the demonic beast's back. Chapter 23:39. In an instant, nearly 100 warriors turned into blood mist and scattered in the air. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the remaining people felt their scalps go numb. Who the hell is he? With a roar, he killed more than 100 warriors. This was too terrifying. They were shocked. Humph. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Today is the day you die. On the spiritual boat, the powerhouse of the Tai dynasty shouted coldly. On the other side, the people of the city lord's mansion emitted a terrifying murderous aura. The warriors of the Tang family sneered. With the 3 superpowers taking the lead, the remaining families also settled down. That's right. This time, there were thousands of soldiers and horses. Even a peerless supreme being would not be able to escape. It could be said that the other party would definitely die. If you want to kill me, you have to pay the price. Who wants to go first? Lin Xian stood in the void and looked around. He emitted a terrifying murderous aura that spread for thousands of miles. I'll kill you. A young man walked out. He was wearing a blue armor that shone like stars. He was a peerless genius from the city lord's mansion. He stood out with a long spear in his hand and snorted coldly. Kid, I know there's a mysterious powerhouse behind you. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to kill the 4 demons of Julie. Since the powerhouse behind you won't make a move, you won't be enough. Today, I'll kill you to avenge my brother. It turned out that he was the elder brother of young Master Qin Shan. His name was Qin Yu. At this moment, he stood in the void, looking valiant. The blue armor on his body shone brightly like the stars in the sky. The blue star spear in his hand shone with a cold light. Not enough? Lin Xian glanced at him with a disdainful smile. How dare a top-tier supreme being fight with him? He's courting death. Moreover, from these people's words, he could tell that they did not think he killed the 4 demons of Julie with his own hands. They all thought that there was a terrifying and mysterious power behind him. Well, let these people be confused. He would teach these people a painful lesson. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing that he was being looked down upon, Qin Yu roared. He lifted his spear, and the terrifying spear transformed into a river of stars that rapidly surged through the air towards Lin Xian. Many people cried out in surprise because Qin Yu's strength was too strong. At such a young age, he had already surpassed many of the older generation. It could be said that he was an incomparably terrifying genius. Humph, he was overestimating himself. Lin Xian sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. Black flames burned. His fist was like a black sun. It surged out and illuminated the surroundings. Boom! With a loud bang, the Milky Way in the sky split open, turning into spiritual chi and dissipating in all directions. As for the black fist, it was not damaged in the slightest. It continued to rapidly charge forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Qianyu. Damn it! How could he be so strong? Qianyu's expression changed. He felt a strong sense of danger. Previously, he did not believe that the other party was powerful because everything was just a legend. No matter how strong the other party was, it was impossible to kill a peerless almighty. As long as the other party was not a peerless almighty, he had the confidence to kill the other party. But now, it seemed that it was not the case. The other party's strength far exceeded his. He could even shatter his attack with one punch. Damn it! I don't believe it. Qianyu shouted angrily. He did not dare to believe it. Endless light appeared on his body, preparing to use his strongest attack. Sky-splitting divine spear. A spear pierced out, shattering heaven and earth. The terrifying spear light pierced through the 9 heavens, causing the surrounding people to feel a chill down their spines. One could imagine how terrifying this spear was. However, it was a pity that this spear only pierced an afterimage. Lin Xian relied on his superb speed to dodge instantly. In an instant, he appeared behind the other party. Is this all you've got? Too weak. With your little strength, you still dare to come and kill me? Cultivate for another 1,000 years. A cold voice sounded behind Qianyu. Immediately, Qianyu's body stiffened, and a strong sense of horror appeared in his eyes. Damn it! How could the other party's speed be so fast? He did not react at all. At the next moment, he roared angrily and attacked with a backhand. Boom crack. However, he started to scream miserably. The reason for that was because his arm had been directly broken by his opponent. Ah, uncle, save me. Qianyu roared crazily, his eyes full of horror. At this moment, he no longer dared to act tough and only wanted to escape. Damn it, let my nephew go. In the distance, on a spirit boat, a middle-aged man roared. He raised his hand and struck out a red cloud of fire, which swept over here, wanting to save Qianyu. Save Qianyu? Stop dreaming. Since you came to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian's arm shook, and suddenly, Qianyu in front of him directly exploded and turned into a blood mist. He waved his sleeve, and the blood mist in the sky instantly drifted away. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. They could not believe that a peerless genius was killed in one move just like that. God, who can tell me? What the hell is going on? How could this kid's strength be so powerful? Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were about to go crazy. The middle-aged man from the city lord's mansion roared crazily. He did not expect that the genius on their side would be killed in an instant by the other party. How could he endure this? How was he going to explain it when he returned? So with a roar, he attacked crazily. The fiery clouds in the sky surged over overwhelmingly. Boom, boom, boom. The void shattered in an instant, and the terrifying flames with extremely high temperature made everyone feel hot. They even felt like they were being burned. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and did not dodge at all. At the next moment, he raised his hand and struck out a blue palm, which instantly flew out and collided with the other party. There was an explosion of energy that blotted out the sky. The sky was frozen, and the terrifying fiery clouds were frozen in an instant. Not only that, the middle-aged man on the opposite side vomited a large mouthful of blood. Countless frost on his body instantly disappeared, and the chi and blood in his body were frozen. Damn it! How could he be so strong? The middle-aged man vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his face was full of shock. In just one move, he was seriously injured. He was so terrified that he did not dare to attack again. Seeing this scene, the others were terrified again. Who the hell was this person? He was too terrifying. However, on the spirit boat, General Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a cold voice sounded. Everyone, listen to my order. Kill. Attack together. He could not fight against everyone. Yes. The powerhouses on the Tai Empire's side shouted angrily, and then rushed forward together. Kill him. Avenge our clan's powerhouse. The elders on the Tang family's side also shouted angrily, and the shadows of flying snakes appeared on their bodies, roaring in all directions. The sky was full of divine abilities, and they were attacking this side. The people from the city lord's mansion were also full of killing intent. One of their young geniuses had died in front of them, so how could they not go crazy? Chapter 2340. With the three major factions attacking, the surrounding family members no longer hesitated. They shouted angrily and attacked together. Boom, boom, boom. Up in the sky, on the ground, in all directions, there were terrifying energy waves that completely covered the entire sky. Ruffian Dragon, do it. Don't hold back, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Armor appeared on his body, and the ice goddess statue appeared to protect him. Above his head, the dragon's sword realm floated up and down. Under his feet, the demon-slaying sword array quickly recovered, and he kept swinging the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Facing so many experts, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also roaring. His body suddenly expanded and turned into a divine dragon that was 100 feet long. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws in the air. He opened his mouth and spat out balls of dragon flame. Not only that, but dark clouds gathered in the sky. Lightning, strong winds, and torrential rain poured down. Those who were touched by the flames vomited large mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. The two of them attacked with all their might, and it was truly terrifying. For a moment, the energy waves that were rushing from all directions were shattered. Large groups of martial artists vomited blood and were sent flying. The weaker ones exploded or were split in half. In short, it was very miserable. The sky was instantly dyed red. The blood was absorbed by the demon-slaying sword array under his feet. Then, the blood turned into demonic beasts that roared ferociously in all directions. Damn it! He's too powerful. Many people were terrified. However, the attack did not dissipate. Because this time, the Tai dynasty had mobilized all their forces to capture that person. They had many experts on their side. Sure enough, in the crowd, an old man snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a 5-colored rainbow fell from the sky. The rainbow was very dreamy. It turned into a light curtain and enveloped Lin Xian. It was the 5-colored divine red. Many people exclaimed. However, an old man shouted coldly, "No, that's the tail of the 5-colored divine bird. I didn't expect it to be a cosmic artifact. It was absolutely terrifying." The 5-colored divine bird was a kind of exotic beast from ancient times. It was very terrifying. The 5-colored feathers on his body were excellent materials for refining artifacts. He did not expect that someone would really succeed. Needless to say, the one who attacked was definitely a terrifying expert from the Tai dynasty. Sure enough, the 5-colored rainbow was extremely terrifying. It was like a bottle of heavenly sabers descending, capable of destroying everything. Humph, let's see how you're going to block this. The old man sneered. This 5-colored rainbow was a treasure that he had refined for more than 800 years. Its power was extremely terrifying. Thinking about it, the other party would definitely not be able to escape. Whoosh! Lin Xian naturally felt the power of the 5-colored rainbow from the energy that filled the sky. In the next moment, his feet flashed, and his speed suddenly exploded, leaving the place in an instant. Crack! The original void was directly shattered, and Lin Xian appeared in another place. At the same time, he raised his hand and shot out the power of ice and fire, forming the Hell's Ice Lotus and flying to the left. Boom! Boom! The Hell's Ice Lotus blasted onto the 5-colored rainbow, creating a shocking explosion. The 5-colored rainbow was enveloped by the power of ice and fire and instantly shattered. As for that old man, he vomited blood and was sent flying. Disbelief filled his face. Damn it, I don't believe it. Die for me. At this moment, another person also charged over. He was an elder of the Tang family. He held a soaring snake walking stick in his hand. At this moment, it suddenly enlarged to a few thousand meters long. It looked like a real demonic beast that pounced from the sky. Its hideous head emitted a fierce light, and its mouth spewed poisonous gas that filled the sky, completely sealing the surroundings. As soon as the poisonous gas appeared, the other people's faces changed. They retreated one after another, not daring to go forward. They were afraid of being affected by the poisonous gas. Lin Xian also frowned. The poisonous gas was very strong, and he must not let it get close. Therefore, in the next moment, 108,000 sword chi rushed out of his body, forming a terrifying sword screen in front of him. At the same time, he waved his hand. The terrifying hell's fire surged out and burned fiercely, wanting to burn all the poisonous gas in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying poisonous gas was instantly burned, and the surroundings were clear again. Damn it! How's that possible? How can he be so valiant? The elder of the Tongue family was also shocked. He did not expect that even their soaring snake poisonous gas could not do anything to him. Whoosh! Nevertheless, Lin Xian's crisis was not resolved because there were too many people around him, and there were too many powerhouses. Sure enough, a cold light emerged from behind him. Like a shooting star, it quickly streaked across the void. It was a powerhouse from the governor's residence. At this moment, he seized the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. He quickly blasted toward the middle of Lin Xian's back. If Ouyangming was hit, he would definitely be pierced through and might even be killed in one blow. Sensing the terrifying aura behind him, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the sword chi on his body became more dazzling. The terrifying sword light formed the shadow of a dragon, roaring in all directions as if a real dragon was reborn. Seeing this, the surrounding people were shocked. A real dragon? No, it's not. It's just a real shadow. An elder of the Tai dynasty said coldly. Even so, it was still terrifying. After Lin Xian was enveloped by the dragon shadow, he suddenly turned around and grabbed out with his left hand like a dragon's claw. Buzz! In the next moment, amidst the endless light, he grabbed a blue spear. This spear naturally belonged to the powerhouse from the governor's residence. He originally wanted to launch a sneak attack. However, he did not expect to be discovered by Ouyangming. Moreover, he was caught by Ouyangming. Damn it! Let go! The powerhouse roared and shook his arms, trying to shatter Lin Xian's palm. However, in the next moment, he screamed in pain. Because Lin Xian held the blue spear in his left hand and waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his right hand, directly cutting the spear in half. Lin Xian held the spearhead and waved it hard, instantly piercing into the powerhouse's body. Poof! The powerhouse spat out blood crazily and flew backward like a shooting star. Who else? If you're not afraid of death, come at me. Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also happily fighting with a group of martial artists. The sky was filled with energy and lightning, dancing wildly. I'll fight. Take my overlord divine fist. Bang bang bang. The fist shadows waved, and in an instant, more than 10 figures were sent flying. Clang clang clang. Countless swords and sabers slashed on the dark red divine dragon's body, causing sparks to fly. The dark red divine dragon grimaced in pain and rolled in the air. However, the hard dragon scales blocked all the swords and sabers and did not shatter. However, the pain still made the dark red divine dragon curse loudly. Damn it! How dare you sneak attack me? I'll kick you to death. I'll kick. I'll kick. I'll kick kick kick. It kept waving it, and the heads of the surrounding 15 to 16 kings were instantly kicked to death. Damn it! This guy is too strong. Hurry up and come. We must subdue him. Many people charged towards the dark red divine dragon again. Lin Xian's side was also surrounded by countless powerhouses again. Are you competing in numbers? Chapter 23:41. Are you trying to outnumber us? The dark red divine dragon was furious. It opened its mouth and spat out formations one after another. Buzz! Terrifying sword chi surged into the sky. Endless fireballs, frost, and lightning danced in the air. In an instant, hundreds of martial artists were enveloped and screamed in pain. How could one not prepare a few more formations when traveling in the martial world? The dark red divine dragon carried a powerful killing array with it at all times in case of an emergency. Now was the time to use them. Elder, make your move. At this moment, many people on the Tang family's spirit boat shouted angrily. At this moment, an old figure stood up. His face had turned into orange peel, and he looked very old. He looked like a skeleton. With every step he took, he would sway as if he would be blown away by the wind at any time. At this moment, everyone looked at him with respect. This was because he was an extremely ancient elder who was very terrifying. He had lived for about 3,000 years and was almost a living fossil. At that moment, he looked ahead and frowned. His sunken eyes shone with a sharp light, like two divine lamps. If we don't get rid of this kid, the Tang family won't be at ease, the elder said coldly. Following that, the aura on his body suddenly erupted as if a peerless demon king had awakened. Buzz. He waved his sleeve, and a snake's skin flew out. It turned into a mountain and pressed forward. Seeing this, many people exclaimed again and retreated. They did not dare to fight Lin Xian in close combat anymore because the void around Lin Xian shattered again. The powerful pressure made their hearts tremble. It was the Tang Serpent King's skin. It was estimated to be at least 5,000 years old. This was a great weapon of mass destruction. It contained lethal poison. Even a peerless, almighty being would not be able to withstand it. Hearing this, many people hurriedly emitted light and retreated. What a joke. They did not dare to touch such a terrifying poison. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the Vine King serpent that was rapidly descending from the sky. He did not dodge. Instead, he waited quietly. When it was only 100 meters away from him, he made his move. The ancient dragon abyss sword slashed forward. You're overestimating yourself. Go to hell. The elder from the Tang family shouted coldly. His eyes were full of mockery. He did not expect the other party to be so arrogant. Instead of dodging, he directly resisted the Vine King serpent. Wasn't this courting death? Could it be that the other party thought he could destroy the snakeskin? One had to know that this was left behind by a 5,000-year-old peerless great demon. Back then, the Tang Serpent King had almost stepped into the realm of an invincible demon king. Although it failed in the end, its skin was extremely tough. Perhaps even a peerless almighty would not be able to break it. His opponent was just a brat. Yet he dared to be so arrogant as to resist his treasure head-on? He was simply courting death. Boom, boom. In the sky, snakeskin mercilessly descended. On it, streaks of light flickered, and a purple demonic aura emanated from it. It was an extremely terrifying poison, and a single drop was enough to kill a powerful being. If one was wrapped in the soaring Serpent King's skin, anyone below the level of king would die without a doubt. However, what happened this time far exceeded everyone's expectations. The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand emitted a biting cold sword light. The terrifying sword chi soared into the sky. It made one's heart tremble. Then, the dragon source ancient sword slashed down on the snakeskin. Chi, chi. The soaring Serpent King's demonic aura surrounded it as it tried to corrode the other party's treasure sword. However, the sword chi on the ancient sword was extremely cold. In an instant, the purple poisonous aura was completely destroyed. What? How can the poisonous aura be destroyed? That treasure sword is fine. How is this possible? What kind of treasure sword is that? Even a top-grade treasure weapon can't resist the corrosion of this poison. These people were stunned. The Tang family's martial artists were even more terrified. The elder also frowned. There was something wrong with that treasure sword. In an instant, he saw the crux of the problem. Snatch his treasure sword. It's a supreme treasure sword. The Tang family's elder shouted angrily. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. The Tang family's martial artists moved out together. Now that the Tang family's ancient sword was blocked by the soaring Serpent King, the other party's strength should be greatly reduced. As long as they killed the other party, the ancient sword would be theirs. At this moment, not only the Tang family, but the Tai dynasty, the governor's residence, and the surrounding families also moved out. Naturally, they could tell that the ancient sword was definitely powerful. It had probably surpassed an Earth-grade treasure sword. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 3,000 experts came around Lin Xian. Terrifying light divine arts rained down on Lin Xian. They wanted to shatter Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat. These people sneered sinisterly. A bunch of ants. How dare you have designs on my treasure sword? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, the goddess of ice on his body quickly flapped its wings. A terrifying power of ice instantly surged out. Crack, crack. 3,000 experts were frozen in an instant. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and threw out a punch, shattering those ice cubes quickly. 3,000 powerhouses were torn apart. Swoosh. Seeing this scene, the cultivators who wanted to charge forward stopped in their tracks. Their faces were filled with horror. Damn it, what's going on? He's still so powerful without the treasure sword. They realized that they were wrong. The other party's strength didn't just rely on the terrifying treasure sword. Retreat. Many people felt that something was wrong and frantically retreated. Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? He flicked his finger, and a dragon-shaped sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Puff, puff. The sword wave was too sharp. It carried the power of the great dragon sword soul and was incomparably sharp. The void shattered in an instant, and those martial artists were instantly affected. Puff. They were split in half and fell from the sky. In an instant, more than 8,000 martial artists were killed. Old man, it's your turn now. After dealing with those people around him, Lin Xian looked at the skinny old man in the distance again. He could be considered a living fossil. He was more than 3,000 years old. Whether it was his combat experience or combat awareness, he was very terrifying. How could such a person not be angry when he was looked down upon by a brat? Of course, the anger of a living fossil was different from the anger of an ordinary person. He wouldn't rush forward impulsively. He wanted to analyze the other party's weakness and take a targeted killing move. Humph. The living fossil of the Tang family snorted and waved the snake-headed walking stick in his hand. Instantly, the Rattan King's snake in the sky bloomed with light and emitted a terrifying aura. The snakeskin seemed to have come alive and instantly enveloped the ancient dragon abyss sword, completely binding it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ancient sword was bound in the sky and left Lin Xian's hand. Seeing this scene, everyone laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha. Great brat. Let's see what else you can do without the treasure sword. Kneel and wait for your death. How dare you fight against the living fossil of the Ting family? You're courting death. Chapter 2342. How dare you fight against the Ting family's living fossil? You're courting death. The Tang family's martial artists sneered. General Xianying and the others also snorted when they saw this. The corners of their mouths curled up into a sneer. It seemed that joining forces with the Nine Li dynasty's experts and clans was the right choice. However, the other party was too arrogant. Not long after coming to the Nine Li dynasty, he offended countless big clans. This time, he was definitely dead. Looking at the bound ancient dragon abyss sword above, Lin Xian was not anxious or angry. This was because he knew that the ancient dragon abyss sword was a heaven-grade treasure sword. Its power was beyond their imagination. No matter how powerful the Tang King snake skin was, it could not damage the ancient dragon source sword. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to retrieve the sword. He decided to play with these people. Don't these people think that I'm only relying on the treasure sword? Fine. I'll kill them with my bare hands. I'll let them know my true strength. Idiots. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon looked over while fighting and snorted in disdain. He knew about Lin Xian's strength. How dare these people look down on him? They must be courting death. Sure enough, in the next moment, those people screamed. This was because Lin Xian did not snatch the ancient dragon abyss sword. Instead, he charged forward. His target was the Tang family's spirit boat. Courting death. Seeing that the other party was charging directly at them, the martial artists on the spirit boat were all furious. The illusory Ting snake behind them quickly soared into the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged forward. TSK, TSK. Bang bang. In an instant, the void in front of them exploded. However, it was useless. Lin Xian waved his hand, grabbed the illusory figures, and rubbed them with force. Boom! The terrifying illusory tongue snake was directly torn into two. This scene was too terrifying. It was too shocking. Those who were torn into pieces vomited blood crazily. Many of them directly split open. I'm dead meat? I'm only relying on the treasure sword? Lin Xian sneered. As he spoke, he opened and closed his fists, bombarding the surroundings. At this moment, he had already charged onto the spirit boat and was surrounded by the Tang family's martial artists. Everything that was hit by the fist was smashed apart and turned into a bloody mist. At the spur of the moment, hundreds of Tang family's martial artists were killed. Damn it, kill him. I must kill him. The eyes of the Tang clan's warriors turned red while the living fossil snorted coldly. Who would have thought that the other party would still be so domineering even without a sword? However, the other party was truly courting death by coming to their spirit vessel. In the next moment, the snake-headed walking stick in his hand swayed gently, and countless arrays formed on the spirit boat. Buzz, 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 the chains danced in the air and instantly wrapped around Lin Xian. Lin Xian's arms, limbs, and head were all bound and dropped to the ground. This is great. The kings of the Ting family heaved a sigh of relief and cheered. Mighty ancestor! Was this the living fossil of the Ting clan? It was indeed powerful. When the other king almighty saw this, they were also extremely shocked. Such a powerful genius had been subdued in an instant. Kill him. The Tang clan's martial artists surrounded them again. They stood below and looked up at Lin Xian, who was hanging in the air, and roared ferociously. Wouldn't killing him be letting him off too easily? Don't worry, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. The living fossil of the Tang clan snorted coldly. Let me try first. A young man stood out. He was also a genius of the Tang clan. His face was originally filled with fear, but when he saw that the other party was captured, a sinister smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, he raised his hand and shot out countless lightning bolts that struck Lin Xian's body. Instantly, energy exploded, and a sea of lightning engulfed the area in front of him. Would he be killed? Don't worry, with the living fossil of the Tang clan, that brat would definitely not die. However, he would inevitably be tortured for a while. It would probably be difficult for him to escape for the rest of his life. He asked for it. How dare he kill so many geniuses and offend so many clans? He'll definitely die. The people around them shouted coldly. The people from the governor's residence also flashed and prepared to join in the torture. On the other hand, the people from the Tai dynasty said, General, should we snatch him? General Xianying narrowed his eyes. Don't panic, that brat won't die for the time being. Let these people vent their anger first. When they're half dead, we'll ask for him. Good idea, but I can't help but want to try. On the Tai dynasty's side, many people also rushed over. They also wanted to torture the other party. On the other battlefield, the dark red divine dragon was surrounded by countless figures and engaged in an intense battle. Humph, an old man sneered. Why are you still struggling? Your companions have already been captured. I advise you to surrender obediently and join the Tang clan. The Tang clan can let you be our guardian beast. Otherwise, you'll only end up dead. Yes, surrender to the governor's residence, and we'll spare your life. Follow the Tai dynasty, and you'll become an invincible demon king. However, if you dare to go against us, you'll end up like that brat. A fate worse than death. Cold shouts were heard. TSK. The dark red divine dragon sneered in disdain at this threat. He did not believe that Lin Xian had really been captured. One had to know that Lin Xian had so many trump cards that it was definitely beyond everyone's expectations. Just you wait. These people will soon regret it. Therefore, in the next moment, the dark red divine dragon sneered. What? You still want to threaten me? I advise you to kneel down obediently and become my human pets. If you perform well, I'll reward you with 1 or 2 great abilities of dragons and let you soar. Otherwise, I'll turn you into barbecue now. You're courting death. Hearing this, the surrounding powerhouses and mighty figures all shouted angrily and intensified their attacks. However, the dark red divine dragon had many array formations, and the dark red divine dragon itself was extremely terrifying. Therefore, for a moment, no one could do anything. At this moment, on the other side, the sea of lightning slowly disappeared where Lin Xian was. Because Lin Xian was tied up in chains and hung in midair, the Tang clan, Tai dynasty, the governor's residence, and the surrounding big clans all rushed over. They attacked as if they had gone crazy. All kinds of fireballs, lightning, and torrential rain, saber lights, and sword shadows. In short, they used everything they could to attack the front. In an instant, the void where Lin Xian was directly shattered. Terrifying cracks spread in all directions. Seeing this scene, many people stopped attacking and revealed ferocious smiles. They wanted to see how half-dead Lin Xian was. Therefore, they waited patiently. The light in front finally dissipated and gradually revealed a figure. However, in the next moment, these people were all stunned as if they had been petrified. Even the living fossil elder from the Tang clan's pupils shrank. Chapter 23:43. Even the living fossil elder from the Tang family narrowed his eyes. In the distance, General Xianying and the others frowned. This was because the scene in front of them was different from what they had imagined. The other party wasn't half dead at all. He wasn't even injured at all. That's right, he wasn't injured. They rubbed their eyes hard. When they looked again, many people's eyes were bursting with light as if they wanted to pierce through the void. However, they realized that the scene in front of them was really happening. Lin Xian was still bound by the chains, but he wasn't injured at all. Those terrifying attacks didn't cause any harm to him at all. Damn it, how is this possible? No, this can't be real. I must have been hit by an illusion. Many people slapped themselves crazily, trying to break free from the illusion. However, all their actions were in vain. No matter how hard they tried, they realized that Lin Xian wasn't injured at all. Damn it, I don't believe it. These people roared crazily and attacked again. Terrifying energy surged out, completely exploding the area in front of them. A black hole spread out in all directions as if it wanted to devour everything. Previously, they were still worried and didn't dare to use their full strength. However, seeing this scene, they were really crazy. They couldn't care less anymore and attacked crazily. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion lasted for a long time before it slowly dissipated. The light that filled the sky disappeared, and everyone looked again. Among them, many people comforted themselves. This time, the other party should be dead for sure. That's for sure. Not even a speck of dust will be left. Such a terrifying attack. With so many experts working together, I'm afraid even an almighty won't be able to block it. Who asked this kid to be so pretentious? Now, he won't even have a corpse left. Cold laughter rang out as they looked ahead. However, very quickly, they were all stunned by what they saw. The smile on their faces froze, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. This was because they realized that it was the same as the previous scene. Lin Xian wasn't injured at all. No. How is this possible? How can this be? These people were crazy. They kept screaming, grabbing their hair, and their faces were full of fear. Although they were powerful King Almighties, they couldn't help but tremble at this moment. This scene was simply too bizarre. Even peerless Almighties wouldn't be able to withstand their combined attacks. And now, the other party was bound. How did the other party block it? They could not understand. How could they know that Lin Xian had summoned the great dragon sword spirit in an instant? The terrifying sword chi destroyed all the attacks. Although these people were strong and their hands were terrifying, they were not a threat to him. Damn it! How could this be? On the other side, the almighty kings who were fighting with the dark red divine dragon were all horrified when they saw this scene. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The dark red divine dragon sneered. What? Did you see that? Do you think that you can beat him? I advise all of you to obediently become my human pets and work like cattle or horses for this emperor. If I'm in a good mood, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, you're really dead. Damn it, don't be so arrogant. This time, we have brought countless experts. These people gritted their teeth and comforted themselves. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon sneered. Bringing along the killing array that filled the sky, It once again clashed with the other party. On the other side, there was complete silence. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered as he watched the scene unfold before him. Why? Are you very surprised? Are you very shocked? Do you think you can kill me after capturing me? Do you think you can hurt me with trash like you? What a joke. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. His voice reached the ears of the surrounding people, causing their faces to turn even paler. Clang. Crack. At this moment, another change occurred in front of them. Everyone's scalps went numb. Lin Xian waved his hands, and the chains that bound him directly collapsed. A series of sounds rang out, and all the chains shattered and scattered on the ground. Damn it! How could this be? This time, even the living fossil of the Tang family could not remain calm. These chains could trap a peerless almighty. How did the other party escape? He could not understand. Moreover, with his experience and strength, he could see that although the other party did not have that terrifying treasure sword, the other party's sword chi was not weak. However, his opponent's sword aura did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even sharper. How could this be? Even if the other party was a swordsman, without a weapon, his attack power should be greatly reduced. But now, the other party's power was getting stronger and stronger. This was beyond his understanding. There must be other secrets on this kid's body. The living fossil of the Tang family instantly thought of this possibility. He guessed correctly. However, he did not know what secrets the other party had. He decided that he must capture the other party and carefully study him. The other party was too mysterious. If he could obtain the other party's secrets, his stagnant cultivation might be able to reach a higher level. Thinking of this, a shocking light appeared in his eyes. This kid is somewhat interesting. This old man has lived for thousands of years, and this is the first time I have met such an interesting young man. You are worthy of my full strength. Old man, don't act like you're some big shot. Your life and chi are about to disappear, and you still dare to fight with me? Lin Xian looked forward and snorted disdainfully. How dare you be so rude to the living fossil of the Tang family? A few reckless youths of the Tang family rushed forward and roared crazily. In their opinion, with the living fossil of the elder, they were very safe. However, in the next moment, they screamed and flew backward. Lin Xian slapped the three youths and sent them flying. The three youths' bones were broken, and their internal organs were also ruptured. The three martial artists were directly turned into three piles of meat paste and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to speak carelessly anymore. The living fossil of the elder's face was completely gloomy. He could not tolerate the fact that the other party was so unscrupulous and killed the Tang family's disciples. Moreover, the other party's contemptuous attitude made him even more crazy. He had not felt this for thousands of years. Therefore, he was really angry. Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I will make you pay a painful price. The living fossil of the Tang family shouted coldly and then waved the snake-headed walking stick in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three illusory images of flying snakes flew out from the walking stick. Each of them was 1,000 meters long. They coiled around each other and formed a powerful attack that charged forward. The three illusory images of flying snakes were too terrifying. They seemed real, and the scales on them were lifelike like godly armors. Wherever they passed, the void was shattered. On top of that, the three flying snakes kept roaring, shattering the 9 heavens and causing the chi and blood in one's body to surge. They're just flying snakes. They're not even comparable to horned dragons. How dare they be impudent in front of me? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. He reached out his hand and performed a lost technique. Chapter 23:44. A terrifying giant hand that covered the sky rushed down from the sky. It was like a dark cloud of demonic light. It was terrifying. Humph, how foolish. Elder living fossil sneered at the sight. This was no ordinary vine serpent phantom. Under the enhancement of his control, this soaring serpent phantom was extremely terrifying. As expected, when the three soaring serpent phantoms approached Lin Xian's green dragon palm, One of the soaring serpent phantoms suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball into the sky. Boom! The terrifying heat wave shattered the void. All the martial artists who were watching the battle retreated frantically. They felt their bodies burning as though they were on fire. How terrifying! As expected, the combat power of a living fossil is beyond our imagination. Many of the martial artists were shocked at the sight. Not only that, but the second and third heads also spat out storms and lightning. Terrifying energy bombarded the void, trying to tear apart the terrifying dragon-catching hand. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, causing the green dragon palm to become even more dazzling. It was as though a pair of God's palms were slamming down from the heavens. Boom! 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 In the next moment, these energies collided with each other, creating a deafening sound. The energy swept out in all directions like raging waves crashing against the shore. Dazzling light exploded in the sky. The violent energy gushed out like a vast ocean. Soon, the crowd screamed. Elder Living Fossil's pupils shrank. He realized that the attack of the three soaring serpent phantoms had been shattered by the green dragon palm. Not only that, the terrifying palm continued to grab the three soaring serpents. If the three soaring serpents were caught, they would not be able to fight back. When the martial artists saw this, they screamed in horror. Damn it! How could this brat's strength be so strong? Could it be that he could fight against the living fossil elder? Everyone was going crazy. Elder Living Fossil snorted. In the next moment, the walking stick in his hand danced quickly, drawing a strange arc in the air. Mysterious runes flickered in the surroundings. Buzz! Following this movement, the three soaring serpent phantoms changed again. Buzz! They moved their bodies quickly and whipped their huge tails forward as if they were going to wipe out an army. The void shattered in an instant, and Lin Xian felt an incomparably terrifying and heavy pressure. So valiant. He was worthy of being called a living fossil. Lin Xian was also surprised, but he wasn't too afraid. Wong! The azure dragon's large hand quickly waved and grabbed the three snake tails. Then, he swung them forcefully. Boom! Boom! Three illusions of flying serpents, each of which was 1,000 feet long, were flung out, dancing in the air. Then, it smashed into the ground. Pong! An earth-shattering sound rang out, reverberating all around. The earth split open in an instant, and dust filled the air. The three-headed soaring serpent was smashed into the ground. This scene caused everyone's scalp to go numb, especially the warriors of the Tang clan. Their faces were filled with terror. In the distance, General Xian Ying also frowned. He was a bit impatient. He wanted to send a great army over to kill them together. But very quickly, his lips curled into a smile. This was because he noticed that the three-headed soaring serpents were still there. They were attacked, but they didn't disappear. He figured that the living fossil probably had other tricks up his sleeve. All right, I'll let the Tang clan capture them. After that, we'll ask for them. This way, we can capture them and preserve our strength. Therefore, General Xian Ying didn't send any powerhouses out. When the others noticed this, they sighed a breath of relief. Sure enough, an attack from a living fossil couldn't be broken so easily. Young fella, this is just the beginning. I'll let you know how powerful I am. The living fossil elder said coldly. He waved the walking stick in his hand crazily, and terrifying runes danced in the sky. Terrifying energy was channeled into the flying serpents, and three of them charged out from the ground. Although their tails were still being grabbed by the giant hand, the three-headed soaring serpents roared angrily. At this moment, the three-headed soaring serpents seemed to have come back to life. Moreover, a single horn grew out of their foreheads. Claws and scales also appeared on their bodies, and they became more sturdy. What's this? What happened? They were shocked. An elder exclaimed, Heavens! Are they transforming into dragons this time? Soaring serpents transforming into dragons. Just thinking about it was shocking. The living fossil elder's methods were indeed terrifying. In front of them, the three flying serpents became ferocious. A single horn grew out of their foreheads, and sharp claws grew out of their abdomens. Not only that, but purple wings also appeared on their backs. As they flapped, there was a strong demonic wind. Their power was much stronger than before. Young fella, although the Soaring Serpent clan is a half-demon clan, sacred blood flows in our bodies. Our ancestors were related to dragons. Do you think you can contend against us? The living fossil elder shouted coldly, his eyes filled with pride. In the distance, Lin Xian was disdainful. Related to dragons? You're too shameless. The soaring serpents can't even be considered horned dragons, so how dare you claim to be related to dragons? What a joke. Let me show you what a real dragon is. Lin Xian's sonorous voice resounded through heaven and earth. Hearing Lin Xian's words, these people didn't believe him at first. He knows dragons very well? What a joke. The Soaring Serpent clan has the bloodline that's close to dragons. How dare a young fella say that he knows dragons better than us? What a joke. A look of disdain appeared in the living fossil elder's eyes, but in the next moment, he was stunned. In fact, his eyes were filled with shock. This was because a huge chi sword from Lin Xian's body. Then, it rolled in the air and turned into a green dragon, roaring in all directions. These green dragons were 300 meters long and looked very mighty. Lightning surrounded their dragon horns. The dragon's scales were lifelike and flickered with incomparable light. Their huge bodies were filled with auspicious clouds. Their 5 claws waved gently, instantly tearing the void apart. Roar! A dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. The terrifying sound pierced through the 9 heavens, causing everyone's expression to change. In particular, the martial artists of the Tang clan were all lying on the ground with faces full of horror. They felt a terrifying pressure suppressing their bloodline. Dragon! It's really a dragon. The living fossil elder of the Tang clan was also shocked. He didn't expect the giant dragon's shadow to be so real. Even the dragons might made him tremble unconsciously. Roar! 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 As soon as Lin Xian's dragon shadow appeared, the 3-headed soaring serpents below also kept roaring, their faces full of uneasiness. Obviously, they felt a huge threat and a strong sense of suppression. Chapter 23:45. The dragon and the 3 serpents fought, and terrifying energy surged in all directions. A shocking light surged, and the entire sky trembled. Heavy rain fell from the sky. Strong winds swept, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. All kinds of terrifying scenes appeared as if the world was about to be destroyed. The martial artists on the surrounding spiritual boats and warships trembled when they saw this, and they kept retreating. General Xianying and the others frowned. They did not expect the dragon that Lin Xian summoned to be so terrifying. It did not feel like an illusion at all. It was a real divine beast. Boom, boom, boom. After a fierce battle, the 3 flying serpents wailed and split apart, turning into spiritual chi and dissipating. What? The flying serpents were killed. Everyone exclaimed. The Tang family's living fossil elder had a ghastly expression on his face. He was originally full of confidence, and even looked down on the other party's divine ability. Now, he was the one who was at a disadvantage. He, a living fossil, was suppressed by a young fellow. Hemph, old man, I told you, you can't compare divine abilities. Lin Xian stood on the divine dragon and looked down at the elder. He waved his hand, and the illusory true dragon under his feet charged forward again. This time, his target was the living fossil elder. Boom! The illusory dragon flew quickly in the sky, making rumbling sounds. With thunderclouds in the sky, it arrived above the spiritual boat in an instant. Roar! With a furious roar, the illusory giant dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out black flames that surged downward. This was hellfire, and it instantly surged downward. Soon, it arrived above the spiritual boat. If the flames fell, the entire spiritual boat and the thousands of martial artists on it would probably be killed. The Tang family's martial artists were frightened. They retreated frantically and left the spiritual boat. On the other hand, the living fossil elder's face was cold as he looked up at the sky. Subsequently, he stretched out his old palm and slapped in front of him. Although his palm was old, it emitted a terrifying aura. It was like an immemorial mountain that rampaged in the sky and shattered the void. Boom! The palm shattered the hellfire that filled the sky, forming a terrifying crack in the void. A huge black hole appeared in the sky, and all the hellfire was sucked in. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw that his opponent had broken through the hellfire so quickly. In the next moment, he continued to control the terrifying true dragon above him. Once again, it spat out sea god ice that filled the sky. Boundless power of frost spread out in all directions, freezing everything in the area. Boom! Boom! Ka ka ka! The huge palm was also frozen in the sky. Then, it shattered into pieces and exploded. The living fossil elder retracted his palm, his expression gloomy. Although he had broken his opponent's divine ability, his opponent's second divine ability had also broken his palm. He found it hard to believe. Humph! His eyes were cold and gloomy. As his palms moved, the ground beneath him cracked open. Countless rocks tumbled and quickly assembled in the sky, forming a huge rock sword that was thousands of meters long. He grabbed it with his withered hand and slashed it forward. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if the living rock had grabbed the entire earth. The stone sword was formed from the essence of the earth. It was extremely heavy. Although it was only 1,000 meters long, it was as if the entire earth was being rotated. The void instantly shattered, and the ice in the sky cracked open. However, although the sea god ice cracked, the power of ice and fire quickly emerged again. The two powers merged perfectly, forming an even more terrifying shock wave. The fire spark stone elder wielded the huge rock, carrying the endless power of earth to fight. After 30 fierce collisions in the sky, countless cracks appeared and countless lightning bolts fell. Then, the two disappeared in the void at the same time. Damn it, this kid is too terrifying. He was actually able to fight evenly with an elder who was at the level of a cremation stone master. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. However, some people's expressions were even more unsightly. That's not right. The huge dragon in the sky is still there. If this continues, is this kid going to suppress the fire spark stone? Everyone swallowed their saliva. As for the living fossil elder, his expression was gloomy. Since when could he be suppressed by a kid in his 20s? More importantly, he didn't even use his full strength. This was what he was relying on. In the next moment, he said coldly, "Kid, I have to admit that you're very strong. Even I am surprised. Unfortunately, provoking the Tang family will be your biggest mistake. Your illusory giant dragon is very real and very powerful. However, it's only an illusory figure. In front of a real demon king, it won't be able to withstand a single blow." What did he mean? What did he mean? The surrounding king almighties looked at each other. Could it be that the Tang family brought a peerless demon king? Humph, old man, show me what you're capable of. Lin Xian was fearless. You'll see. The living fossil elder snorted coldly. His body suddenly released a terrifying aura, and his robe shook rapidly. A powerful force surged from his body. Subsequently, the living fossil elder bit his finger and quickly waved it in the sky. The blood danced with his hand and turned into mysterious runes one after another. Accompanied by endless energy, they formed a huge blood-colored pattern. If one looked at it from afar, they would see that the entire pattern was a snake's head. It was incomparably ferocious and lifelike. The blood-colored pattern was huge, but with the speed of a living fossil, it was completed in almost a second. In an instant, the terrifying blood-colored pattern transformed and emitted a demonic aura in the sky. What's going on? What kind of ability is this? Many people looked at this scene with fear on their faces. This was because they felt an uneasiness in their hearts. Psychic. Accompanied by the appearance of the blood-colored runes, the living fossil elder's cold voice was also heard. Following that, the huge blood-colored runes suddenly emitted an incomparably bright light that covered the entire sky. Following that, a huge creature quickly crawled out of the blood-colored runes. Boom, boom, boom. The huge creature appeared, and a terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. Accompanying it was a shocking roar. All of this was shocking. What's this? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Lin Xian also frowned because a terrifying huge snake crawled out of the blood-colored pattern in front of him. This huge snake was the same as the soaring serpent from before. It had a pair of wings on its back, a single horn on its head, and purple scales all over its body. As soon as it appeared, it carried a strong demonic wind. "It's the soaring serpent," everyone exclaimed. Could it be another illusory figure? No, that's not right. This aura is even more terrifying than the previous 3 illusory figures combined. Many people were shocked. However, General Xianing exclaimed, "It's not an illusory figure. It's a demon king, a real demon king." "What? It's a real demon king?" Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the thing in front of them was a real demon king. Chapter 2346. Lin Xian also frowned. He could naturally feel the monstrous aura emanating from the other party. Unlike the cold illusion, this was definitely a real demon king with flesh and blood. Boom! As soon as the soaring serpent appeared, it spread its purple wings and charged over with powerful purple lightning. Soon, it tore the dragon illusion into pieces. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, the Tang family warriors cheered. The living fossil also snorted. "Kid, did you see that? This is my true strength. Although your illusions are powerful, in front of a real peerless demon king, they can't even withstand a single blow." Lin Xian frowned. Countless sword lights rose from his body and blocked the terrifying demonic wind. He had to admit that this living fossil was really terrifying. He could actually summon such a terrifying demon king. However, so what? Comparing demonic beasts? He was not afraid of the other party. Therefore, in the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. "You are right. A real demon king is the most powerful. However, your soaring serpent is only a demonic snake. How can it be compared to real dragons? What does this kid mean? What is he talking about? Could it be that he also wants to summon real demonic beasts? Does he want to summon dragons?" Heavens! These people were all stupefied. The living fossil old man also snorted coldly. "Kid, don't try to be mysterious. Do you really think you can summon one?" He did not believe it at all. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Is there a need to summon one? There is one right now." As he spoke, he pointed into the distance. Everyone's gaze followed Lin Xian's finger. Then, they understood. Indeed, there was a dark red dragon fighting in front of them. It was fighting against hundreds of almighty kings alone and was having a great time. This was definitely a real demon king. Moreover, it seemed that the other party was more similar to dragons than the soaring serpent. In fact, they did not know that this was a part of the characteristics of dragons hidden by the dark red dragon. For example, he had hidden the dragon horn and one of the 5 claws. If he really revealed the appearance of a 5-clawed true dragon, those invincible kings would probably chase him all over the world. However, although he had hidden his dragon horn and 5th dragon claw, he had not hidden his strength and divine ability. "Ruffian dragon, I'll leave this to you," Lin Xian said in a clear voice. On the other side, Ruffian Arowana was fighting with hundreds of people. The array formation around him flickered. When he heard Lin Xian's voice, he turned around. In fact, when the soaring serpent appeared, he had already sensed it. It was impossible for him not to know about such a terrifying demonic bloodline. Therefore, when it heard Lin Xian's call, it swung its tail and sent dozens of people flying. Then, it quickly rushed over. "Let's go." Seeing the dark red divine dragon leave, the surrounding king almighties also flew forward. They didn't attack again. Instead, they formed an encirclement and watched from afar. In front of Lin Xian, Tang Shi looked down at Lin Xian with disdain after destroying the dragon's shadow. However, when the dark red divine dragon arrived, his gaze changed. Its huge eyes were filled with shock. It shifted its gaze from Lin Xian to the dark red divine dragon. Roar! Seeing that the other party dared to look at it, the dark red divine dragon let out a furious roar that shook the 9 heavens. Instantly, everyone fell to the ground. The purple-winged soaring serpent trembled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. It had no choice. It was a terrifying demon king with the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast. However, in front of a real divine dragon, it was nothing. If it wasn't for its strength, it would have been crushed to the ground long ago. Humph, little worm, do you think you can show off in front of me just because you have wings? Seeing that the other party was scared away, the dark red divine dragon snorted in disdain. The surrounding people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In particular, the Tang clan's martial artists were even more shocked. The Tang clan's living fossils' eyelids were twitching. Heavens, what's going on? That peerless demon king, the terrifying purple-winged soaring serpent, was scared away? They did not dare to imagine. What's so difficult about this long red dragon in front of us? Is it really a horned dragon? The Tang clan's living fossil's face darkened. The purple-winged soaring serpent even roared. It felt insulted. Therefore, in the next moment, it roared and quickly charged over. The purple-winged soaring serpent was terrifying. Just its demonic wind alone had sent many people flying. One could imagine that even an almighty being would not be able to withstand a head-on hit. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The dark red divine dragon scoffed coldly. I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood. Who knows, my strength might even break through. The dark red divine dragon let out a strange cry, swung its tail, and charged over. As the two humongous creatures exchanged blows, terrifying cracks spread. Everyone frantically retreated. There was nothing they could do. The two demonic beasts were too terrifying. A casual attack from them was not something these people could contend against. Although they had retreated, their gazes were firmly fixed on the front. Many of them were even staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stopped the living fossil elder and said coldly, "Old man, it's time to get rid of you. Kid, you're courting death." The living fossil elder was enraged. He had originally summoned the vine serpent to deal with the kid in front of him. However, he did not expect the other party to have an existence similar to a WYRM. As a result, his vine serpent could not kill the other party at all. It seemed that he had to do it himself. However, it did not matter. At most, he would just consume some energy. He wanted to kill the other party with his own hands. Therefore, in the next moment, the living fossil elder snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing the space in the sky to crack. It was horrifying. Buzz. Elder Sure reached out a palm and grabbed in front of him. As soon as his palm reached out, it enlarged infinitely and covered the entire sky. In that palm, there was a sun and a moon revolving around it as if it was the entire universe. Everyone was shocked. What kind of divine ability is that? It's too terrifying. Sun Moon Divine Palm. That was a legendary palm technique that could evolve the sun and moon. It was extremely terrifying. They did not expect the living fossil elder to be so terrifying. Many people were terrified. Boom. In the sky, the Sun Moon Divine Palm slapped over and instantly enveloped Lin Xian. A terrifying aura descended and could crush the 9 heavens. Lin Xian naturally felt the danger. He snorted coldly and sword light surrounded his body like a sword god. The terrifying sword light split the 9 heavens and blocked the descending light. Then, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his palm. The ancient dragon abyss sword that was wrapped in the Tang Snake King's skin began to tremble rapidly and wanted to break out of the body. Oh no, the kid is going to use the sword. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people exclaimed while the living fossil elder snorted coldly. You don't have a chance. Chapter 23:47. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding space was torn apart in an instant. Heaven and earth trembled as countless black holes appeared in the surroundings. Lin Xian was completely wrapped up by the palm. The sun and moon were in the sky. The terrifying power of the surrounding palm caused the void to explode. The bones in Lin Xian's body also made cracking sounds. If the palm was completely closed, no one would be able to withstand the pressure. Great. This kid is definitely dead. Everyone cheered excitedly. It seemed that with the help of the living fossil elder, there was no need for them to fight anymore. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, Lin Xian seemed to have been bound. Only the terrifying sword light surrounded his body. Around him, there were pitch-black cracks in the space. The terrifying sun-moon divine palm quickly enveloped him and then completely merged. This is great. That kid will definitely die. Seeing this scene, everyone burst into laughter. The living fossil elder also sneered. Boom, boom, boom. But soon, he frowned. The laughter of the surrounding people also stopped. That was because in front of them, there was a low sound coming from the huge palm. It was like thunder, causing their blood to boil. In front of them, there was an intense collision from the huge palm. The 5 fingers quickly scattered as if they were about to be blasted apart. Damn it! How could it be? Could it be that the kid is not dead? Oh heavens! He's attacking. Is he trying to blast the sun-moon divine palm away? However, the sun-moon divine palm was indeed terrifying. In the palm, there was a sun and a moon rotating, releasing a terrifying power that suppressed everything. Gradually, the palm closed again. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This time, that kid should not be able to cause any trouble. However, just as they finished speaking, the sun-moon divine palm in front of them suddenly opened up. A huge force directly pushed the entire palm away. A figure floated in the palm, surrounded by sword light, like a sword god. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian had countless sword chi on his body. He slashed open the terrifying sun-moon divine palm and escaped from it. Damn it, that kid can break the sun-moon divine palm. How did he do it? Everyone was extremely shocked. The living fossil elder's face was also gloomy. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and the sun-moon divine palm suddenly slammed down, pinning Lin Xian underneath. Boom, boom. The divine palm descended mercilessly, as if to suppress him. At this moment, the sun-moon divine palm seemed to have transformed into a universe as it descended mercilessly. Lin Xian's sword aura instantly dimmed under the pressure, as if it would shatter at any moment. Lin Xian's body continued to descend. It looked like he was about to be suppressed. Get lost. With a furious roar, Lin Xian's sword chi erupted once again, blocking the terrifying sun-moon divine palm. At the same time, he quickly communicated with the ancient dragon abyss sword above him. The dragon's source sword struggles grew more and more intense, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The living fossil elder angrily roared. Then, he stretched out a palm and invisible energy gushed out. Suddenly, the vine snake king's skin in the sky emitted purple runes as if to suppress everything. However, he still underestimated the ancient dragon abyss sword. A loud dragon roar and sword chime could be heard. Then, the ancient dragon abyss sword instantly broke through the vine snake king's skin and flew down quickly. What? It actually broke through. Isn't this sword a little too terrifying? The surrounding people were shocked. In the blink of an eye, the ancient dragon abyss sword had already arrived above the sun-moon divine palm and slashed down fiercely. Poof! The sun-moon divine palm shook violently. The lights in the sky trembled, and the sun, moon, and stars in the palm shattered. A scream could be heard. The living fossil elder retracted his palm. Blood flowed and dyed the void red. The living fossil elder was injured. The surrounding people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The martial artists of the Tang family were even more shocked. That was their living fossil elder, and he was extremely terrifying. He could suppress peerless powerhouses. However, at this moment, his arm was injured by a young man. How was that possible? They felt like they were in a dream. Whoosh! On the other side, the ancient dragon abyss sword flew back to Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stepped forward and pointed his sword forward. Old man, today is the day you die. Boom! He waved the ancient sword and performed the chaotic heaven destroyer sword technique. The 4 ultimate moves flew forward. Demon Seal, Battle Song, Sky Shattering, Chaotic Upheaval. Boom! Boom! The spirit boat under the living fossil elder was instantly split in half and fell from the sky. Many martial artists on it were split open and turned into a bloody mist. He killed thousands of powerhouses with a single sword strike. That technique was too terrifying. The living fossil floated in the void with a terrifying gaze. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a terrifying vine snake flew out from his mouth. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged forward. Humph! Lin Xian stretched out his left hand. His palm was like a dragon's claw. Sword Qi surrounded the sky and directly grabbed the vine snake. The surrounding 50,000 miles was filled with violent energy. No one dared to approach. Floating light. At this moment, Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. Immediately, the living fossil fell into the illusion. Then, he screamed in pain. Hearing this, the people who were tens of thousands of miles away exclaimed in shock. Damn it, what happened? On the spirit boat, General Xian Ying's face darkened. Damn it, let's attack together. He realized that the situation had changed. In an instant, all the experts lit up and quickly charged over. However, when they approached the center, their eyelids twitched wildly and their scalps went numb. Because in front of them, half of the living fossil elder's body was torn open. His internal organs and deep white bones could be seen. At this moment, he was hiding in the distance and panting nonstop. He looked like he was on his last breath. Damn it, what happened? How did the living fossil elder get seriously injured in such a short period of time? The powerhouses of Tangjiao were even more in disbelief. They quickly flew over. Some of the other people clenched the sabers and swords in their hands, as if they were facing a great enemy. They pushed the power in their bodies to the limit. As for the living fossil elder, he took out 2 purple pills and quickly swallowed them. At the same time, he said weakly, "Be careful, that kid knows how to use illusions." Illusions? Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. A few powerhouses hurriedly took out soul defense artifacts and carried them on their bodies. Soul attacks were impossible to guard against. Didn't they see that the living fossil elder was at a disadvantage? They did not dare to be careless. After these people took soul defense, they quickly charged over. Lin Xian also roared angrily. The great dragon sword soul was activated to the limit, and his combat strength increased crazily. Buzz! The dragon sword spirit realm flew out and transformed into a true dragon that kept swinging its tail. He also used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword and charged forward. In an instant, a terrifying battle broke out. Chapter 23:48. The people who came this time were not ordinary people. They were all elites. Even a peerless king would not be able to resist them if they attacked together. But now, they were being killed until they screamed in pain. Lin Xian waved his ancient sword. Every time the sword fell, a martial artist would fall. Every time the green dragon formed by the dragon sword realm swung its tail, many martial artists would be sent flying. Some of the weaker ones were even turned into blood mist. Not only that, but the goddess of ice also appeared on Lin Xian's body. The terrifying ice wings flapped, and dozens of kings were frozen in the void. Hellfire spread out, and countless martial artists were wrapped in flames. They screamed in pain. In the end, they were turned into ashes. Not good. He was too strong. The warriors of those families screamed crazily, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The people from the Tai dynasty roared crazily. Attack! They must not let him escape. This time, they had come with the conviction to kill the other party. How could they allow the other party to escape? Although the other party was strong, they had many people this time. Even if they had to fight, they had to kill him. Boom, boom, boom. The martial artists from the Tai dynasty quickly set up a formation. Not only that, the martial artist from the Tang family and the Castellan mansion also set up a terrifying killing formation. They had no choice but to join forces. Otherwise, they would not be able to do anything to the other party. In the sky, formations appeared one after another, emitting dazzling rays of light. They shrouded the entire heaven and earth, and a terrifying power pierced through the 9 heavens. The Castellan mansion set up the green lotus sword formation. 64 martial artists stood in 8 directions. Each of them held a green sword. Sword Qi surrounded their bodies, forming a huge lotus flower that rotated in the sky. The Tang family set up the vine snake battle. 72 soaring snakes danced in the sky like divine rainbows, suppressing all directions. They kept moving, spitting out divine light that scattered in front of them. The martial artists from the Tai dynasty were even more impressive. Although they only sent 36 of them, they set up the famous 8 Desolation Blazing Fire formation. 8 Desolation Blazing Fire, burning everything. The 36 martial artists were all experts of the fire element. At this moment, they joined forces to set up a peerless formation. They swore to refine Lin Xian. The terrifying formation appeared in the sky, covering the 9 heavens. The powerful aura made the people in the distance tremble. The dark red divine dragon also frowned. He roared, waved his tail, and wanted to help. Roar. However, at that moment, the purple-winged soaring snake blocked their path. The purple wings were like heavenly blades, constantly bombarding the air, so that the dark red divine dragon was unable to help. Although the purple-winged soaring snake couldn't compare to the dark red divine dragon in terms of bloodline power, its strength was still very formidable. Therefore, when the two were combined, they were evenly matched. Haha, little brat, go to hell. The people of the Tai dynasty were the first to attack. The 36 fire element powerhouses attacked together, forming a terrifying sea of fire between heaven and earth, burning fiercely. The Raging Inferno 8 Desolation Array was a famous array in ancient times. At this moment, when it was used, its power was terrifying beyond compare. To Lin To, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. The bones in his body were almost broken, and the blood in his body was roiling. The 8 Desolation Blazing Fire was too terrifying. On the other side, the Soaring Snake formation was also activated. Dozens of soaring snakes danced in the air, as if they were real primordial monsters, emitting terrifying power. They directly crashed into the space where Lin Xian was. Countless sword screens appeared on Lin Xian's body to resist. Even so, he was still blasted back 20,000 miles. Just as he stopped, the Green Lotus sword formation of the City Lord's mansion was also activated. In the sky, countless sword chi surged, forming a huge green lotus that pressed down from the sky. The green lotus spun quickly, slashing out thousands of sword chi. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the entire space. Lin Xian was sent flying again. His injuries were even more serious. However, his eyes were extremely bright. The longevity incantation in his body was activated, quickly healing his injuries. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul kept roaring. Lin Xian's combat strength soared again. A sword chi armor appeared on his body, and the dragon sword realm floated above his head. Kid, you're no match for us at all. Kneel down obediently. The powerhouses of the Tai dynasty snorted. The other martial artists of the City Lord's mansion and the Teng family also sneered. Finally, they finally injured this kid. It was really not easy. However, when they thought about it, the other party would definitely not be able to resist their 3 killing formations. You want me to admit defeat? With just these 3 great killing formations, they were still far from enough. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. You're courting death. Since that's the case, don't blame us. Hearing the other party's words, the powerhouses of the Tai dynasty snorted and activated the 8 Desolation Blazing Fire formation again. Boom, boom. Terrifying flames raged out. The 36 fire element powerhouses were extremely powerful. In an instant, the sea of fire that filled the sky once again enveloped Lin Xian. Boom. Today, I'll let you know what the real 8 Desolation Blazing Fire is. Lin Xian roared angrily, and the hellfire on his body burned fiercely. Then, it quickly condensed and rolled behind him. Then, it formed a black fire dragon. This black fire dragon was very ferocious, and what was even more strange was that it had 8 heads arranged in a row. It was very terrifying. 8 Desolation Blazing Dragon, burn for me. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 heads of the black fire dragon roared together, then opened their bloody mouths and spat out black flames that filled the sky. In an instant, it collided with the other party's flames. The 2 forces collided in the air. Damn it, be destroyed for me. On the opposite side, the 36 fire element powerhouses of the West roared together. On Lin Xian's side, the great dragon sword soul roared crazily. Boom, boom. In the end, the two flames exploded in the sky, forming a huge black hole that devoured the surroundings. The 36 fire element powerhouses kept retreating, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. On the other side, Lin Xian also retreated a few thousand meters, and his face was pale. What? He actually blocked the 8 desolation blazing fire formation. A single person was able to block such a terrifying array formation. In the distance, those who were watching the battle went crazy. They were all martial artists from the other families. At this moment, under the power of the 3 killing formations, they could only hide in the distance and watch the battle. However, when they saw this scene, they all went crazy. Not only them, but the people of the Tang family and the city lord's mansion were also stunned. They knew that they couldn't stay any longer and had to attack with all their might. Kid, go to hell. In the sky, 72 vine snakes danced, and the terrifying power shattered the void. On the other side, the terrifying green lotus sword chi slashed down, piercing through everything. The 2 killing formations once again enveloped Lin Xian. They were just vine snakes. How dare they compete with the giant dragons? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and the dragon sword domain above his head trembled rapidly. Then he drew out 81 giant dragons. These were 81 giant golden dragons, each of which was 1,000 meters long. Their huge bodies covered the sky, and the golden scales on their bodies shone. Chapter 23:49. Each of the 81 golden dragons was 1,000 meters long. Their huge bodies covered the sky, and the golden scales on their bodies shone brightly. They carried with them a terrifying force. Roar, roar. They were formed by the great dragon sword soul, so they had the true might of a dragon. As soon as the 81 golden dragons appeared, they roared in the void. Buzz. They charged toward the 72 soaring serpents. Boom, boom, boom. The 72 soaring serpents could not withstand it at all and exploded in the air, forming a mist that filled the sky. The 72 powerhouses of the Tang family also vomited blood and were sent flying. They smashed mountains and rivers and split open the void. The 2 killing formations were destroyed, and only the green lotus sword chi above their heads was left. You want to compete with me in sword technique? You're too inexperienced. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been practicing the path of the sword. Moreover, he had the terrifying great dragon sword soul. How could these people surpass him in sword technique? In the next moment, 108,000 swords rushed out of his body and condensed in the sky, forming a terrifying giant sword that slashed down. Boom, boom. The green lotus was instantly split open, and countless green sword chi flew out. The 36 sword experts also vomited blood at the same time. The long swords in their hands were broken in half. Horrifying. It was too horrifying. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They could not believe that a young man could resist 3 killing formations. It was too unbelievable. Next, it's my turn to attack. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly charged over. His speed was too fast and had reached an extreme. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Sword Kings in the governor's residence. He kept waving the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. No! Those people's pupils constricted as they screamed crazily. However, in the next moment, there was no sound. In the sky, 36 sword lights lit up, and then 36 heads flew into the sky. The terrifying corpses fell, and blood sprayed all over the ground. He killed 36 sword path powerhouses with a single sword strike. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed, especially the martial artists of the Tai dynasty and the Tang family. They retreated crazily. In the distance, more powerhouses came to support them. However, Lin Xian's demigods and semi-devils was too fast. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the people from the Tai dynasty. Behind him, the huge head of the 8 desolation fire dragon kept roaring and spewing out black hellfire. The fire elemental almighties teaming up? Kill me? Let me have a taste of being burned by fire. The 8 fire dragon heads spat out flames that filled the sky, completely engulfing the 36 fire elemental mighty figures. Cries of agony rang out one after another. The bodies of these fire elemental powerhouses were filled with brilliant light as they tried to fight back. However, it was impossible to do so. In the end, they were burned to ashes and scattered in the air. No, damn it, how could he be so strong? Countless people exclaimed in disbelief. The reason for that was because his opponent's battle prowess was simply too terrifying. It made them all tremble. The members of the Tongue family were even more terrified. They wanted to escape. The living fossils of the Tang clan also wanted to attack, but Lin Xian turned his head and stared at them. This time, he did not use his movement technique. Instead, he extended his palm. He stretched out his palm and covered the world. The terrifying palm was vast and boundless, covering the entire sky. Not only that, but the finger was like a divine pillar that reached the sky. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around it, emitting a mysterious aura. It was as if a real universe was pressing down from the sky. Sun Moon Divine Palm. God, how could he know the Tang clan's divine ability? The members of the Tang clan went crazy. They were all so scared that they almost peed their pants. The living fossil of the Tang clan was even more stunned. He could not understand at all why the other party knew his ultimate move. Moreover, the power seemed to be even more terrifying than his. Damn it, who is this brat? Who is he? He roared crazily. In the next moment, the living fossil also used the Sun-Moon Divine Palm to fight back. In the sky, the two Sun-Moon Divine Palms collided, forming a terrifying force that could destroy the universe. It directly killed the 72 powerhouses of the Tang clan. Humph. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly and withdrew his palm. The living fossil's expression was extremely ugly. He originally wanted to save people, but he did not expect that not a single one of them would succeed. 72 elite powerhouses were directly killed in front of him. Damn brat, I want you to die. The living fossil of the Tang clan roared at the sky. His white hair danced wildly, and he looked extremely demonic. With just you? Your chi and blood have dried up, and you're about to die. You're no match for me. Lin Xian snorted coldly and looked down. Then, his gaze pierced through the layers of light and the endless void and stared at a figure on the spirit ship in the distance. Xianying, get over here and die. Xianying, that's right. It's him. He started from the Tai dynasty and chased them all the way to the Jiuli dynasty. Throughout the entire process, the other party was leading the team. How could Lin Xian not be angry? Therefore, he decided that no matter what, he had to kill the other party. Seeing this scene, everyone was bewildered. However, General Xianying snorted coldly. You want to fight with me with just you? You're overestimating yourself. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. How could a brat be qualified to make him attack? On the other side, the living fossil of the Tang clan was so angry that he vomited blood. He was despised. He was actually despised by a brat. This was intolerable. In the next moment, he roared angrily and quickly charged over. He wanted to use the other party's blood to defend his dignity. A purple light flew out, lit up from the snake-headed walking stick, and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian flipped his hand, and a terrifying sword light directly shattered the sky. It drowned the purple light. Then, he slashed out dozens of sword chi again and charged towards the living fossil. The living fossil elder had already recovered from his injuries after using the secret medicinal pills. However, his strength was still much weaker than before. When the others saw this scene, they frowned. Especially General Xianying. His face was gloomy, and his gaze was cold. Damn it! This brat has been fighting for so long. Why hasn't his strength weakened at all? Instead, he's getting stronger. How much spiritual power does he have in his body? The other powerhouses also noticed this. This was too shocking. Although the other party had the combat strength of a peerless mighty figure, his true cultivation base was not that of a peerless mighty figure. He was just an ordinary mighty figure. How could the other party's spiritual power storage be so much? Forget it. Let's kill him together. A long night might cause trouble. General Xianying snorted and prepared to attack. On the other side, A woman in black also walked out of the governor's residence. She still had her elegance. At this moment, she was holding a black long sword, and her body was filled with killing intent. She was a powerhouse from the governor's residence. She was a peerless mighty figure, Hong Xinyang. At this moment, she also swayed her waist and walked out. Whoosh, whoosh. The two peerless powerhouses moved and charged forward. Boom. In front, Lin Xian and the living fossil were locked in a fierce battle. However, at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly frowned, and a strong sense of danger appeared in his eyes. Chapter 2350. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the space where he was originally standing shattered. The terrifying power destroyed everything. The aftermath of this energy hit Lin Xian's body, causing him to continuously retreat. Damn it! Lin Xian frowned, his eyes cold, because he discovered that there were two more figures in front of him. One was General Xian Ying, and the other was a woman in a black dress. The other party's aura was also very strong, reaching the level of a peerless almighty. Three peerless almighties were actually attacking together. This made Lin Xian encounter the most dangerous moment in history. Let's work together. General Xian Ying held the halberd in his hand and stood in the void like a demon god. Hearing this, Hong Xinyang and the living fossil elder nodded. Among them, the living fossil snorted coldly, and a ferocious snake head mark appeared on his head. Then, scales appeared on his body. A terrifying power quickly recovered. Boom, 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 boom. Heaven and earth shook, and thunder rumbled. Everyone looked over. Then, they were extremely shocked. Even Lin Xian frowned, because he discovered that the living fossil elder had undergone a shocking change. The other party's body was no longer short and withered. Instead, he straightened his back and became abnormally tall. His withered skin was also filled with luster. His old face became incomparably handsome. Not only that, his white hair also became incomparably black, like 3,000 waterfalls dancing wildly in the wind. An old man with one foot in the grave instantly turned into a young man with a heroic bearing. He looked extremely valiant. The muscles all over his body were filled with explosive power. The surrounding King Almighty sucked in a breath of cold air. If they did not see it with their own eyes, it would be difficult for them to imagine that the handsome young man in front of them was actually an old man. Moreover, he was an old man who had lived for more than 3,000 years. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? Rejuvenation. Lin Xian also frowned. He knew that the other party should have used some kind of forbidden power. It caused his body to temporarily reach a peak state. It seemed that the other party was going to go all out. Lin Xian's expression was very ugly. He could still fight against a living fossil. He was confident in fighting one-on-one against General Xian Ying. However, with three peerless experts attacking together, the pressure on him would increase exponentially. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He took out a large amount of spirit herbs from the black earth and quickly swallowed them. Then, he tossed two divine crystals into his domain and quickly absorbed them. The art of longevity circulated his cultivation to replenish the energy he had consumed. The two divine crystals instantly turned into energy and poured into his body, causing his aura to erupt once again, reaching its peak. This brat, what extravagant means. Two divinity crystals and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures had raised him to the peak of his combat strength in an instant. Heavens, he was so rich. After killing him, he must have a lot of treasures on him. The crowd in the distance discussed animatedly. General Xian Ying and the other two narrowed their eyes. The other party had actually recovered to his peak state in an instant. This was indeed beyond their expectations. But so what? With the three of them working together, even a dragon would have to crouch. They did not believe that the other party would be able to stir up any waves. Kid, do you have any last words? General Xian Ying looked forward. Why? Do you think you can defeat me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although the situation was critical now, it was not fatal. One had to know that he had many trump cards in his hands, so he was not afraid at all. Nonsense. Do you think you have a chance to turn the tables? On the other side, Hong Xin also snorted in disdain. The living fossil elder sneered. Brat, I'll show you my true strength today. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the living fossil elder of the Tang family took the initiative to attack. Purple light condensed, forming a terrifying light that surged forward. It was like a stormy sea. The power of this palm was even more terrifying than before. Obviously, after the living fossil elder turned into a young man's body, his strength and speed had increased greatly compared to before. It seemed that this was the other party's peak combat strength. Seeing the other party's attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He clenched his left fist, turned it into a black sun, and blasted it forward. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared in the terrifying space and spread in all directions. As for the almighty kings who were watching, they screamed and fell to the ground. Some of them even exploded into blood mist because they were too close. It could not be helped. This was a peerless attack, and it was very terrifying. Those almighty kings could not withstand it at all. When the two of them attacked, the two palms collided in the air, and it was difficult to determine the winner. At this moment, General Xianying and Hong Xin made their move. The two of them would not just watch the battle. Instead, they were going to attack and kill the other party. Boom! The halberd danced in the air, turned into a sharp light, and descended from the sky. It was like a thunder, trying to split Lin Xian apart. On the other side, Hong Xin waved her black longsword, forming a powerful killing intent. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through the void, stabbing towards Lin Xian's vital point. Both of them were peerless powerhouses. At this moment, the power of their attacks was very terrifying. Even though Lin Xian was strong, he still felt a strong sense of danger. He did not want to continue fighting. His body swayed, and he dodged Hong Xinyang's sword chi. However, the halberd above his head smashed down like a mountain. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand, and a blue shield flew out, blocking in front of him. Previously, he had killed countless powerful enemies and collected their storage rings. He had a lot of weapons in his hands. This blue shield was a top-grade Earth-rank artifact. Clang! The heavenly halberd collided with the blue shield, producing an earth-shattering sound. Countless spatial cracks spread, and Lin Xian was pushed back by the huge force. The blue shield in front of him was also sent flying. Kid, you are not a match for us at all. General Xianying snorted, and then the three peerless powerhouses attacked again. Lin Xian fought against the three of them alone. The sky fell, and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. The area within 100,000 miles was destroyed, and the sky was filled with light as if it was the end of the world. Boom! Boom! However, Lin Xian was at a disadvantage, and the situation was very dangerous. It could not be helped. Although he was a young genius, he was still too young, only in his 20s. Among the three of them, one was an old monster who had lived for more than 3,000 years, and the other two were peerless powerhouses who had lived for more than 1,000 years. When the three of them joined forces, it could be said that it was very terrifying. Lin Xian was already very strong to be able to hold on until now. However, he was still injured. The blue shield was directly shattered into pieces, and he was severely injured. A few of his ribs were broken, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Humph! Chapter 23:51. Humph! How dare you attack the three of us? You're overestimating yourself. Hong Xinyang sneered. The powerhouses hundreds of thousands of miles away gasped when they saw this scene. It was too shocking. The three peerless powerhouses joining forces could suppress everything. That kid is definitely dead. That's right. Who asked him to be so arrogant? He's done for this time. Just you wait, we'll catch him. We'll let him taste a fate worse than death. Don't worry, he'll suffer a terrible fate. Cold laughter was heard one after another. Little Xian. On the other battlefield, the dark red dragon was also enraged when he saw this scene. He did not expect the three peerless powerhouses to attack together. He sensed danger. He had to help. So in the next moment, he wanted to leave this place. However, the purple vine snake blocked his way. There was a hint of mockery in its cold eyes. You want to leave? You'll have to get past me first. However, you won't be able to get past me. The purple vine snake also spoke human language. Damn you. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? The dark red dragon was also angry. I didn't start a massacre because you have some bloodline with the dragons. However, you're courting death. In that case, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Humph. You want to kill me? How naive. The purple-winged snake sneered and turned its huge head. I admit that your bloodline power is very strong. However, my strength far surpasses yours. It's not certain who will kill who. At the end of its sentence, its huge eyes emitted a cold light. With your blood, perhaps my bloodline can evolve again. So, die obediently. The purple-winged snake actually had designs on the dark red dragon, because he realized that the other party's bloodline power was purer than his. It was closer to the dragon's. If he consumed this bloodline, he might be able to progress in the direction of the dragons. In the next moment, the purple wings flapped and formed two huge purple tornadoes that swept forward. Purple Demon Storm, die. The two purple tornadoes danced. Each of them was tens of thousands of feet tall and a few thousand meters in diameter. Wherever they passed, the mountains and rivers split open and the forests were destroyed. Endless cracks appeared on the ground. The two purple tornadoes instantly enveloped the dark red dragon. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of an intense collision rang out, and a hint of anger appeared in the dark red dragon's eyes. Courting death. See if this emperor doesn't tear you apart. As he spoke, he waved his dragon claws and tore the entire void apart. The purple storm that filled the sky was instantly torn apart. Back. With a roar, he charged over. This time, the dark red dragon was truly enraged. The battle between the two caused mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. That scene was in no way inferior to that of Lin Xian and the others. In fact, it was even more violent. Boom. In the ruins far away, the sky was filled with rubble as Lin Xian stood up. His clothes were torn apart, revealing the armor underneath. The blood at the corner of his mouth was exceptionally glaring. Clearly, the previous attack had injured him, but fortunately, it wasn't that serious. Moreover, with the art of longevity, which was a super recovery technique, Lin Xian's life was not in danger. However, the scene in front of him made him feel a sense of danger. The three powerhouses working together were very powerful. He had to break the balance. Lin Xian looked into the distance. The dark red dragon and the purple vine snake were fighting fiercely. It seemed that the dark red dragon would not be able to make a move for the time being. The little white monkey was very fast and had the teleportation skill, but it could only sneak up on him. There were three opponents, so it wasn't very effective. Therefore, Lin Xian did not intend to use it. Lin Xian decided to unlock the first seal on the ancient dragon abyss sword. Buzz. 9 mysterious runes. When the first rune was unlocked, the ancient dragon abyss sword became unusually sharp. Lin Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed. He was like a sword god as he charged over in large strides. There was something wrong with that long sword. Seeing this, the living fossil quickly reminded him. He had been injured by the other party's sword earlier, so he was extremely cautious when he saw this scene. This was because he wouldn't use the same move to injure him twice. Buzz. Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed out 3 sword auras. The terrifying sword lights slashed at the 3 people in front of him. He had indeed become stronger. General Xianying looked at the incoming sword auras and did not dodge. Instead, he waved his Fangtian halberd and quickly resisted them. With a boom, heaven and earth shook, and the sword auras in the sky were instantly cut in half. General Xianying is so powerful. The martial artists in the distance exclaimed when they saw this scene. The living fossil of the Tongue family also roared. He slapped out his purple palm like the hand of a demon king and shattered the terrifying sword auras. On the other hand, Hong Xinyang's body swayed. She did not resist. However, she slashed out a sword light with a backhand and slashed forward. Whoosh! Lin Xian swayed and instantly dodged Hong Xinyang's sword light. He charged forward. His target was still the living fossil of the Tongue family. This was because he could see that although the living fossil of the tongue family was powerful, he had the most shortcomings. Firstly, the old man had been injured previously. Although he had recovered, he was still far from his peak. Secondly, the old man was too old. The chi and blood in his body had dried up. Although he had forcefully used a secret technique to increase his strength to his peak state, he estimated that he would not be able to hold on for long. Therefore, Lin Xin decided to get rid of the living fossil first. Buzz! His body flashed in the air like lightning and instantly arrived near the living fossil. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand danced wildly. A terrifying sword aura slashed forward. This sword aura was even more powerful than before. It was obvious that Lin Xian was only confusing the other party and did not use his true strength. Now, the power of the ancient dragon abyss sword erupted. What? The living fossil of the Tang family had a gloomy look on his face. Then he was furious. His opponent is looking for me again. What does he mean? Does he think that I'm the weakest among the three? He could not tolerate that. In the next moment, he roared and slapped out 18 purple palms in a row. They were like 18 mountains that surrounded the field in the air. They collided with the sword aura that filled the sky. An intense collision was heard, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in front. Attack! I must not let that brat succeed. General Xianying shouted coldly and charged forward with his Fangtian halberd. On the side, Hong Xinyang's body swayed and disappeared like a ghost. They did not intend to give Lin Xin a chance to fight alone. In an instant, the two of them arrived in front of Lin Xian again. This time, Lin Xian did not pay attention to the two of them. Two sword auras rushed out of his body and turned into two figures that looked exactly like him. Then, they cooperated with the dragon sword domain and fought against General Xianying and Hong Xinyang. This was the clone technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to simulate it, hoping that it would be able to resist for a while. He knew that although this divine ability was powerful, it could not completely resist the other party. Chapter 2352. After doing that, Lin Xian's eyes emitted a sharp light, and all kinds of divine abilities rushed towards the living fossil elder. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. 4 killer moves. Sea God's Ice, Hellfire, and Terrifying Thunder. In an instant, the place where the living fossil elder was completely annihilated. Boom, boom, boom. The living fossil elder also fought back with all his might. However, the other party's methods were too fierce. For a moment, he was beaten back and vomited blood. The living fossil elder roared crazily. He was really going crazy. His heart was filled with killing intent for the other party to treat him like this. In the next moment, he waved his snake-headed walking stick. He also used the Tang family's great divine ability to fight back. On his body, the illusory image of 9 soaring snakes appeared, cooperating with him to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian sneered. His figure changed, and he instantly retreated far away. The 2 clones he sent out had been killed by General Xianying and Hong Xinyang, so he would not continue to fight with them. Sure enough, after the 2 clones were killed, General Xianying and Hong Xinyang stared at Lin Xian like lightning. The 3 of them joined forces again. Looking at the 3 of them, Lin Xian sneered. Above him, the dragon sword domain directly enveloped General Xianying. Below him, the demon-slaying sword formation restrained Hong Xinyang. This time, the living fossil elder was once again alone. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed a few times. The terrifying sword chi was like a long river, slashing over, courting death. The living fossil elder was already prepared. He waved his snake-headed walking stick and destroyed everything. However, in the next moment, he screamed in pain. That was because he felt that his soul was burning. The pain was 10 times, no, 100 times more painful than the previous injuries he suffered. Damn it, it was another soul attack. The living fossil elder was about to go crazy. He had seen the other party's illusion before, so there was a purple mark on his forehead for defense. However, he did not expect the other party to have an even stranger attack. It could actually burn his soul. This made his face full of horror. In an instant, He was injured. In fact, he did not even want to fight anymore. Because his soul was damaged, it was very troublesome to recover. He had swallowed a large number of pills, but it was only enough to stop his injuries from worsening. However, it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. More importantly, he did not have much vitality left. Even if he maintained such a youthful and vigorous state, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Initially, he thought that the three of them would be able to take down the other party quickly. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. In the next moment, he retreated rapidly. Lin Xian did not give chase because General Xian Ying and Hong Xinyang had charged out again. Although the whole process seemed to take a long time, it was actually only a matter of a few seconds. The Dragon Sword Domain and the Demon Slaying Sword Formation could only block General Xian Ying and the others for about 5 seconds. Any longer, and it would be impossible. Unless Lin Xian did it himself. However, 5 seconds was enough for a prodigy like Lin Xian to do a lot of things. Just like now, in just 3 seconds, he had injured the living fossil elder. In the distance, the Tang family's martial artists roared madly. That was because they realized that the living fossil elder was truly in a miserable state. His clothes were tattered, his expression was dispirited, and his face was abnormally pale. It would wither at any moment. It seemed that the impact was definitely very serious. Indeed, the living fossil elder's entire body was in pain, especially the burning of his soul, which made him still have lingering fear. When General Xianing and Hong Xinyang saw this, their hearts also beat wildly. Among them, General Xianing formed a seal with his palm, and a crescent moon appeared between his brows, protecting his soul. On the other side, Hong Xinyang took out a small black cauldron and floated above her head, casting down thousands of light screens. After doing all this, the two of them stared ahead again. Kill! The three of them roared. This time, they also used their trump cards, not giving Lin Xian any chance to turn the tables. The Great Destruction. General Xian Ying was like a demon god as he slashed down with the halberd in his hand. A terrifying light was sent over. On the other side, Hong Xinyang also performed a spiritual water sword technique, which was extremely fierce. The living fossil elder gritted his teeth. This time, he took out a very strange treasure. It was a red box, about the size of a palm, covered with blood-red patterns, emitting a monstrous, murderous aura. Everyone's face turned pale. What was that? Many people were frightened, but an elder from the Tai dynasty exclaimed, "Could it be the legendary demon blood box?" Demon blood box, what was that thing? Some people were puzzled, but soon they knew. Because someone explained, the demon blood box is the blood left behind by a peerless demon beast, which is extremely terrifying. One drop was enough to kill a powerhouse. But they did not know what grade the demon blood in the other party's hand was. What? So powerful. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the other party to take out such a terrifying killer move. Buzz. The living fossil elder's expression was cold as he slowly opened the demon blood box in his hand. The monstrous, murderous aura turned into a sea of blood, rolling above the 9 heavens. In front, General Xian Ying and Hong Xinyang also felt the danger. The two of them pulled away from Lin Xian and stood on opposite sides to prevent the other party from escaping. Lin Xian frowned completely because he once again felt a strong sense of danger. The red blood in front of him had a great impact on him. But fortunately, the dragon's sword soul in his body roared, and a terrifying pressure instantly disappeared. Kid, be careful. That's the demon blood of a peerless demon king. In the distance, Crimson Shunnong reminded him. At this moment, he was fighting with the purple vine snake. The purple vine snake was very miserable. There were many wounds on its body, and one of its purple wings was torn in half. It was completely suppressed by the Crimson Shunnong. However, it would not die for a while. Therefore, the Crimson Shunnong could not come over to help. However, it could still inquire about the battle situation from time to time. The blood of a peerless demon king. No wonder. Judging from the aura it emitted, it had probably surpassed the 8-star demon king. Lin Xian and the others' combat power were all 8-star. But the other party had surpassed 8-star. Therefore, even General Xian Ying and Hong Xinyang were very cautious. They all quickly retreated, afraid that they would be stained with the blood. Kid, you should be proud that you made me use this treasure. Now, you can die in peace. The living fossil elder in front had a ferocious expression, and there was even a hint of madness in his eyes. That was because the demonic blood box was a powerful treasure that could be used to kill powerful enemies. He did not expect that it would be used to deal with a young man in his 20s. But now, he could not care so much. He had to kill the young man in front of him to vent the hatred in his heart. Go. The living fossil elder held the demon blood box with a solemn expression. Chapter 23:53. There were a total of 2 drops of demonic blood in the box. One was the size of a grape, and the other was about half the size of a grape. The living fossil elder had used the smaller one. This was because he felt that this one was enough to kill the other party. After all, this was the demonic blood of an invincible demon king. Moreover, it contained a terrifying bloodline power. Coupled with the nurturing of the demonic blood box, the other party would definitely not be able to resist it. Kid, go to hell. The living fossil elder used a secret technique and waved his finger. Buzz. The crystal-clear blood bead flew out. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding sea of blood surged, transforming into countless resentful spirits that roared. It was enough to make one's scalp go numb. Even the mysterious River Army and Hong Xinyang kept retreating until they were tens of thousands of kilometers away. Only then did they stop. This demonic blood was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the void was quickly shattered. The place where Lin Xian was imprisoned. The surrounding sea of blood spread, as if there were countless blood-colored resentful spirits roaring out. Vaguely, the illusory image of a blood-colored flying serpent rose from the sea of blood and spread its blood-colored wings. It covered the sky and the sun. This was only caused by the blood-colored aura. The blood-colored bead was still far away. One could imagine how terrifying it would be when it arrived. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon sword domain surged, and a terrifying swordlight pierced through the surroundings. Instantly, all the blood-colored aura was destroyed. It even pierced through the blood-colored flying serpent. All the illusory figures wailed and fell into a pool of blood. They kept surging. Lin Xian's body swayed as he dodged at an extreme speed. He did not want to face such a dangerous thing head-on. Nevertheless, the blood was very spiritual. No matter where Lin Xian moved, it followed closely. Moreover, the distance was getting closer and closer. In the distance, the living fossil elder of the Tang family snorted coldly. Kid, don't run. You can't escape at all. This is the blood of an invincible demon king. It's full of spirituality. Once it recognizes you, it will kill you even if you escape to the ends of the earth. General Xian Ying and Hong Xinyang retreated far away. When they saw this scene, a cold smile appeared on their faces. They knew that the other party was dead for sure. Even though they couldn't bring him back, killing him could be considered giving the war race an explanation. Furthermore, General Xian Ying's eyes were filled with disillusionment. This was because other than the people he had brought with him, there was also a huge creature on his spirit boat. Presumably, the other party was also watching at this moment. Since the other party did not make a move, there was even less reason for him to make a move. Lin Xian didn't try to escape after learning that the demonic blood was very spiritual. What the other party said should be true, so what he needed to think about was how to resist. Defense was not his strong suit. Although his defense was comparable to an exceptional almighty, ordinary exceptional almighties were nothing against this demonic blood. In that case, he could only attack. Attack was the best defense. Lin Xian gripped the ancient dragon abyss sword with both hands as the great dragon sword soul within his body roared non-stop. Streams of dragon soul aura surged into the ancient sword. At the same time, the second seal was rapidly unraveling. A terrifying power immediately erupted, shattering a part of the sky. Destroy! Lin Xian held the sword with both hands and slashed out. This sword was too terrifying. The power of the ancient dragon abyss sword with 2 seals unraveled was twice as powerful as before. Not only that, the great dragon sword soul roared non-stop, providing an unparalleled power. In the sky, a sword shadow streaked across. It was extremely dazzling. The entire space was split into two, and terrifying cracks appeared. Everyone was stunned. They could only watch this scene with their eyes wide open, and they couldn't react. In front of them, a drop of demonic blood finally collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword. Boom! The sky was filled with explosions. The front was completely drowned by the blood-colored light and soaring sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. Violent vibrations sounded, and terrifying waves swept in all directions. Everyone was so frightened that they retreated frantically. The living fossil elder also tapped his foot and retreated 100,000 miles. His eyes flickered as he looked forward. Everyone was paying attention. The dark red divine dragon also slapped the purple vine snake away and retreated far away. He looked very worried because the power of the demonic blood was terrifying. Damn brat, nothing must happen to you. In front of them, the blood-colored light gradually disappeared, and the sword chi that filled the sky also weakened. Finally, the scene inside was revealed. Everyone craned their necks and looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned, because in front of them, a figure was floating in the sky. Although his clothes were tattered, the light of his armor was dim, and there were even cracks in some places. However, the other party was not dead. Damn it, that brat is still alive. How is that possible? Could it be that he destroyed that drop of demonic blood? Oh my God. No way. That's the demonic blood of an invincible monster king. It can kill a peerless, mighty figure. How did he block it? That sword was too terrifying. Perhaps it directly cut through the demonic blood. Everyone discussed animatedly. The dark red divine dragon also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he shook his head. Forget it. That brat has the great dragon sword soul and the bone of a sage. He probably won't be killed so easily. Thinking of that, he stopped paying attention and turned to stare at the purple-winged snake. Two of the other party's wings were broken. It seemed that he was not far away from being killed. Buzz! The dark red divine dragon rushed forward. On the other side, everyone was stunned. Those powerhouses and mighty figures were all stunned. Even General Xianying and Hong Xinyang were stunned. That was because they did not expect that to happen. Damn it, that's impossible. Finally, the living fossil elder screamed. How is that possible? That's a powerful trump card. It was so terrifying that he could not bear to use it. Originally, he thought that using one drop to kill a peerless mighty figure would be as easy as cutting grass. However, how did the other party block it? That was driving him crazy. Damn it, what the hell is that sword? The living fossil elder's eyes were cold. He decided that after killing the other party, he must seize the other party's treasured sword. He could tell that the treasured sword was very likely an ancient artifact that contained a mysterious power. Otherwise, it would not be so powerful. If he could get it, so what if he lost a drop of demonic blood? He did not even hesitate to use the second drop of demonic blood. That was because he had to kill the other party. Phew. In front of him, Lin Xian was panting heavily. His face was a little pale. Obviously, using the two seals had consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, the impact of the energy blasted his body, causing him to be injured again. His internal organs were damaged. Fortunately, it would not take his life for the time being. In addition, he was very rich. At that moment, he grabbed a large number of treasures and devoured them without any regard for his life. He had also completely refined the divine crystals. The longevity incantation circulated wildly and quickly healed his injuries. Old man, show me what you've got. I'll take it. Lin Xian raised his sword and pointed it forward again. Chapter 23:54. Lin Xian's words shook the hearts of the surrounding people. However, Elder Spark Stone's face was indeed terrifyingly dark. The other party actually dared to openly provoke him, which made his lungs about to explode. Kid, what are you being arrogant for? The one just now was just a smaller one. I don't believe that you can contend against my second drop of demon blood. Elder Living Fossil was really angry. He decided to kill the other party at all costs. Sure enough, in the next moment, he waved his palm. and the second grape-sized drop of demon blood flew out. The power this time was more than twice as strong as the previous one. It was definitely enough to kill the other party. Let's see how you dodge this time. He did not believe that the other party could contend against it. Sure enough, once this drop of demon blood appeared, the world changed drastically. In fact, the sky even started to rain blood. Everyone retreated frantically again. Lin Xian's face also became incomparably solemn. Although his words were arrogant, he did not dare to be careless at all. It seemed that he could only use this move. He took a deep breath, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Buzz! The 3 seals on the ancient dragon abyss sword were released. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sword light pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. These sword chi crisscrossed the sky, like a light pillar that reached the sky, constantly destroying the surroundings. Damn it! How did his sword chi become stronger again? So terrifying. Everyone went crazy. General Xianying, Hong Xinyang, and the others' faces also changed drastically. The living fossil was even more terrified, because the other party's sword chi had actually doubled in power. How was this possible? After releasing the 3 seals, Lin Xian's body shone brightly. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword with both hands and slashed forward. The power of the great dragon sword spirit also erupted together. Boom! The sword slashed down, and a radius of 100,000 miles was directly cut open. The drop of demon blood was also cut in half. Then, it was shattered by the endless sword chi. Although he was powerful, the effect was not even the first drop. After the 3rd seal was released, Master Dragon's ancient dragon sword was too terrifying. What? It was destroyed with one slash. This was impossible. Everyone went crazy. Such a powerful demon blood. Killing a peerless powerhouse was not a problem. The other party actually destroyed it so easily. Just what level had the power of this sword reached? They did not dare to imagine. Crack! On the other side, Lin Xian was also in great danger. After the sword slashed down, the muscles on his arms suddenly split open. Blood burst out and dyed the surroundings red. He had no choice. With his current strength, forcefully unlocking the 3rd seal on the ancient dragon abyss sword was too much for him. As a matter of fact, his muscles couldn't withstand the pressure at all and directly split open. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. The secret art of longevity and the great dragon sword soul surged within his body. Then, he swung his ancient sword again and slashed forward. Pong! The second slash was equally earth-shattering. That power caused everyone's expression to change. The most frightened ones were the living fossils of the Tang family, because this sword strike was aimed at him. No! The Tang family's living fossil roared madly. It was worth noting that he would not be able to block the demonic blood even if he was in his peak state. However, the sword chi from before was able to easily destroy the demonic blood. This was definitely enough to threaten his life. So in the next moment, he turned around and fled. Buzz! The demonic blood box in his hand kept enlarging. It was like a red mountain blocking in front of him. Not only did the demonic blood box contain terrifying demonic blood, but it was also a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was very tough. At this moment, Elder Zhang wanted to use the demonic blood box to block the sword chi. However, he was not very confident. Therefore, he fled frantically. The spiritual power in his body burned rapidly. The living fossil elder ran into the distance like a stream of light. Boom! Even so, he still underestimated this sword. After unlocking the 3rd seal, the ancient dragon origin sword's power was definitely beyond imagination. Not only was it powerful, but its speed was also shocking. When the sword slashed down, Elder Zhang was directly shattered into 2 halves. Not only that, but the terrifying sword light also enveloped the living fossil elder. Boom! In the distance, endless sword chi erupted and shot into the sky. No one dared to get close. As for Lin Xian, there were even more cracks on his body. His arms were almost broken, and the other parts of his body were also broken. Blood flowed and dyed his body red. However, he did not stop. The 3rd sword slashed out. Seeing that the other party was about to attack, everyone went crazy. At this moment, countless people fled in all directions. Even the strong Xianying, Jiang family, and Hong Xinyang fled. They did not dare to resist such a terrifying sword chi. No, damn it. You can't attack me. Hong Xinyang screamed because she realized that the sword chi was actually directed at her. Why? Why was it directed at her? She wasn't the strongest one. This sword should have killed General Xianying. She could not understand. Boom. In the next moment, he was enveloped by the terrifying sword light. Heaven and earth rumbled. Countless sword chi circled in the distance, as if it was about to destroy the world. The terrifying sword light slashed open the void, splitting it into large pieces. Everyone fled one after another. Those who were slow to flee were struck by the shockwaves and were directly cut in half at the waist. In an instant, the sky was dyed red with blood. Countless corpses fell. A large number of warriors were killed. Puff. General Xianying was also attacked by the aftershock. He immediately vomited blood and flew backward. But fortunately, he managed to keep his life. However, he still kept retreating, flying far away to avoid being affected again. Because he really did not know if the other party could make a fourth sword slash. Clang. In the distance, Lin Xian stood in the void, gasping for breath. His face was abnormally pale, and his body was completely covered in blood. The ancient dragon abyss sword also fell in the air, making a clanging sound. Lin Xian's body was bleeding profusely. In some places, one could even see the bones. The bones in his hands were all broken. The third seal had already caused a great burden on him. After 3 sword slashes, his entire body was about to fall apart, especially his arms that suffered the most damage. They did not have any strength left. Whoosh with a thought, countless treasures appeared in front of him from the Black Earth ship and then wrapped his entire body. Rapid recovery. The art of longevity was also crazily absorbing these medicinal effects. Now, Lin Xian was at his weakest. Basically, he did not have much combat power left. However, countless people were still fleeing in the distance. Because the 3 sword chi exploded, forming a strong storm that directly covered hundreds of thousands of miles. Ordinary warriors were running for their lives. Those who were weak were killed one after another. Now, who still had the mood to care about Lin Xian? Even someone as strong as General Xianying did not dare to get close. However, while General Xianying did not dare to get close, someone dared to. On a spiritual ship, 4 figures suddenly appeared. Their bodies were pitch black like ghosts. They directly tore through the void and charged over. Whoosh! Chapter 23:55. The 4 Taoists were very fierce. Their long swords were about to envelop Lin Xian. With Lin Xian's current state, it would be difficult for him to block them. Indeed, Lin Xian's entire body was in pain as if it was broken. However, he still had his soul power. In the next moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes and surrounded him. Buzz. Floating light. The 4 Taoists in black were instantly affected by the illusion and stopped in midair. Then, Lin Xian used soul ignition and the souls of the 4 Taoists instantly burned. They screamed miserably, their bodies trembling as they fell from the sky. Seeing this, the people who wanted to kill Tang Qingshan all stopped. Heavens! It was too terrifying. Even if Tang Qingshan was seriously injured, he could still kill 4 experts in an instant. This method was heaven-defying. They did not dare to attack anymore and chose to attack from afar. Terrifying sword chi, fire, and lightning flew from afar, trying to kill Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a dragon tail blocked in front of Lin Xian. It directly shattered all the attacks. The dark red dragon appeared beside Lin Xian and roared in all directions. "Kid, are you okay?" It asked with concern. "I'm fine. I won't die yet." Lin Xian shook his head and continued to swallow treasures. "What's going on? Why is this dragon here? What about the soaring serpent?" Many people looked into the distance. In the next moment, they were extremely shocked. The peerless Taoist king summoned by the Tang family, the purple soaring serpent, was split in half. Its 1,000-meter-long body was split in the air and smashed to the ground, shattering mountains and rivers. It stirred up a lot of dust. Purple blood flowed out and gathered into a river. This purple blood was the blood of a Taoist king. It was extremely terrifying and had strong corrosive and poisonous properties. Therefore, wherever it passed, countless creatures and mountains were all corroded and melted. The purple soaring serpent was killed. Heavens! They did not dare to believe it. At this moment, the surrounding energy and the terrifying sword chi also slowly disappeared. More and more people saw this scene and cried out in surprise. Especially the surviving warriors of the Tang family, their scalps went numb. No, damn it, this was impossible. It can't be like this. They screamed like they had gone mad. This was because the Tang family's losses were too severe. A living fossil elder had been killed, and their peerless beast, the purple vine snake, had also been killed. This was a huge blow to them. The others were also extremely frightened. Over at the city lord's mansion, there were also continuous screams, because they discovered that Hong Xinyang was also killed by a single sword strike. To be able to kill two peerless almighties in 3 strikes, the other party's strength was absolutely heaven-defying. General Xian Ying wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked forward with a cold glint in his eyes. The 3 shocking sword chis from before did not attack him, so he was only slightly affected and suffered light injuries. At this moment, he looked ahead and revealed a sinister smile. This was because he could tell that Lin Xian was severely injured and most likely did not have much combat strength left. How could such a person withstand his attacks? Therefore, in the next moment, he gathered the experts of the Tai dynasty and charged over. The 8 elders followed General Xian Ying and flew forward together. Their bodies shone brightly like 8 suns, covering the sky. Thunderous sounds could be heard in the surroundings, and the world was trembling. General Xian Ying held the halberd in his hand and was extremely powerful. He was like a peerless god of war. Damn it! Do you really think I'm a pushover? Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon was furious. The other party had killed them time and time again, and now he dared to attack again. He really could not tolerate it. In the next moment, he roared angrily. He waved his dragon claws, causing the sky to tremble and the ground to crack. 9 dragon roars flew up from the ground. They were formed from the earth's spiritual veins, and they were extremely terrifying. Each dragon shadow was 1,000 meters long and pierced through the clouds. They flew from the ground to the sky and charged towards General Xian Ying and the 8 powerhouses. The 8 elders roared angrily as they were entangled by the dragon chi, causing intense collisions. General Xian Ying shouted and swatted away the dragon chi with his Fangtian halberd. Then, he strode forward to kill. Humph! The dark red divine dragon snorted and was about to attack. At this moment, Lin Xian said, "Ruffian dragon, go and deal with the other 8 people. Don't let any of them escape alive. Leave Xian Ying to me. Kid, don't force yourself. You're seriously injured now." The dark red divine dragon was worried. Lin Xian shook his head. "Don't worry, I've already recovered 70% to 80%. So fast." The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Even if he had treasures and divine crystals, he would not be able to recover so quickly. It seemed that the other party's longevity art was indeed heaven-defying and had far exceeded his expectations. Indeed, not to mention the dark red divine dragon, even Lin Xian did not expect the longevity art to be so terrifying. His recovery ability was heaven-defying. In a short period of time, he had indeed recovered 70% of his strength. Although there was still some pain in his body, he should be able to endure it as long as he did not unlock the 3rd seal. This time, Lin Xian did not unlock the seal. Instead, he summoned the great dragon sword soul. Now, it was time to use this trump card. Whoosh! The great dragon sword soul came out of Lin Xian's body and attached itself to the dragon source ancient sword, emitting a dazzling light. Terrifying sword chi shot up to the sky. Damn it! Could it be that the other party still has combat strength? Seeing this scene, the martial artists in the distance exclaimed. General Xian Ying also frowned. He knew that he could not delay any longer. The other party was too strange. Even a peerless mighty figure would not be able to recover from his previous injuries in a short period of time. However, the other party could still attack now, which was indeed beyond his expectations. In the next moment, General Xian Ying waved the halberd in his hand and slashed forward. It was like a Milky Way that fell from the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Clang! Lin Xian moved the dragon source ancient sword. The two collided, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. At this moment, although the ancient sword was not unsealed, it contained the power of the great dragon sword soul, which made its power extremely terrifying. Therefore, this attack was evenly matched. The other party blocked it. General Xianing frowned. The other party was clearly so severely injured. How could he still block his attack? Humph. His face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. But now, you're probably an arrow at the end of its flight. I wonder how many more moves you can block from me? A 1 move or 2 moves. Maybe the next move will kill you mercilessly. So, kneel down obediently and beg for mercy. As he spoke, General Xian Ying moved the halberd. A terrifying light covered the entire sky. Boom! The sky fell, and the earth cracked. General Xian Ying's power was too terrifying. He was not injured much previously. Now that he attacked with his full strength, it was extremely terrifying. He was like a god of war. Lin Xian let out a long roar and waved the dragon source ancient sword. He pushed the great dragon sword soul and slashed forward. Chapter 2356. The long swords fell one after another, causing the light around General Xian Ying to explode. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. A terrifying light enveloped the entire sky. Damn it! How is that possible? How can his attack be so powerful? General Xian Ying collided with his opponent. His hands went numb, and the blood in his body churned. He felt as if he had collided with 100,000 mountains. It was extremely sturdy, and the force made him have the urge to vomit blood. As expected, General Xian Ying vomited blood and flew backward. Under the power of the dragon sword soul, he kept retreating. General Xian Ying was injured. Heavens! How is that possible? The people in the distance were all stunned when they saw that. How powerful is that kid to be able to injure General Xian Ying? More importantly, wasn't he already on the verge of death? How can he still have such terrifying power? They would have believed it if he had injured General Xian Ying with those 3 sword moves. However, after using those 3 sword moves, he was obviously in a weakened state. He could even be killed at any time. However, in just a few minutes, he was full of energy again. He had injured General Xian Ying again. They could not believe it. At that moment, everyone looked forward, and their scalps went numb, especially those from the Tai dynasty. They thought that General Xian Ying would be able to suppress his opponent in an instant. However, they did not expect it to be such a scene. General Xian Ying vomited blood and retreated. He stomped on the void, creating terrifying black holes one after another. He only stopped after creating 18 black holes in a row. Damn it! His face became abnormally gloomy, and even his handsome face became incomparably distorted. Damn it! How is that possible? General Xian Ying was also extremely shocked. He did not believe that his opponent could injure him in 1 move. Buzz! He stared at the ancient sword in Lin Xian's hand, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He was determined to snatch this sword away from her. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and quickly formed a seal with his palms. In the sky, the blood that he spat out did not disappear. Instead, it quickly condensed. They formed one blood sword after another, and they charged forward. In an instant, 10 blood swords filled the air and slashed forward with a monstrous murderous aura. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. This method was too terrifying. The blood he spat out could even turn into a blood sword to kill people. And from the looks of it, its power was even more terrifying than ordinary mystiques. This General Xian Ying was also an extremely terrifying figure. A single drop of blood was enough to kill an expert. Humph! Looking at the incoming blood swords, Lin Xian coldly harumphed. He waved the ancient sword in his hand, and with the power of the great dragon sword spirit, he slashed forward. He swung his sword dozens of times in a row. Those blood swords were cut in half and dissipated into the void. Kill. The Xian Ing general roared angrily. He held his halberd with both hands and charged over again. A violent aura suddenly erupted from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. The Fangtian painting collection danced like a flood dragon, bringing with it a shocking, killing intent, completely drowning out the sky in front. Boom, boom. Another intense collision occurred, causing the world to rumble. This time, General Xian Ing was sent flying once again. His arm was numb, and the muscles on his arm were torn. Blood spurted out once more, dyeing the halberd red. Damn it! Bloodthirsty true spirit. Kill it! General Xian Ing roared angrily. Blood stained the halberd. It didn't disappear. Instead, it used this chance to activate a powerful ability. The blood on the halberd trembled rapidly. Then, it turned into terrifying blood-colored beasts that charged out from the sky. These were blood crows, and every single one of them was like precious jade, sparkling and translucent. However, these blood crows contained an extremely terrifying killing intent. The moment they appeared, they pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Buzz! A blood crow flew out, spreading its wings and bringing with it a sea of blood. The entire sky was dyed red. Boom! The second blood crow flew out from the halberd. It brought with it a boundless killing intent, causing the entire sky to tremble. Boom! 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 The third blood crow flew out. It was surrounded by mysterious blood-colored runes that made one's heart tremble. A total of 9 blood crows flew out. They flew in circles in the sky. Then, under the control of General Xian Ing, they charged forward. Boom! 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 The 9 blood crows exploded together and flew forward. A terrifying blood-colored light filled the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with a sea of blood. It was extremely terrifying. Collapse. However, Lin Xian roared angrily. On the Dragon Source ancient sword, the Dragon Soul Sword shadow exploded with a dazzling light. With a slash of the sword, the sky in front of him instantly collapsed. Countless cracks spread. Although the blood crows were powerful, they couldn't withstand this power at all. They instantly exploded into a bloody mist. This scene was too terrifying. General Xian Ying's ultimate move was useless in front of Lin Xian. It couldn't be helped. After sending out the Dragon Soul Sword, Lin Xian's combat strength was extremely powerful. Damn it, this was impossible. General Xian Ing roared crazily. He couldn't believe that Lin Xian could break his ultimate move so easily. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted because Lin Xian had already charged over with the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Buzz! 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 Another 3 shocking sword chi slashed forward. Instantly, General Xian Ing was scared out of his wits. This was because when Lin Xian used this sword technique previously, he instantly killed the Tang family's living fossil and Hong Xinyang. Now that Lin Xian was using a similar move, how could he not be afraid? To be honest, the power of these 3 sword chi was about the same as the power of the Dragon Abyss ancient sword when the 3 seals were broken. It wasn't that the Dragon Soul Sword wasn't strong, but that Lin Xian could only use this power now. This was because the Dragon Soul Sword was vast and boundless like a bottomless pit. It could unleash as much power as one poured in. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could only unleash this level of combat strength. No matter how strong he was, the spiritual power in his body wouldn't be enough. However, these 3 sword chi were enough. One sword slashed the sky piercer away, while the other sword shattered more than 10 layers of defense. Boom! General Xian Ying's armor was shattered, and a terrifying sword mark appeared, almost splitting him apart. This was only the damage caused by the aftermath of the sword chi. If the third sword slashed down, it would definitely kill him. No, Brother Wuhan, save me. Looking at the third sword chi descending from the sky, General Xian Ing roared crazily. Deep fear appeared in his eyes. He knew that he couldn't dodge this sword chi at all, nor could he resist it. He could only cry for help. His miserable voice spread and shook the surroundings. Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. What? Could it be that there's a peerless powerhouse here? Otherwise, why would General Xian Ing beg for help? One had to know that the strongest person present was General Xian Ing. Previously, the living fossil and Hong Xinyang had been killed, leaving only General Xianing. The rest of the people were not stronger than the general. Chapter 23:57. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon had killed 8 peerless experts and retreated to the side. He did not attack again because he felt that this matter was very strange. Could it be that the other party wanted to confuse them? He could not understand. However, the sword chi was about to slash down and kill General Xian Ying. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from a spirit boat in the distance. Then, a golden ray of light flew over from afar like a bolt of lightning. That golden light quickly appeared in front of General Xian Ying. Then, it transformed into an imperial gold cauldron and blocked the shocking sword light. The two collided and emitted a resplendent light. What? It was blocked. How was that possible? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all went crazy. Someone actually blocked such a terrifying sword chi. Who was it? Who was it? Indeed, there was a peerless expert hiding here. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They saw hope again, because the sword chi that even General Xian Ying could not block was easily blocked by the other party. Needless to say, the other party's strength definitely surpassed General Xian Ying's. Thinking of this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Many people cheered. However, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frowned. There was indeed someone. Moreover, it was a very terrifying expert. The other party did not show up at all. He only transformed into an aura and blocked the sword chi from the dragon's sword soul. It had to be said that it really shocked Lin Xian. Who was it? Get out here. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also roared. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out balls of dragon flame, blasting on the golden cauldron. Whoosh whoosh. The golden cauldron burned fiercely, but it did not melt. Instead, it became even more resplendent. In the next moment, tens of thousands of rays of light erupted from the cauldron, piercing through the dragon flames that filled the sky. General Xian Ying also took this opportunity to retreat far away. He quickly swallowed a pill. At the same time, his eyes were cold as he stared ahead. Humph. Do you think that a mysterious expert will be able to save you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He held his sword again and walked forward. The dragon's sword soul erupted. Another 2 shocking sword chi surged out and slashed forward. General Xian Ying's expression changed again. But soon, he snorted coldly. Since that person had already made a move, he wouldn't just watch him get killed. Sure enough, in the next moment, another beam of golden light shot out from the spirit ship in the distance. It turned into a golden continent that floated in the sky. Then, a figure appeared on the golden continent and quickly walked over. His speed was not very fast, but every step he took seemed to shrink the ground into an inch, instantly appearing in front of him. In just 2 or 3 steps, he arrived near General Xian Ying from tens of thousands of miles away. Boom! He raised his hand and clenched his fist. His fists transformed into 2 black suns and smashed onto the sword chi, producing a clanging sound. Then, the 2 disappeared into the sky at the same time. Who was this person? That was too terrifying. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes looked at that figure. The dark red divine dragon also frowned, and Lin Xian's pupils shrank, because he felt that the black fist technique used by the other party was very familiar. In front of him was a middle-aged man. He was wearing battle armor and looked very valiant. He stood in the void, and his powerful aura suppressed everything. The void under his feet was even distorted, forming a strange arc. Thank you, Brother Wuhan. General Xian Ying looked at the other party with a solemn expression. Go and rest at the side. Just leave the rest to me. The valiant man said in a deep voice. General Xian Ying nodded and retreated into the distance. It seemed that he wanted to leave the battlefield. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he snorted coldly. You want to leave? Did I say you could leave? As he said that, he slashed out with his sword. Terrifying sword chi swept across the sky like a rain of swords. A large portion of it charged towards General Xian Ying, courting death. Seeing this scene, the general roared. The valiant man also snorted coldly. He raised his large hand and slapped out. It was like a river of stars that filled the sky, cutting off all the sword chi. You want to kill in front of me? The valiant man said in a deep voice, his voice filled with killing intent. In the distance, General Xian Ying snorted coldly. Kid, you're overestimating yourself. Do you know? Who is Brother Wuhan? He's an expert from the war tribe, the Golden Lion King's uncle. This time, you're dead meat. What? The other party is actually an expert from the war tribe? Heavens! Did the war tribe really come out? No wonder. No wonder the other party is so strong. It's the legendary war tribe. Exclamations could be heard. Everyone was shocked. The dark red divine dragon also sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect an expert from the war tribe to come. Moreover, from the looks of it, this was a true supreme expert. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. So it's someone from the war tribe. No wonder the other party's ability looked familiar. He didn't expect that the war tribe would still come. Moreover, they sent out such a terrifying expert. The other party was much stronger than the Golden Lion King. There was no choice. The Golden Lion King was from the younger generation. It could be said that he was very young. The person in front of him was probably a true supreme expert who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Such an expert from the war tribe was definitely terrifying and unfathomable. You're the kid who killed the Golden Lion King? Zhang Wuhan asked coldly. That's right. I killed the Golden Lion King. Lin Xian replied. That's because he deserved to die. He deserved to die. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Zhang Wuhan's face sank. A genius from the war tribe actually deserves to die? The surrounding people were also discussing. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to say such words in front of an expert from the war tribe? Isn't this just trying to anger the other party? Lin Xian said loudly. He did deserve to die. He coveted my treasures and wanted to take them for himself. A genius from the war tribe actually dares to do such a thing. Doesn't he deserve to die? What? The Golden Lion King was killed because of this? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect there to be such a reason. Fancy your treasures? And you killed him? When Zhang Wuhan heard this, his body trembled. A terrifying killing intent surged out from his body. Then, his voice became sinister. If a genius from the war tribe wants a treasure, you have to obediently kneel down and give it to him. You actually dared to kill him? Your sin is unforgivable. I will capture you and make you kneel in front of his grave for 700 years. Every day, you will have to endure the punishment of the war tribe. Kneel down obediently? Hand it over with both hands? After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. Your war tribe is really arrogant. Do you really think that your war tribe is invincible? Lin Xian was indeed incomparably furious. He originally thought that the Golden Lion King was overbearing and arrogant enough. He didn't expect that compared to the middle-aged man in front of him, the Golden Lion King paled in comparison. Chapter 23:58. They originally thought that the Golden Lion King was already domineering and arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, compared to this middle-aged man in front of them, the Golden Lion King paled in comparison. Were all these people from the war race so unreasonable? The dark red divine dragon also screamed. Fuck! How can you say such shameless words? Are you sure you're not smearing the war race's reputation? To be honest, the dark red divine dragon had never seen such a shameless person. Humph! You're too shameless. You don't know what kind of existence our war race is. Back then, when our war race was at its peak, the world was respected. It was everyone's wish to be able to give us treasures. At that time, those who came to give us treasures could line up tens of thousands of miles away. How can an ant like you understand the strength of our war race? Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. But times have changed. Your war race was only powerful in the past. Now, it has long declined. The times are changing, and you've already been eliminated. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, shaking the 9 heavens. Hearing this, no one dared to speak and frantically retreated. Sure enough, when Zhang Wuhan heard this, he immediately became angry. He was like a demon, emitting monstrous killing intent. instantly shattering the surrounding void. Someone actually dared to look down on his war race? He couldn't tolerate it. He had to kill the other party. A terrifying fist surged out, carrying the sun, moon, and stars, wanting to destroy the entire world. This attack was too terrifying. Endless light flickered. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's expressions instantly changed. They discovered that the other party was very strong, unexpectedly strong. Even before the fist arrived, just the storm alone was enough to make their hair stand on end. This guy was at least a mid-stage 18-star expert. In addition, the war race's terrifying bloodline and powerful ability. Heavens, the power was unimaginable. The dark red divine dragon hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Kid, don't fight with him. The gap was too big. Don't worry, I still have a trump card. If the two of us join hands, we might be able to kill him. Even if we can't kill him, we have to seriously injure him. At least let him know that the war race wasn't an invincible existence. Lin Xian quickly replied. At the same time, he rapidly dodged and didn't resist at all. His body drew a streak of light in the sky, instantly pushing him far away. Humph! He was overestimating himself. He actually dared to fight against the war clan's experts? He was really courting death. Behind him, General Xianing sneered. The other party was able to kill the Golden Lion King because the Golden Lion King was young. And this Zhan Wuhan in front of him was a true war race expert. How could the other party contend against such a person? However, as soon as he sneered, he screamed in the next moment. His entire being became incomparably crazy. This was because an indescribable power was surging toward him. His soul was severely injured in an instant. Damn it, Brother Wuhan. Save me. He screamed crazily, courting death. Seeing this, Zhan Wuhan was enraged. His opponent actually had the strength to attack others while he was fighting with him? Was he looking down on him? Boom. Wuhan Zhan roared angrily and destroyed 4 of them. The terrifying chi waves enveloped an area of 100,000 miles, forcing Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon to retreat frantically. One down. Lin Xian stepped back and sneered. This was because when he was dodging just now, he had directly used the secret soul-burning technique to forcefully attack General Xianing. General Xianing also had a soul defense artifact, but he did not expect Lin Xian to attack him while fighting with the war race expert. In a moment of carelessness, he was hit by the secret soul-burning technique. Sure enough, in the next moment, his soul burned, and the pain made him scream miserably. Brother Wuhan, save me. General Xianing rolled crazily in the sky. He did not suffer any injuries, but the pain made everyone's hair stand on end. When Zhan Wuhan saw this, he frowned. Soul attack? He snorted coldly and used his divine ability to save General Xianing, but he realized that he could not do it at all. This made his face extremely gloomy. Save me! General Xianing screamed again, then stopped struggling. His body floated in the void, his eyes wide open. This was because he could not believe that he was killed by a brat. What? General Xianing was also dead. The people from the Tai dynasty felt their scalps go numb. General Xianing was the Empress' younger brother. If he died like this, how would they explain it when they returned? The Empress would probably go crazy. Everyone spat out saliva, not daring to imagine. However, they quickly put away General Xianing's body. What a terrifying soul secret technique. Zhan Wuhan's face was also solemn. He took out a jade pendant and protected his body. He had to admit that the other party's soul power attack had shocked him. On the spirit ship in the distance, a young man in white also frowned. Then, he pinched his fingers and calculated, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he turned around and left without saying anything. Kid, you will pay a painful price for your actions. Zhan Wuhan looked over again. His eyes bloomed like bolts of lightning. It was very dazzling. At this moment, he was like a god of war. Was that so? The war race's expert could not only be good at talking, right? Lin Xian sneered. Although he was mocking the other party, he was not careless at all. He quickly waved the Dragon Source ancient sword and used the great Dragon Sword Soul with all his strength. The two combined and erupted with a terrifying sword light that slashed forward. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Wuhan waved his sleeve, and a red cauldron appeared in front of him. The cauldron was more than a meter tall and was very heavy. The moment it appeared, it collapsed the void. It was very old, and some parts were even covered in dust. It seemed that it had existed for countless years. However, at this moment, the red cauldron was emitting light, and the patterns on it were clearly visible. It was a phoenix that was born from fire. It was as if a real divine beast was bound to the cauldron. The moment the cauldron appeared, it brought with it a monstrous heat wave that seemed to be able to burn everything. Looking at the incoming sword chi, Zhang Wuhan slapped the red cauldron with his palm. Buzz! Instantly, the cauldron shone brightly, and the phoenix seemed to come alive as it spread its wings and soared. Endless light rushed out, and a fiery red phoenix appeared in the sky. Flames flickered on its body, and it was extremely sharp. It was as if a real divine beast was facing the terrifying sword chi. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Dazzling light covered the entire sky. Flames were everywhere, and sword chi filled the sky. The two collided intensely and then dissipated in the sky at the same time. What? That kid actually blocked the attack of the war race's expert. Heavens! How did he do it? Everyone exclaimed when they saw this scene. The war race's expert was a legendary existence. He was like a god of war. A young man was actually able to block it. This shocked them greatly. Zhang Wuhan also frowned. He had to admit that the other party was very strong, far beyond his expectations. Chapter 23:59. Lin Xian blocked the attack, but he wasn't happy. He had used his full strength, and he had used the great dragon sword soul. He couldn't use this kind of power for long. He didn't have much spiritual power left. Even if he recovered quickly, he couldn't afford the crazy absorption of the great dragon sword soul. His opponent had already seen the heavenly secret god eyes, and he had used a defensive artifact. His sneak attack wouldn't succeed. Apart from that, there was the dragon-shaped sword shadow and the three seals of the ancient dragon abyss sword. These two attacks should be able to injure his opponent. Dark Red Dragon, prepare to attack and use your strongest killing move. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to Snowy White Marquis inside the Black Earth. Little White, prepare to attack. I'm on my side. Snowy White Marquis nodded and waited for an opportunity. Buzz. Lin Xian sent out a few rays of sword chi and rushed over. When he got close to Zhang Wuhan, the golden light in his eyes appeared again. Floating light. Humph. Zhang Wuhan activated the red furnace, and the terrifying phoenix shattered the surrounding sword chi. At the same time, a layer of ripples appeared on his body. He sneered. Another soul attack. It's useless. This is a treasure passed down from ancient times. Your soul power can't penetrate it. Indeed, if not for the incident with General Shinying, Zhang Wuhan might have been careless. His opponent's sneak attack might have succeeded. But after that incident, Zhang Wuhan was very careful. He carefully protected his soul. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of his opponent's soul attack at all. But in the next moment, he made a sound. Because he still felt a wave of soul energy. Although it was much weaker, it still reached him. This made him even more shocked. One had to know that his jade pendant was an ancient jade. It was very precious. But his opponent's soul power could still reach him. This surprised him. What kind of soul attack was this? He didn't dare to imagine. But in the next moment, he snorted and activated his defensive jade pendant. At the same time, his soul power surged out to resist the attack. He was an expert of the battle tribe. His soul power was very strong. So he defended and attacked at the same time. Soon, he dispelled the illusion brought by floating light. However, although the illusion failed, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. That was because his true attack was not floating light. All of this was bait. All right, now is the time. Let's do it. Lin Xian roared. Then, the little white monkey dashed out. In an instant, he was right in front of Zhang Wuhan. His furry little paw slapped Scarlet War's face. Wong. Zhang Wuhan felt dizzy. Although he knew he was in trouble, he couldn't react in time. Little White's attack succeeded, and it disappeared instantly. At this moment, Lin Xian, and the dark red divine dragon made their move. Lin Xian roared. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his right hand and grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow formed by the great dragon sword soul with his left hand. Then, both swords slashed forward. Wong. The third seal of the ancient dragon abyss sword was released, and its power increased dramatically, causing Lin Xian's right arm to be severed in an instant. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. He gritted his teeth and slashed forward. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his left hand exploded with a dazzling light. It turned into a real dragon and slashed forward. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also roared. Endless dragon blood aura surged from its body. It cooperated with the Earth's spiritual energy and created 18 dragon blood shadows. It charged forward. At the same time, behind him, endless light gathered and turned into a long red saber. It slashed down from the sky. The two of them attacked with their 4 ultimate moves. Boom, 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 boom. Everything in front of them was annihilated in an instant. Boom. Lin Xian's face was pale. He was blasted away by the energy. Fortunately, he summoned the dragon sword realm at the critical moment and blocked a lot of it. The dark red divine dragon beside him swung its tail and carried Lin Xian tens of thousands of miles away. The surrounding martial artists weren't so lucky. They were instantly affected and screamed. Before they could fly back, their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist. Only a few experts were able to escape. Those spiritual boats, birds, beasts, and the terrifying demon kings were all destroyed. This attack could be said to have killed most of the warriors. Less than 1,000 of them were left alive. At this moment, they were looking forward in bewilderment. Could the war tribe's experts survive after being hit by such a terrifying energy? They didn't dare to imagine. In addition, tens of thousands of miles away, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also looking forward with flickering eyes. Lin Xian swallowed another treasure. However, this time, he could only recover half of his strength. There was no other way. Using the dragon source ancient sword too many times had caused the burden on his body to reach an extreme. Therefore, no matter how many treasures he had, he couldn't recover to his peak state. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The dragon-shaped sword shadow, the dragon source ancient sword's 3 seals, and the dark red divine dragon's 2 ultimate moves. Thinking about it, he should be able to kill his opponent. After waiting for a long time, the violent energy in front of them gradually disappeared. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths, because the final result was finally about to be revealed. The sword chi that filled the sky disappeared, and a figure appeared. The armor on his body was shattered, and his hair was disheveled. It was Zhan Wuhan. At this moment, he was in an abnormally sorry state. There were many wounds on his body, and his body was on the verge of collapse. However, he didn't collapse in the end. He was fine. Seeing this scene, the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frowned. They were surprised that Zhan Wuhan didn't die after such a violent attack. One had to know that apart from the Black Earth and the Sage's Handbone, this was already the strongest power they could use. Even so, they still couldn't kill Zhan Wuhan. It had to be said that the war tribe's experts were too terrifying. Brat, how dare you injure me? I want you dead. Zhan Wuhan raised his head, and his eyes emitted a cold light. At that moment, he had indeed felt the threat of death. If he wasn't a war tribe expert and didn't have a treasure that could defend him, he would have died. That attack just now would have taken his life. He couldn't tolerate that a brat could threaten his life. In the next moment, he roared at the sky, took out a red pill the size of a longan, and swallowed it. Immediately, his body emitted crackling sounds. His damaged body and broken bones quickly healed. His originally heavily injured body recovered again, and he was heading towards his peak. What kind of pill was that? It was too heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 2360. Damn it, if the other party recovered to his peak, they would not be able to fight him at all. Therefore, he would not allow such a thing to happen. The next moment, Lin Xian summoned the Black Earth and used its powerful attack power to kill the other party. At most, he would just have to waste some resources. He could always find more in the future. Buzz. The black earth appeared, exuding an ancient aura. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were about to enter. However, Zhang Wuhan suddenly raised his hand. 5 mysterious runes appeared in his hand and rushed forward. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the seal of the 5 elements. 5 types of energy rotated in the sky, exuding a mysterious aura and sealing the black earth in the sky. Boom boom. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were bounced back. What? Lin Xian was shocked. What was going on? The black earth was sealed? Damn it, this old man was too fast. The dark red divine dragon was also hopping mad. The two of them were already fast enough. However, it did not expect the other party to be even faster. Moreover, it had already recognized that this was a terrifying seal of the 5 elements. It would be difficult to break it in a short time. Black Earth, attack! The dark red dragon roared. However, the black earth did not react at all. Damn it! The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly. Kid, do you think we don't know what trump card you have? Everything you did in General Xianying's residence has long been known to us. What? You know all of our trump cards. Lin Xian frowned. This was not good news. It could be said that it was terrible. Moreover, it did not look like it was fake. Otherwise, the other party would not have sealed the black earth as soon as they used it. Obviously, the other party knew the power of the black earth. Damn it! It was those people from the general's residence. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Back then, he had destroyed the general's residence, but there were still many warriors who survived. Those warriors must have told the other party the process of the battle. That was why his trump card was exposed. In that case, the saint's handbone would be exposed as well. It was fortunate that the snow-white monkey had caught the other party off guard. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to injure the other party. Damn it, this is going to be difficult. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The black earth had been sealed, so it was unlikely that they would be able to break it in a short period of time. Then, the only thing that could be used was the saint's handbone. However, from the looks of it, the other party seemed to have a way to deal with it. Brat, you don't have any more moves, right? Die obediently for me. Zhang Wuhan sneered and strode over. Murderous intent surged from his body. F***K. You have the nerve to say that. The dark red divine dragon cursed. How old are you? How old is he? A 1,000-year-old monster was beating up a 20-year-old boy? How could he have the cheek to say such words? Lin Xian also snorted coldly. If we're at the same level, I'll kill you like a dog. In your battle clan's younger generation, no one is my match. So what? Only geniuses who grow up are geniuses. Dead geniuses are nothing. Zhang Wuhan was completely unmoved. He admitted that the other party was indeed a genius, and he was even more terrifying than the battle clan's geniuses. However, he would not allow such a person to grow up, especially when the other party was the battle clan's enemy. If he allowed the other party to leave, then in a few hundred or 1,000 years, the other party would definitely become an invincible king. He would not invite such a powerful enemy for his family. Therefore, he had to kill the other party today. Brat, you can only blame yourself for being reckless. How dare you provoke my battle clan? Now, you can die obediently. Zhang Wuhan activated the red furnace above his head, and the crazy beast pounced down again. The void instantly collapsed as if there was a great collapse. A terrifying wave of flames swept out in all directions. Lin Xian kept retreating. At the same time, sword energy surged out from his body, forming a sword screen. However, he was still forced back. At this moment, he only had half of his usual strength. Pooh! Lin Xian spat out another mouthful of blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. Damn it! Use the saint's handbone. Use the black earth as a shield in front of me. I don't believe that guy can withstand it. Okay, I'll set up the formation now. The dark red divine dragon also nodded. He was also very displeased by the other party's arrogance. However, the other party was too powerful. Perhaps only the saint's handbone could deal with him. Hum. In the next moment, Lin Xian took out the saint's hand bone without holding back. It was a very small bone that floated in the sky. However, the aura it emitted was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Zhang Wuhan's aura. Damn it! What is that? The people in the distance felt their scalps go numb. Their faces were filled with horror. This brat actually has such a terrifying treasure? They were really shocked. If the brat used this treasure to deal with them, none of them would be able to escape. Thinking of this, they felt a chill down their backs. Heavens, what kind of existence did we provoke? The Teng family and the people from the governor's residence had ugly expressions. The people from the Tai dynasty also had grave expressions. Although they knew that the other party had a heaven-defying treasure, they had never seen it before. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, it was indeed very shocking. A saint's item. Zhang Wuhan also felt a great amount of pressure. However, the light in his eyes was indeed getting brighter. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He had to admit that the other party was not only powerful, but also had too many treasures in his hands. That long sword, the saint's hand bone, and the black spirit ship were all top-grade treasures. This was also because he did not know about the great dragon sword soul and the heavenly secret divine eyes. If he had discovered the great dragon sword soul and the heavenly secret divine eyes like the golden lion king, he would probably go crazy immediately. Boom! Lin Xian tore open the seal on the saint's hand bone. Immediately, the terrifying aura of the saint swept through the 9 heavens as if it could suppress everything in the world. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon instantly pulled away from each other. At the same time, Lin Xian summoned the black earth again to block in front of him and defend. It could not be helped. The pressure of the saint was too terrifying. In addition to the black earth, he also used the dragon sword realm. The great dragon sword soul let out a loud dragon roar to resist the terrifying pressure. Puff, puff. Lin Xian temporarily blocked the pressure of the saint. His eyes flickered. However, the people around him were not so lucky. Hundreds of cultivators were instantly crushed by the pressure of the saint. They turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The remaining people also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear as they quickly fled. It could not be helped. They could not resist the pressure of the saint at all. Buzz. Chapter 2361. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan also felt a great pressure. The flaming phoenix above his head instantly cracked, and it struggled on the ground. Then, it collapsed and turned into countless flames that scattered in all directions. The fiery red cauldron was also trembling non-stop, as if it was about to worship. Zhang Wuhan's expression was ferocious. Was this the pressure of a sage? It was indeed powerful. As expected, it was good stuff. Kid, I have to say that you have a lot of treasures in your hands. I'm going to take this sage's bone. Hearing Zhang Wuhan's voice, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Are you people from the battle tribe poor? Why do you want other people's things? The dark red dragon also spat. Shameless. Zhang Wuhan's face darkened. You sharp-tongued kid. When I catch you later, I'll knock your teeth out one by one. And you, stinky loach. I'll skin you and make you into a pair of battle boots later. Fuck. What a temper. Come here. I'll slap you to death. The dark red dragon gritted its teeth in anger. The other party was really asking for a beating. Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly and did not say anything. In the next moment, his body shone brightly. Then, a golden armor appeared and covered his body. The golden armor was too valiant. It shone brightly and shot into the sky. Not only that, but mysterious patterns floated on it, emitting a terrifying aura. Fuck, an invincible armor. Damn it, this guy actually has such a thing. When the golden armor appeared, the dark red dragon immediately screamed, and its expression became extremely ugly. What was an invincible armor? Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed to be related to invincible kings. That's right, it was indeed related to invincible kings. It was the armor worn by invincible kings. He did not expect this guy to have one. It seemed that the other party was indeed well prepared. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It was just an invincible king. Compared to a sage, it was slightly weaker. He should not be able to block it. No, not necessarily. Don't underestimate the armor of an invincible king. It was a complete armor, and it even had the consciousness of an invincible king. It was very terrifying. Although the sage's hand bone is powerful, we don't dare to unlock all the seals. In the past, we had the Black Earth, so we could unlock all the seals. Even if that guy had an invincible armor, he would not be able to block it. But now, let's wait and see. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon discussed quickly. Then, the two of them looked ahead. Ahead of them, Zhan Wuhan put on the invincible battle suit, and his body shone brightly. The ancient saint's aura immediately weakened significantly. As for the rest, he could rely on his own strength to resist them. In the next moment, he walked forward with his pulsing steps. He slowly approached the saint's hand bone. At the same time, he stretched out a palm. Above his 5 fingers, 5 balls of energy were spinning rapidly, representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was the 5-element seal from before. From the looks of it, Zhan Wuhan wanted to seal the saint's hand bone and take it for himself. But halfway through, he stopped again. Because Lin Xian tore open some more seals. Suddenly, the aura of a sage surged. Once this aura appeared, the people in the distance vomited blood again. Zhan Wuhan had no choice but to stop. The next moment, the energy in his body poured into the invincible armor, forming a dazzling light that enveloped him. Buzz! Zhan Wuhan reached out a hand and grabbed in front of him. The 5 elemental seal moved together. The light between heaven and earth trembled. The void shattered, and the sage's hand bone was completely enveloped. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's hearts were in their throats. However, the sage's hand bone was a sage's treasure. Sensing the danger of being sealed, it automatically counterattacked. A golden light shot out, piercing the 9 heavens. Boom! The 5 elemental seal was instantly shattered. Zhan Wuhan retracted his hand. His palm was bleeding profusely. How terrifying! It can't be a sage's bone. Just a ray of light could pierce through my palm. Zhan Wuhan looked at his palm and muttered to himself. However, the light in his eyes was even more dazzling. He had to get his hands on this peerless treasure. Humph! You want to snatch the sage's hand bone? Dream on. The dark red dragon sneered disdainfully. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're wearing the invincible armor? Do you think you're too weak in front of a sage? Is that so? Zhan Wuhan was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Do you think you're the only ones who have a sage's treasure? What? Hearing this, the dark red dragon was stunned. Lin Xian also frowned. What did he mean? Did he also have a sage's treasure? In the distance, the people were even more shocked. What do a bunch of ants know? Today, I'll show you. Zhan Wuhan snorted. He waved his sleeve and took out an ancient mirror. The mirror was octagonal and green. As soon as it appeared, it floated in the sky and shone down thousands of rays of light. The aura on it was extremely terrifying. It carried the might of a sage. Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified. The people in the distance immediately knelt on the ground. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's eyelids were also twitching. A complete artifact. Heavens, could it be a weapon that a sage had used before? If that was the case, there was no need to fight. No, it was not a sage's weapon. The dark red dragon realized that the mirror had been modified. Kid, did you notice? Only the centermost piece is a sage's weapon. The rest of the places were added later. So that was the case. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had indeed noticed it. Of the 8 ancient green mirrors, only the centermost piece was dark green. It was very ancient and desolate. It was completely different from the other parts of the mirror. Needless to say, that was a fragment of a sage's weapon. That fragment was only the size of a fingernail, even smaller than his sage's drum. After knowing this, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only a fragment. As long as it was not a complete sage's weapon, it would not be a fatal blow to them. However, Zhan Wuhan snorted coldly. What do you know? Although it's only a fragment, it was still refined by a supreme powerhouse of the battle tribe. Moreover, it formed a new artifact. Its power is definitely above your sage's drum bone. Just you wait. I'll show you its power soon. Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly. Buzz. He raised his hand and shot out countless rays of light into the ancient bronze mirror in front of him. Immediately, the ancient bronze mirror spun rapidly. The green light was like flowing water, sprinkling all over the world. A vast aura surged, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. The people in the distance could no longer hold on. Many of them had fainted. Only a few of the older generation were still bitterly holding on. There were still hundreds of thousands of miles between them. Chapter 2362. Zhang Wuhan had a solemn expression on his face. He was wearing the invincible king armor, which allowed him to use the six directions ancient mirror. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Monkey King were safe for the time being. This was because the sage's arm bone had blocked off the terrifying pressure. However, they still had no idea what would happen next. Kid, you can't use the sage's arm bone at all. You can only passively tear apart its power. If you do that, you will suffer immeasurable pain. Therefore, in front of me, you can't resist at all. Now, go to hell for me. Zhang Wuhan's cold voice rang out. The six directions ancient mirror above his head shone even brighter. It was like a green moon that spun in the sky. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Little White, use your ultimate move. The little white monkey did not enter the black earth. Instead, it sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and took down the small bowl above his head. Wu Ji, the treasure bowl shone brightly, forming a mysterious force that seemed to want to snatch the six directions ancient mirror. Of course, he couldn't really snatch it. After all, it was a fragment of a sage. However, he still affected the six directions ancient mirror. Wong. In the sky, the green mirror trembled. A ray of light shot down, piercing through the void and almost injuring Zhang Wuhan. Zhang Wuhan's face turned ugly. Damn it, what's going on? The other party could actually interfere with his six directions ancient mirror. He couldn't believe it. The dark red divine dragon had a smug look on its face when it saw this. Aren't the war tribe's experts powerful? What's wrong? You can't even control your own treasure? You'd better hold it tight. Don't get pierced and killed by your own family's treasure. That would be a huge joke. Damn it, I'm going to kill you guys. Hearing this, Zhang Wuhan's face darkened. Killing intent surged from his body. Boom, boom, boom. The six directions ancient mirror shot out a ray of light that turned into eternal light. It charged forward, wanting to pierce through Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Wong. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly manipulated the saint's hand bone to fight against it. One was the sage's arm bone, while the other was the sage's weapon fragment. When the two collided, terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. Boom. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragons retreated, and the black earth in front of them also retreated. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan also retreated. Although he was protected by the invincible battle armor, he did not dare to resist the pressure of a saint. Boom. Boom. Terrifying cracks appeared in the sky one after another. They were tens of thousands of meters long and were extremely terrifying. Thunder and lightning struck down from the fissure, piercing through the earth. Tens of thousands of meters away, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon used the black soil to protect their bodies. There were countless array formations around them. The two of them looked ahead with pale faces. No, the most he could do now was to fight back. However, the other party probably wouldn't dare to resist this energy head-on. We're not in any danger yet, the dark red dragon quickly said. But in the next moment, he frowned because Zhang Wuhan had charged over again. Damn it, what's going on? The dark red divine dragon screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. How could the enemy pass through such a terrifying energy barrier? But soon, he understood. The six directions ancient mirror in the other party's hand had disappeared. The other party was charging over alone. Damn it, he had used the six directions ancient mirror to block the saint's hand bone. That's right, Zhang Wuhan had done that. He had directly abandoned the six directions ancient mirror and let the two saints' items confront each other in the sky. Meanwhile, he was wearing the invincible battle armor and charging over. Even without the saint's weapon, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Go to hell, brat. Zhang Wuhan's large hand slammed down. That palm was too terrifying. It carried a sky full of lightning and flashed incomparably. It was like a sea of lightning that directly enveloped Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Clang! Lin Xian directly grabbed the black earth and blocked in front of him. Countless lightning bolts struck the black earth, causing it to shake violently. Then, Lin Xian and the others were forced to retreat. This force was too strong, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and spat out a sky full of flames. Lin Xian also roared angrily. He held the ancient sword again and charged forward. The little white monkey at the side also appeared from time to time, ready to attack at any time. But this time, Zhang Wuhan had the previous experience. His body was constantly filled with a golden light that blocked everything. Although Little White was fast, she could not get close to him now. Bang! Bang! After dozens of moves, Lin Xian vomited blood and was sent flying. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also tumbling in the sky. Both of them were injured. It could not be helped. Zhang Wuhan was too strong. And what was worse was that he was wearing an invincible battle armor. The invincible battle armor's defense was terrifying. It was comparable to a heaven-grade weapon. This kind of defense was innately invincible. Humph! You two ants dare to attack me? Zhang Wuhan looked ahead and sneered. He once again slapped out two thunder palms and sent the two of them flying. Damn it! Lin Xian roared angrily. The dragon-shaped sword appeared again. He grabbed it and slashed forward. Buzz! The energy that he had recovered was instantly sucked away. Boom! The terrifying sword light was like a flying dragon. It slashed on Zhang Wuhan's body with a deafening sound. Zhang Wuhan was sent flying, vomiting blood. Although he was wearing the invincible battle armor and was not cut open, however, that terrifying power passed through the armor and struck his body, causing his insides to continue to churn. What was that sword energy? After flying for a few thousand meters, Zhang Wuhan stopped. His face was extremely gloomy. His opponent could actually hurt him through the invincible battle armor. He did not dare to believe it. What shocked him even more was that it was not caused by his opponent's sword, but a blurry sword shadow. What was that? His eyes were like lightning as he stared at the sword shadow. However, at that moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Then, thunder began to fall. Damn it! Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The dark red dragon controlled the terrifying lightning and descended. The five-colored lightning was like a heavenly tribulation. It pierced through the void and sent Zhang Wuhan flying again. Zhang Wuhan's body was pitch black. His hair was standing on end. His face was also charred. His eyes were extremely ferocious. Damn it, what was going on? This snake was actually able to injure him? Zhang Wuhan flew out of the crack in the ground and returned to the sky. He looked at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Good, good, good. The two of you have completely infuriated me. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Clang! Fearless lion seal. Zhang Wuhan formed a seal with his palms and attacked. Buzz! The golden light on his body shot into the sky. He turned into a golden lion and charged over. Boom! The dark red dragon swung its tail and slammed into the golden lion. Chapter 2363. Seal of the Fearless Lion. Heavens! How could he withstand the seal of the Fearless Lion? The surrounding people were shocked. Wasn't that the battle tribe's mystique? How could he do it? Even Zhang Wuhan's pupils constricted. His face was filled with shock. Boom! 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 In the sky, the two giant golden lions collided, tearing the void apart. But soon, the golden lion that Lin Xian had unleashed dimmed and was torn apart. That was because Zhang Wuhan was too powerful. Moreover, Lin Xian was injured, and his strength was only half of what it was before. Therefore, there was no way he could fight back. Pong! Lin Xian was sent flying once again, coughing up blood. The dark red dragon flew out and exchanged blows with Zhang Wuhan. The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows. Then, the dragon flew back as well, grimacing in pain. Damn it! Isn't this guy's strength too strong? There was nothing they could do. Although Zhang Wuhan did not have the sage artifact fragment, he was wearing the invincible armor. The two of them could not break through his defense. Humph! The two of you are no match for me. Zhang Wuhan sneered. Although he was also suspicious of how Zhang Wuhan could use the seal of the fearless lion, he thought that once he captured Zhang Wuhan, he would be able to find out all of his secrets. Wong. He stretched out a large palm and grabbed at Zhang Wuhan. The huge palm flashed with shocking power and enveloped Lin Xian. Wong. Floating light. Soul ignition. At this critical moment, Lin Xian quickly dodged. At the same time, he used the two killer moves of the heavenly secret god eyes. This time, he spared no effort in unleashing it. Because right now, his strongest attack was his soul force. Wong. Wong. The light on Zhang Wuhan's body fluctuated. Clearly, the two killer moves had triggered his soul defense artifact. Instantly, ripples appeared. The surrounding space was also strangely distorted. Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly and increased his defense. However, in the next moment, he still groaned, because he felt as if his soul was about to split open. It was as if a sharp sword had pierced his soul. Damn it! Zhang Wuhan roared. His black hair danced wildly in the wind. His head seemed to have split open. He held his head with both hands and roared nonstop. Boom! Boom! Terrifying cracks appeared in the void one after another, and the huge palm of light in the sky also disappeared. Traceless War was in a state of madness. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon took this opportunity to retreat quickly. Not only that, but the two of them also launched an attack. Wong. Lin Xian once again summoned the great dragon sword soul. The dragon-shaped sword shadow floated in the air, and he grabbed it. He gritted his teeth and roared. He quickly slashed out a dragon-shaped sword energy that danced in the air and viciously struck forward. Clang! The dark red divine dragon's body, which was 100 feet long, continued to dance. The scales on its body flew off and formed a long red saber that slashed down from the sky. The saber and the sword were extremely sharp as they enveloped Zhang Wuhan. Boom! An intense collision sounded. The invincible armor exploded with golden light, covering the entire sky. Violent energy erupted like a torrential flood. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were sent flying by this energy. The two of them kept retreating, but their eyes were incomparably bright as they stared straight ahead. After a long time, the energy in front of them gradually disappeared. A roar came from the void. Zhang Wuhan's hair was disheveled, his face pale, and there was blood on his body. The invincible armor also dimmed a little, but it did not crack. Even so, Zhang Wuhan was still affected. His internal organs were injured, and even a few of his ribs were broken. Zhang Wuhan could not accept this. After all, he was wearing the invincible armor. Ordinary almighties could not break his defense at all. But now, the man and the dragon had actually managed to injure him. Damn brat, you'll pay a painful price. Zhang Wuhan gritted his teeth, his expression unusually ferocious. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and charged forward again. His black fist was as dazzling as the sun, flashing in the sky. The terrifying light was like an ocean, illuminating tens of thousands of feet. Bam bam! Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were sent flying. The two of them crashed into a few mountains. Humph! Zhang Wuhan charged again. In the sky, the blazing sun fist danced continuously, erupting with terrifying power. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon gritted their teeth and quickly dodged. Damn it, this can't go on. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Xian continued to swallow pills, preparing to recover his strength. But in the next moment, he roared angrily. Damn it, he did not care about his injuries anymore. Instead, he charged forward like a madman. In front of him, Zhang Wuhan had abandoned him and the dark red divine dragon to attack the saint's hand bone. It seemed like he wanted to take it. Lin Xian would not let him succeed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The demigods and semi-devils left after images in the air as he charged forward. At the same time, he formed seals and frantically tore open the seal on the saint's hand bone. Hum, hum. The saint's aura appeared again, sweeping through heaven and earth, forming a golden storm. The surrounding space trembled violently. Lin Xian was instantly sent flying. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan was also vomiting blood. His face was pale. As for the martial artists in the distance, they were affected by the golden light. Then, their eyes widened as they exploded into a bloody mist. Kid. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and caught Lin Xian. At the same time, it dripped a few drops of dragon blood on him. Don't worry, I won't die. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Then, he asked, that guy didn't succeed, right? Don't worry, he didn't. That guy was also sent flying. The dark red divine dragon hurriedly said, That's good. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After absorbing a few drops of dragon blood, he recovered a little. Crack. He stood up and looked forward. Opposite him, Zhang Wuhan was roaring crazily. His injuries had worsened. After all, he had been affected by the saint's energy. Even with the invincible armor, it was useless. But this time, he did not give up. He took out a golden pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Then, he strode forward. This time, he must take the saint's hand bone for himself. It's not that easy to get the saint's hand bone. At most, we'll die together. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with madness. He once again tore open the saint's seal without any regard for his life. He and the dark red divine dragon blocked the saint's energy with the black earth. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan held the six harmonies mirror and fought. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Wuhan retreated, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were sent flying, vomiting blood again. Seeing this, Zhang Wuhan sneered. Kid, we're both injured, but you can't outlast me. I have the invincible armor. What do you have? In a few more times, I won't even have to do anything. You'll be killed by the saint's aura. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 2364. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. In the next moment, he held the ancient sword and slashed at the sage's hand bone. Damn brat, how dare you? Seeing this, Zhang Wuhan's expression changed again. He controlled the six directions ancient mirror and unleashed a sky full of light that enveloped him. At the same time, he frantically retreated. He had no choice. The collision of auras and slashing were two completely different things. Although the previous impact was fierce, Zhang Wuhan was able to withstand it with the invincible armor and the six directions ancient mirror in his hand. However, it was different now. When the sword slashed at the sage's hand bone, it completely activated the power of the sage's hand bone. Even if he had the invincible armor, it would not work. After all, he was not a true invincible king. However, he could not care less now. The energy in his body surged out crazily and poured into the invincible armor and the ancient mirror in his hand. At this moment, he even activated the power of his bloodline. As soon as he moved, a violent energy surged toward him. It hit him. Boom, boom, boom. The invincible armor shone brightly, forming a terrifying defense. The six directions ancient mirror in his hand also released tens of thousands of auras. Boom, boom. The collision of the two was earth-shattering. However, Zhang Wuhan was still instantly engulfed. On the other side, Lin Xian was also affected. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged out and enveloped him. At the same time, the black earth blocked in front of him. It kept expanding until it turned into a black mountain. Crack, crack. The dark red divine dragon used a secret technique and the dragon blood in his body surged. In a flash, he appeared beside Lin Xian and unleashed a sky full of arrays to resist the terrifying aura in front of him. In the next moment, he was also engulfed by the sage's light. The sage's light was too terrifying. It spread out in all directions. 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 500,000 miles. It was completely enveloped. Within a radius of 500,000 miles, the world changed drastically. Mountains and rivers collapsed in an instant. Cracks appeared in the sky, and the earth were formed. A terrifying explosion rang out, and shockwaves filled the sky, spreading out in all directions. Everyone within a radius of 1,000,000 miles felt it. They all looked up in horror. When they saw the bright light in the distance and the terrifying aura emitted, everyone's scalps went numb. The almighties in the nearby cities all flew into the sky, their faces filled with horror. Damn it, who is fighting? What a terrifying aura. Some of the older generation figures also walked out one after another. Even the living fossil-level old men could no longer remain calm. At this moment, everyone was focused. However, no one dared to the front. That was because the aura in front of them made them tremble even though they were millions of miles away. Who dared to go forward? They only dared to watch from afar. After a long time, the terrifying light gradually disappeared, and the surrounding energy receded like a tide. The cracks in the sky, but the earth, however. The cracks on the ground could not be mended. The ground was overturned and cracks that were hundreds of thousands of miles long appeared, forming a Grand Canyon. He was Zhang Wuhan. At this moment, the invincible armor on Zhang Wuhan's body was very dim. Many of the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were severely injured. His face was pale, and he kept vomiting blood. The six-direction ancient mirror floated beside him. Fortunately, the mirror had blocked the most terrifying impact and saved his life. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Damn it, damn it. Zhang Wuhan took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. He gritted his teeth. He did not expect that something like this would happen when he was trying to capture a brat. He almost lost his life. Even if he did not die, he was seriously injured. It would probably take a lot of effort to fully recover. His expression darkened, but fortunately, he survived. Thinking about it, that kid and that snake should have been killed, right? After all, those two did not have the invincible armor or the defense of a sage's weapon. He had to recover some of his strength before thinking of a way to find that brat's body. That brat must have countless secrets, especially that sword, the black earth, and the sage's hand bone in the sky. He had to get them all. Although he was seriously injured this time, those treasures were enough to drive him crazy. That was because he could tell that those treasures would cause everyone to go crazy if they were taken out. It was a great fortune for him to be able to obtain them all. Clang. He sat down cross-legged and wanted to recover. However, not long after, he frowned. That was because he sensed an aura fluctuation in the distance. Sure enough, in the next moment, he looked over and saw that a few huge rocks had been pushed away from the ruins in the distance. Then, a red ray of light rushed up. Ouch! It hurts so much. The dark red dragon grimaced and kept complaining. At that moment, he was also dispirited, and his head was drooping. There were many cracks on his body, and he grimaced in pain. Cough, cough. Next to him, Lin Xian also stretched out a hand and pushed away the rocks on his body. At the same time, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were more serious, but fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul to protect his body. In the end, he managed to block the pressure of the sage. Damn it, they're not dead. When Zhang Wuhan saw that, his face immediately darkened. He did not expect the two of them to survive. This really surprised him. How did they survive? He was too shocked. One had to know that he was able to survive because he was wearing the invincible armor and had the 6 directions ancient mirror in his hand. As for the other party, their black earth had been sealed, and the sage's hand bone had not helped them. Apart from an ancient sword, there was probably nothing else in it. But how did they survive? Damn it! What exactly is that sword shadow on them? Zhang Wuhan's face was extremely gloomy. He did not suspect that it was the great dragon sword soul. After all, he did not think in that direction at all. Previously, the Golden Lion King had discovered it because Lin Xian had directly simulated many of the war tribe's grand theurgies, causing the Golden Lion King to be suspicious. In the previous battle with Zhang Wuhan, the two of them had directly used their trump cards, so Zhang Wuhan still did not know. Damn it, they're not dead. So what? I can kill them with my own hands. Zhang Wuhan gritted his teeth and crazily swallowed pills again. As a powerhouse of the war tribe, he had a lot of resources in his hands. At this moment, he wanted to recover as soon as possible and kill the other party with his own hands. Damn it, that guy is not dead. The dark red divine dragon looked around and immediately discovered Zhang Wuhan. It immediately screamed. Lin Xian's face also darkened. This was not good news. Damn it, he's swallowing pills. Chapter 2365. Damn it, he's swallowing pills. Damn it, should I attack now? The dark red dragon swung its tail, wanting to fly over. However, before it could fly, it fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it, my injuries are too serious. Wu Ji, the little white monkey, also lowered its head and laid on Lin Xian's shoulder, unwilling to move. Forget it, let's recover first. Lin Xian took out the remaining pills and swallowed them. Now that the Black Earth had been sealed, he didn't have many pills and treasures left in his possession. Most of them were inside the Black Earth. He could not take them now. He could only use the longevity art to swallow the remaining pills and absorb the surrounding spirit qi. However, his injuries were too serious. Moreover, Zhang Wuhan had the magical pills of the battle tribe. Therefore, before long, Zhang Wuhan stood up, pulled out a long golden saber, and walked over. Although he walked unsteadily, the killing intent on his body became more and more intense. Boom! However, after taking 2 steps, an explosion suddenly came from the sky. Immediately after, a ray of light descended from the sky. Damn it, someone's coming. Seeing this, Zhang Wuhan immediately stopped in his tracks. His eyes were cold as he looked in front of him in shock. He gripped the 6 directions ancient mirror in his hand tightly, and the golden armor on his body quickly covered him. What a joke. He was seriously injured now. He might not even be able to defeat an almighty. If the other party killed him and took his treasures, he would suffer a great loss. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon also became nervous. They were in the same state. The light in the sky quickly pressed down. It was also a spirit boat. At this moment, there were a few figures standing on it with cold expressions. There were quite a few of them. This scene made Zhang Wuhan and Lin Xian frown. Buzz. The spirit boat floated in the air. The people on it glanced at Zhang Wuhan, Lin Xian, and the dark red dragon. Then, they stared at the Black Earth. Buzz. Among them, an elder walked out. With a wave of his hand, the Black Earth floated in the air and flew towards their spirit boat. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that they wanted to snatch the Black Earth? Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon was enraged. Lin Xian's face also darkened. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan also frowned. This was because he had already treated the Black Earth as his spoils of war. Now, someone actually wanted to interfere. This was something he couldn't tolerate. For a moment, all 3 of them looked up at the sky. However, the old man in the sky snorted coldly. He actually dared to seal it. He was really courting death. As he spoke, the old man's 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed forward. Instantly, the 5-element seal was crushed. What? So powerful. Seeing this, the Crimson Divine Dragon, Lin Xian, and Zhang Wuhan were shocked. They didn't act rashly because the other party was able to break the 5-element seal with a single grab. This was indeed beyond their expectations. This was especially so for the dark red divine dragon and Zhang Wuhan. The 2 of them knew very well how terrifying the 5-element seal was. Who exactly was the other party? Once the 5-element seal was broken, He Tu's voice could be heard. Kid, are you all right? At the same time, a figure flew out. The person who came out was naturally Xia Xingchen. However, when the old man saw Xia Xingchen, he was also excited. Young lady, I finally found you. Why are you guys here? Xia Xingchen looked at the old man and the people on the spirit boat behind him and said casually, Don't worry. Her big eyes narrowed into crescents. The asterisk M in it, they actually know each other. Seeing this, Zhang Wuhan's face darkened and he took a few steps back. Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. They could tell that these people were here to look for Xia Xingchen. Thinking of this, they smiled. That's great. Young lady, where did you run off to? The old man asked worriedly. A few youths also walked out of the spirit boat behind them. They stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon and said coldly, "Is it these two kids? How dare you capture our young lady? You're dead meat." With that said, their bodies emitted a biting cold killing intent. "No, it's not." Xia Xingchen said, "Stop it. It's not them. I was captured by a few big baddies, and Big Brother Lin saved me." "That kid saved you? Then how did you get sealed?" The few of them frowned. That was because the spirit boat from before had a powerful seal placed on it. Even ordinary almighties would not be able to open it. It was all because of that baddie. Xia Xingchen pointed at Zhang Wuhan and said, "This guy is a baddie. He's the one who sealed the spirit boat." Hearing this, the old man and the youths behind him looked away from Lin Xian and stared at Zhang Wuhan. Soon, their pupils constricted. Invincible armor. The youth's eyes burned with passion, but the old man frowned. "Who are you?" "Humph." Zhang Wuhan snorted, and the invincible armor on his body shone brightly. At the same time, the Six Harmonies mirror floated above his head, emitting a sage's aura. Feeling this aura, the youths and the old man all frowned. "Damn it. Hurry up and protect Miss." They shielded Xia Xingchen behind them. However, at this moment, another figure walked out of the spirit boat. This was an old man with a head full of white hair and beard. He was leaning on a walking stick. He didn't have a terrifying aura, just like an ordinary grandpa next door. However, the moment he came out, the pressure of the sage's aura disappeared instantly. "Grandpa, you're here too." Seeing this old man, Xia Xingchen flew over happily. "You little girl, you always make people worry." The old man rubbed Xia Xingchen's head lovingly. Then, he waved his sleeve, and countless runes flashed, completely sealing the sage's hand bone that was still floating in the air. "What?" Seeing this, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon god were shocked. As for Zhan Wuhan, his pupils constricted. Heavens, who is this person? He sealed the sage's hand bone with a raise of his hand. Needless to say, the other party must have surpassed an almighty and might even be an invincible king. Thinking of this, Zhan Wuhan tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. However, the old man looked at him and said calmly, "People of the battle tribe, you finally can't hold it in anymore and want to come out? You know my identity." Zhan Wuhan's eyelids twitched because the old man in front of him was too mysterious. However, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since you know my identity, there are some things you shouldn't care about. You can take your granddaughter away. I won't care about you. However, this kid has to stay. He killed an almighty prodigy of the battle tribe. I won't let him go." "What? Killed an almighty prodigy of the battle tribe?" Chapter 2366. Previously, when they looked around, they found that the other party's aura was very weak and he was covered in blood. But now, after hearing what he said, they knew that they had underestimated him. The war tribe was a legendary powerful race that lived for war. The prodigies of the war tribe were definitely terrifying, but he was killed by the other party. It was shocking. Moreover, it seemed that the sage's hand bone above his head was also his. A young man actually had a sage's item. It was indeed shocking. "Humph." Sensing Zhan Wuhan's killing intent, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand to recall the sage's hand bone. Then he said, "You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." At this moment, the old man with the walking stick also spoke. "All right, little guy, you should go back," the old man said to Zhan Wuhan. Hearing this, Zhan Wuhan snorted coldly, and a look of displeasure appeared in his eyes. The other party called him a little guy. Although he looked young, his actual age was more than 1,000 years old. How could someone like him be a little guy? However, in the next moment, Zhan Wuhan was stunned, and his eyes were filled with shock. Because the old man continued to speak. "Zhan Lingtian is still alive, right? Send him my regards." "Senior, you are?" Zhan Wuhan was too shocked, or even terrified, because Zhan Lingtian was one of the ancestors of the war tribe. Furthermore, This name was not something that just anyone could know. Apart from the internal members of the war tribe, very few people outside knew about it. However, the person in front of him actually knew about it, and there was even a hint of mockery in his tone. This shocked him greatly. What's going on? Could it be that the old man in front of him knew their ancestor? Zhang Wuhan did not dare to be presumptuous anymore. Coupled with the fact that the other party had sealed the sage's hand bone with a single move. Needless to say, the old man in front of him must be an extremely terrifying person. Since Senior has spoken, I'll spare him this time, Zhang Wuhan said in a deep voice. He knew that he couldn't succeed this time. Not to mention the old man. The people around him were also very powerful. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. After saying that, Zhang Wuhan looked at Lin Xian again. Kid, you're very lucky this time. I'll spare your life. However, the next time they met, they wouldn't be so lucky. Humph. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Don't worry, you don't have to hold back, because the next time we meet, I will personally kill you. Acting recklessly, Zhang Wuhan's eyes were cold. However, he quickly turned around and left. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back, and Scarlet's war disappeared. Damn it, that guy finally left. Seeing the other party leave, the dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he quickly looked towards the elder. Thank you, Senior, for your help. I am extremely grateful. Little girl, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, my granddaughter would have suffered even more. That's right, Big Brother Lin, thank you so much this time. Kid, why don't we leave? This old man is too scary. My hair stands on end just by standing here. At the side, the dark red dragon felt uncomfortable all over. That was because although the old man had a benevolent appearance and did not emit any aura, he felt that his secret was completely exposed before the old man's eyes. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. Lin Xian also felt the same, let alone the dark red dragon. Although the old man's gaze was gentle, it was boundless. It was as if he could see through her body. He had never encountered such a situation before. Needless to say, the old man must be a super expert. Senior, I still have some matters to attend to. Lin Xian decided to leave. However, Xia Xingqian was a little reluctant. Big Brother Lin, don't go. Look, you're injured. You haven't recovered yet. What if that big bad guy is hiding nearby? I'm afraid you'll be in danger then. How about this? You come back with me, and I'll treat you well. There's no need for that. Lin Xian shook his head. Go back? Go back to where? Peach Blossom Island? That's above the East Sea, even further than Eastern Wilderness. He still had matters to attend to in Zhong State. Little girl, don't worry, we have some manners in Zhong State. You can rest there. The old man seemed to have seen through Lin Xian's thoughts, so he said with a smile. Lin Xian's face was a little pale. The feeling of being seen through at a glance was really terrible. However, the old man's smile deepened. He stared at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon and nodded slightly. He seemed to be very satisfied. Kid, don't be unappreciative. It's your fortune to be chosen by our master. The few young men beside him said coldly. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. What kind of joke is this? This kid actually wants to refuse? Doesn't he know who his master is? To be honest, Lin Xian really didn't know. You guys, don't be rude to Big Brother Lin. Xia Xingqian snorted. The few young men quickly responded, Yes, miss, we were wrong. The old man in front of them smiled. My name is Xia Juyo. You can call me Elder Xia or Grandpa Xia like Xingqian. Hearing this, the old man and the few young men's eyelids twitched. What's going on? Why is our master acting like this? Heavens! Who is this young man in front of us? How can he be so valued by our master? Lin Xian scratched his head and said, Then I'll call you Elder Xia. At the side, the dark red dragon was also extremely shocked. Xia Juyo, where have I heard this name before? He was very confused because he felt like he had heard this name before. However, he couldn't recall it at the moment. All right, I'll disturb you then. Lin Xian also felt that it wasn't good to delay any longer. Therefore, he decided to leave with the other party. After all, Xia Xingqian was right. Who knew if Zhang Wuhan had left? If Zhang Wuhan was hiding here, then they would really be in danger. Then, the group boarded the spirit boat, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into the sky. The spirit boat flew at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and Snow White little host stayed in the room. They were quickly recovering their bodies. After all, the previous battle had consumed too much of their energy, especially Lin Xian, who had suffered serious internal injuries. Even if he had treasures, he probably wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. He had no choice. He had used the Great Dragon Sword Soul multiple times, unlocked the third level of the Ancient Dragon Abyss Sword's power, and even unlocked the seal on the Sage's handbone. Every single one of them was a serious blow to his body. If it wasn't for his strong martial arts foundation and the fact that he had consumed a lot of treasures, he would have been dead by now. The dark red dragon said softly as he swallowed the treasures. Kid, be careful. That old man is too scary. Chapter 2367. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Then, he lowered his voice and asked, "What realm do you think he has reached?" "I don't know, but ever since I broke the seal, there are only two people who can give me this feeling. One is him, and the other is that old drunkard who used to be by your side." "You're talking about Wine Lord?" Lin Xian was shocked. He had seen how mysterious and terrifying Wine Lord was. Moreover, Wine Lord was the owner of the devouring sword. He could be said to be a peerless expert. Lin Xian didn't expect the dark red dragon to have such a high opinion of this old man. Most likely, the other party must be a terrifying peerless expert. Fortunately, the only thing that made Lin Xian relax was that the other party hadn't shown any hostility, nor had they tried to pry into their treasures. In fact, the old man didn't even look at the sage's hand bone. Even so, Lin Xian didn't plan to expose the secret of the dragon's sword soul and the Tianji godly eyes. After all, these two items were treasures of heaven and earth. Even an invincible expert would be tempted by them. Therefore, it was best not to expose them. Just as he was thinking, the door opened. Xia Xingchen ran in. "Big brother Lin." "Xingchen, why are you here?" Lin Xian smiled and stood up. Xia Xingchen, on the other hand, carried a box and skipped into the room. "Grandpa said that your injuries were too serious, so he asked me to bring you some medicine." Then, Xia Xingchen opened the box in her arms. The dark red dragon was a little disdainful at first because there were many treasures in the Black Earth. These were all things that they had snatched from the hands of powerful experts. However, when he saw what was in the box, he was stunned and screamed. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Xian was confused. The dark red dragon pointed at the item in the box and said excitedly, "Heavens, this is the supreme heavenly vitality ointment. This is the 9 Suns soul refining pill. Damn, these are all good treasures." The dark red divine dragon was too shocked because these were all legendary spiritual herbs. "You know these things? Are they magical?" Lin Xian was puzzled. He had never heard of these people before. The dark red divine dragon snatched the box over and said, "Of course I recognize it. This is the highest heaven essence ointment. No matter how severe your injuries are, you'll recover immediately after applying it." And this, the Juyang spirit refining pill, was even more miraculous. Just one pill could heal an internal injury. "Brat, you're so heavily injured now. I reckon that even with the pills in our hands, you'll still need a long time to recover. But now, if you consume these two, you can instantly return to your peak." "What? So magical?" Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect the ointment Xia Xingchen was hugging to have such a miraculous effect. At the side, Xia Xingchen was amazed. "Wow, Xiaolong, you know so much." "Hee hee, little Xingchen, you don't have any more of this medicine. Give us some more." The dark red divine dragon walked over and grinned as it ate. Although what was in the box was enough for them, the dark red dragon god wanted to collect some. If he suffered any injuries in the future, it would be easier for him to recover. Xia Xingchen pouted and said, "No, Grandpa said that the dosage is more than enough for you guys." "Damn, is your grandpa an old monster? How can he calculate everything so accurately?" The dark red dragon god complained. Xia Xingchen said, "Don't talk about my grandpa like that." Fine, fine, fine. I won't say it. The little girl is angry. The dark red dragon god shrugged and began to apply the ointment. He consumed the Jiuyang spirit refining pill. Lin Xian also applied the highest heaven essence ointment on his body. Instantly, he felt a cool and refreshing aura hit him in the face. All the bones and muscles in his body were instantly restored. How magical! Lin Xian was shocked. Beside him, the cracks on the dark red dragon god's body were also repaired. Seeing this magical ointment, Lin Xian consumed the Jiuyang spirit refining pill again. Instantly, the medicinal liquid turned into a warm energy that circled around his body. Big brother Lin, you should rest first. When the spirit boat lands, I'll come and play with you again. Xia Xingchen left happily. After closing the door, Lin Xian continued to hover. The art of longevity circulated in his body and absorbed the medicinal power of the Jiuyang spirit refining pill. While Lin Xian was recovering on the other side, there was a huge uproar in the Ninli dynasty. When the people in the nearby cities saw the golden light disappear, the terrifying energy also gradually dissipated. These people couldn't help but go to investigate. When they saw it, they were scared out of their wits. The area within a radius of 500,000 miles was destroyed beyond recognition. The ground was filled with corpses. Blood gathered into a river and surged in the air for a long time. Heavens! How many experts had died? They didn't know, because the aura of each and every one of those who died shocked them to the core. There were probably quite a number of peerless almighties. There were even more ordinary supreme experts. These people's faces changed drastically. What happened? Why did so many experts die? How terrifying! Someone saw the flying snake that was split in half on the ground. The corpse that was nearly 1,000 meters long lay there. It smashed the ground. What a terrifying demonic aura. This should be the flying snake. Isn't this the demonic beast of the Tang family? Why is it here? Heavens, could it be that the martial artists of the Tang family were killed here? These people should be from the city lord mansion of Qianshan City. Someone was shocked. These were all powerhouses of the big families. Exclamations sounded one after another. In the end, someone screamed that the people of the Tai dynasty were also killed here. Their scalps went numb in disbelief. Who was it that killed so many powerhouses? The news spread like a storm, and the entire Ninli dynasty was in an uproar. Tang Jiazhen was shocked and couldn't believe it. The city lord mansion of Qianshan City was even more terrified. The other major clans were all stunned as well. Others didn't know what was going on, but they knew. This time, they had the city lord mansion of Qianshan City, the Tang family, and the Tai dynasty. They had joined forces with the powerhouses of dozens of big families to kill Lin Xian. Before this, they didn't take it to heart at all. Because with such a team, no one would be able to escape, let alone a young boy. However, the result was far beyond their expectations. They were all killed. The powerhouses of dozens of families and the powerhouses of the three big families were all killed. None of them returned alive. Was this something that a young boy could do? They couldn't believe it. Perhaps even a peerless mighty figure couldn't do it, unless an invincible king made a move. Could it be that there was an invincible king behind that young boy? These people discussed animatedly, not daring to believe it. However, when the news spread to the Tai dynasty, the imperial palace was shocked. Especially the people on the first prince's side, they were stunned and couldn't believe it. What was going on? All the people they sent were killed? Even General Xianying was killed? No. Damn it. This was impossible. The empress roared angrily, causing everyone to tremble and kneel on the ground. Chapter 2368. Even General Xianying was killed? No. Damn it. This was impossible. The empress roared angrily. Everyone trembled in fear and knelt on the ground. These people were indeed afraid because General Xianying was the empress's younger brother. How could the empress accept his death? Who was it? Damn it. Who was the one who did it? Just who was standing behind that kid? The empress roared crazily. To be honest, she could not believe it. The people she had sent out this time were all elites. More importantly, the war tribe's powerhouse, Zhang Wuhan, had also been dispatched. With Zhang Wuhan taking action, No matter how strong the enemy was, they would not be a match for him. However, General Xianying was killed. The war tribe's powerhouse, Zhang Wuhan, was nowhere to be found. This made her extremely shocked. Do a thorough investigation. Send out 1,000,000 troops. I must capture that kid and tear him into pieces. The news could not be hidden. The Empress and the first prince were shocked and furious. Meanwhile, there was an uproar elsewhere. Those who supported the first prince had gloomy expressions. Meanwhile, the eighth prince, who was the current crown prince, laughed heartily. The princes and elders who supported him were also very surprised. The reason for that was because this news was simply too shocking. They had seen Lin Xian before. He was once the eighth prince. Later on, when he was hunted down, they had secretly helped him. But who would have thought that the other party would make such a big news? Even General Xianying had been killed. Ha 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 ha. I knew that Brother Lin would be fine. The crown prince was very happy. The surrounding elders were also astonished. How did that kid do it? It was definitely not him. There must be a mysterious force behind him. But I heard that the war tribe's powerhouse, Zhang Wuhan, also went with him. He could not do anything to the other party. Heavens, could the force behind him be able to fight against the war tribe? Many people sucked in a cold breath. But no matter what, it was good news for them. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were on a spirit boat, flying quickly. After flying for a few days, the spirit boat slowed down and descended. They had arrived. Lin Xian, the Crimson Divine Dragon, and the others also stood up when they sensed this. Before long, the spirit boat landed. Lin Xian opened the hatch, and the group walked down. In front of him stood a towering mountain surrounded by clouds. Silver waterfalls hung from the mountain peaks in the distance, as if it was the Milky Way. He was surrounded by grasslands and spirit gardens in the distance. There were even a few spirit springs in the surroundings. Many rare beasts were also roaming around here. This place was simply like a paradise on earth. Big Brother Lin, we are here. This is the place. Xia Xingqian also ran over and tugged on Lin Xian's arm. Next, Lin Xian and the others entered the fairyland ahead. They arrived at Qingxiao Peak. The scenery there was beautiful, and there was a large waterfall below his feet. It was like an enormous silver dragon, releasing thunderous sounds. While Xia Xingqian played with Lin Xian, Xia Jiuyo and the others entered the depths of the wonderland. Master, why did you bring him here? The old man behind him was puzzled. Although the little princess was indebted to him, it would have been enough to give him some cultivation technique manuals or treasures. There was no need to bring him here. We don't even know his identity. If he exits in the future and reveals our location, I'm afraid we will be in trouble. The old servant was very worried. However, Xiaojio slowly turned around after hearing that. You don't know his identity, but I do. Master, could it be that this kid really has some background? After waiting for so many years, he is finally here. Xiaojio's eyes lit up. I don't have much time left. It's time to make some arrangements. What? Master? Hearing this, the old man immediately panicked. Master, nothing will happen to you. You will definitely succeed. However, Xiaojio shook his head. I know my own situation very well. That young man is incredible. Although he is young, his future is limitless. Is he really that powerful? Looks like I'm a little lacking compared to those saints and princes. He is not inferior. Believe me, it won't be long before he completely surpasses those people. Xiaojio smiled. After all, he possessed the great dragon sword soul. What? The great dragon sword soul? You mean that the great dragon sword soul with the strongest attack is in the hands of that kid? The old servant was shocked and in disbelief. He did not expect that the kid would have such a trump card. That's right. It was the great dragon sword soul with the strongest attack. Xiaojio smiled and nodded. The old servant was still a little worried. Even if he has enough talent and opportunities, we still don't know his character. Isn't it a little too rash to take him in so hastily? There is no need to test him. This is someone recommended by an old friend. There is nothing wrong with the person he recommended. Xiaojio said. Moreover, I am not in a good state now. I am afraid that I can't continue to host. How about this? I plan to let him take over my position. What? Take over your position? This time, The old servant was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. This news was even more shocking than when he heard about the great dragon sword soul. That was because the old man's identity was terrifying. Not to mention his strength, the matter that he was hosting now was enough to rule the entire Middle State continent. But now, the old man wanted to let a kid take over. This was unbelievable. Go and inform them that I have something to announce. Yes. The old servant hurriedly left. However, he was extremely shocked because he knew that something extremely big was about to happen. After the old servant left, Xia Jiuyo's eyes shone with a cold light. His eyes were as deep as the universe. Soon, a super teleportation formation appeared under his feet. Runes flickered as he was teleported away. Xia Jiuyo appeared in the ancient hall. He walked slowly with his walking stick. Hearing the sound of footsteps, everyone in the hall turned their heads. There were 7 people standing in the hall. One of them was the old servant from before, while the other 6 were peerless experts. Some of them were old, some were young, and some were middle-aged. However, all of them had an unusually strong aura. They were unbelievably strong. Take a seat. Xia Jiuyo walked to the front and sat down. He waved his hand and said, "Phew." Only then did the 6 people dare to sit down. As for the old servant, he stood in front of Xia Jiuyo with his hands hanging down in a very respectful manner. "I called you here today because I have something to announce." Chapter 2369. I called you all here today because I have something to announce. Hearing that there was something to announce, the 6 of them straightened their bodies. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because Xia Jiuyo said, "I plan to give up my current position." What? The 6 of them felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their reaction was the same as the old servant from before. Why did Palace Master do this? Yes, who else can take over your position? The 6 of them were shocked. Because this old man's status was too terrifying. No one could take over. They had already found a good candidate. "Old Hua," Xia Jiuyo shouted. The old servant beside him stood up. He waved his sleeve, and runes flickered in the sky, condensing into a young appearance. It was Lin Xian's phantom. Then, the old servant said, his name was Lin Xian. He had saved the little princess and was currently resting on Qingxiao Peak. What? Let him take over. The 6 of them looked at the young figure in the sky in shock. What kind of joke was this? Letting a brat take over the position of Palace Master? They didn't dare to believe it. They even felt like they were dreaming. Xia Jiuyo said, "Why? You don't believe my judgment?" "No." These people hurriedly shook their heads. "It's just that it's too sudden. We can't accept it for a while. Even if we can't accept it, we have to accept it." Xia Jiuyo's voice became low, carrying a supreme pressure. "From today onwards, this young man will be the palace master of our immortal palace. I won't interfere in immortal palace's matters in the future. I have to prepare for the immemorial war." Immemorial war. Everyone was shocked again. Then, the 6 of them raised their heads. The 10,000 ancient races were about to appear. Soon, the nest of 10,000 dragons had been moving more and more frequently recently. They would probably appear soon. When the nest of 10,000 dragons appeared, the other 10,000 ancient races would probably appear as well. At that time, the 5 continents would definitely be filled with flames of war. It was still unknown whether or not the human race could withstand it. Therefore, you must assist that young man well. Yes, we know. The 6 of them stood up and knelt on one knee. Their expressions were very solemn. All right, you may leave. Xia Jiuyo waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 6 of them quickly left. "Old Hua," Xia Jiuyo said, "bring that kid over." Over here, Lin Xian was playing with Xia Jiuyo on Qingxiao Peak. Suddenly, a white cloud descended from the sky and turned into an old servant. "Grandpa Hua, why are you here?" Xia Xingchen asked curiously. The old servant smiled and said, "Master has some matters to discuss with Sir Lin." "Please, Sir Lin." "Looking for me?" Lin Xian was surprised, but he still followed the old servant. Xia Xingchen sighed. "Big brother Lin has left. Delong, Xiaobai, you two can play with me." The little white monkey nodded happily, but the dark red dragon was depressed. When did it become someone else's pet? Up ahead, the old servant led the way. He and Lin Xian flew into the distance, clouds rising beneath their feet. Senior, why is Elder Xiao looking for me? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Young Master Lin, when you arrive, you will naturally know. The old servant said indifferently. All right then. Lin Xian didn't ask any more questions, but he was extremely puzzled. This was also why he did not know about the conversation between the old servant and Xia Juyo. Otherwise, he would have been shocked, because Xia Juyo had seen through his great dragon sword soul in an instant. This was Lin Xian's biggest secret. The two of them flew and soon landed. However, there was no one around. The old servant led Lin Xian and quickly activated an array. Seeing the surrounding runes flickering, Lin Xian was shocked. This was because he realized that this was actually a super teleportation array. This kind of super teleportation array could teleport people very far away, even across countries. It seemed that this fairyland-like place was not the main residence of Xia Juyo. Could it be that they were teleported to Peach Blossom Island? Lin Xian was puzzled because Xia Xingqian had said that her family lived on Peach Blossom Island and that she had accidentally come to Zhengzhou when she came out to play. She probably accidentally activated the super teleportation array and was teleported here. Otherwise, there was no other way to go from Eastern Wilderness to Zhengzhou in such a short time. When the light flickered and disappeared again, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His surroundings had changed. There were ancient buildings all around, and there was a majestic palace in front of him that was filled with vicissitudes of life. Lin Xian did not know whether it was Peach Blossom Island or not, but he knew that it was definitely not Qingxia Peak. Lin Xian followed behind the old servant, and the two of them walked towards the palace. Soon, the old servant opened the door. Young Master Lin, please. Lin Xian nodded and strode in. The old servant followed beside him. When the two of them reached the center of the palace, the old servant said respectfully, Master, young Master Lin has brought you here. You may leave and close the door. Yes. The old servant left and closed the door. The light in the palace suddenly dimmed, leaving only Lin Xian and Xia Juyo. May I know why Senior is looking for me? Lin Xian took a deep breath. How much do you know about Zhengzhou? Xia Juyo asked. Hearing this question, Lin Xian was puzzled. He did not know what this had to do with him. However, he still thought about it and said, I don't know much. I only know that the Zhengzhou continent is a continent in the true spirit world. There are 9 empires here, and they are the overlords of this continent. I'm not from the Zhengzhou continent, so I don't know the details. Hearing this, Xia Juyo nodded. Yes, the 9 empires dominated a region and occupied a large area of the Zhengzhou continent. There were even great emperors in a few of them. But do you know that they are not the real overlords? Not the real overlords? Then who are they? Lin Xian was surprised. Xia Juyo said, Countless years ago, there were no 9 empires in the Zhengzhou continent. There was only one empire. It was not an empire, but an immortal empire. An immortal empire? Lin Xian was shocked. Yes, the Yuhua Immortal Empire. They unified the entire Zhengzhou continent. At that time, they were extremely powerful. They unified the entire Zhengzhou continent. Lin Xian was too shocked because the Zhengzhou continent was vast and boundless. He did not know how vast it was. Now, even if these empires were powerful, they only occupied a part of it. Even if the 9 empires combined, they could not occupy the entire Zhengzhou continent. But before that, there was actually a country that unified the Zhengzhou continent. How powerful was that country? The Yuhua Immortal Empire. Lin Xian muttered. Then, he raised his head and asked, Then why is this empire gone? It was destroyed. Even a powerful empire could not withstand the power of time. The Yuhua Immortal Empire made a shocking decision back then, but after it failed, it fell apart. The ancestors of the 9 empires were split from the Yuhua Immortal Empire. Even many families and forces in the Zhengzhou continent were once members of the Yuhua Immortal Empire. But in the end, they each established their own forces, empires, and countries. Chapter 2370. A portion of it remained in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's name. However, They were no longer called the Immortal Dynasty, but changed to another name. What was it called? Lin Xian asked. Immortal Palace, Xia Juyo said in a deep voice. Because the vast territory was long gone, only a dilapidated palace was left, so it naturally couldn't be called the Immortal Dynasty, but Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace. Lin Xian was surprised. Then, he looked in all directions. He always felt that the other party seemed to have something that he didn't say. Regardless of whether it was the Immortal Dynasty or Immortal Palace, it was completely different from the current dynasty. It had the word immortal in it. One had to know that everyone cultivated to become an immortal, but whether there were immortals in the world or not, no one knew. Even the great emperors didn't know. It could be said that whether immortals existed or not was the greatest mystery. But now, someone actually used the word immortal to name a country and a faction. One could imagine how ambitious the other party was. Moreover, what made Lin Xian even more puzzled was why the other party would say such a thing. What did it have to do with him? Suddenly, his eyelids twitched. Could it be that the other party was from Immortal Palace? Senior, could it be? You guessed right. I am indeed from Immortal Palace. Moreover, I am the Palace Master of Immortal Palace, Xia Juyo said in a deep voice. After Lin Xian heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. What? Immortal Palace's Palace Master. He had guessed that this old man was from Immortal Palace, but he didn't expect that the other party's identity was even more noble than he imagined. Immortal Palace's Palace Master. This was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, not weaker than the emperors of the 9 great dynasties. However, Xia Juyo said that he didn't need to be surprised, because soon, he wouldn't be the Palace Master of Immortal Palace? Wouldn't be the Palace Master of Immortal Palace? What did that mean? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Because I plan to pass the position of Immortal Palace's Palace Master to you. What? Pass it to me? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to believe it. What was going on? Immortal Palace had inherited the essence of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. It was an extremely terrifying existence. Now, the other party actually said that he would pass the position of Immortal Palace Master to him? What kind of joke was this? Lin Xian couldn't believe it. He even suspected that the other party was joking. Senior, this joke isn't funny. Xia Juyo stood up and said with a smile. Why? Do you think I'm joking? This is the first time I've met Senior, right? Why would Senior give me such an important position? Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't believe it. Just because I saved Xiaxingchen? Lin Xian felt that it was impossible. Even if he had saved Xiaxingchen, if the other party wanted to repay him, he would at most give him some treasures. But to give him the position of Immortal Palace Hall Master, what was going on? Could it be that there was some kind of conspiracy going on? Lin Xian couldn't understand. But in the next moment, his pupil shrank. He stood there in a daze. Xia Juyo said, because you are very special. You have a boundless future. You have the great dragon sword spirit with unparalleled combat prowess. Wang. Lin Xian's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was too shocked. How did the other party know that he had the great dragon sword soul? Or could it be that the other party had already set their sights on his dragon sword spirit? He didn't know. But at this moment, he was extremely nervous. The great dragon sword spirit in his body could erupt at any time. Lin Xian even decided to use the Black Earth at all costs. Although he knew that all of this wouldn't have much effect in front of the other party. But he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Don't be nervous. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. Seeing Lin Xian's nervous face, Xia Juyo smiled and sat down again. Actually, from the beginning, I knew that you had the great dragon sword spirit. I even knew it before I saw you. What's going on? How did you know that I have the great dragon sword spirit without seeing me? What's going on? Could it be that the other party had the ability to predict the unknown? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Xia Juyo smiled. Let me show you this and you'll understand. Xia Juyo waved his hand. Suddenly, countless rays of light condensed in the sky, forming a figure. It was a middle-aged man. He stood on a flying sword, his long hair fluttering in the wind. There was stubble on his handsome face, and a wine pot hung on his waist. Wine Lord. Seeing this figure, Lin Xian immediately exclaimed. That's right, this figure was Wine Lord. Of course, it wasn't his actual body, but a spiritual imprint. When Lord Alcohol appeared, he looked down and said with a smile, "Little guy, we meet again. You've grown faster than I imagined. Wine Lord, where are you? I miss you so much." Lin Xian's eyes were wet. After all, this was his first master. "I have important things to do now, so we can't meet for the time being. But don't worry, we'll meet again one day," Wine Lord said with a smile. Then, he turned and pointed at Xiaojuyo. "This is an old friend of mine. Trust him, he won't harm you. You've accepted the immortal palace and made it shine. I hope that one day, we can fight side by side." The mental imprint wasn't long, so it didn't take long for Lord Alcohol's figure to slowly disappear. Lin Xian said quickly, "Wine Lord, don't worry. I'll work hard to improve myself. One day, I'll stand side by side with you and look down on this land." "Ha, good. I'll wait for you." Lord Alcohol laughed loudly as he completely transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. Xiaojuyo said again, "How is it, little guy? Now you know that I don't have any ill intentions towards you. I was rude before." Lin Xian was extremely respectful towards Xiaojuyo, because this was Grandpa Ju's friend. "Old Xia, how did you and Grandpa Ju meet? Can you tell me about Wine Lord's past?" "We've known each other for a long time," Xiaojuyo said slowly. He couldn't remember exactly when they met. "As for his past, I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. Your mission isn't easy now. Kid, are you willing to take over the immortal palace and become its master?" "Yes." Lin Xian took a deep breath. Since even Wine Lord said so, he naturally had to accept. Although he didn't know what he would face in the future, he wouldn't be afraid no matter what it was. "Good." Seeing Lin Xian nod, Xiaojuyo heaved a sigh of relief. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Very good. From now on, you're the master of Immortal Palace." "Senior, what do I need to do?" Lin Xian asked. "I won't care about the details. After all, you'll be the master of Immortal Palace in the future. But no matter what you do, you can't deviate from the goal of Immortal Palace." Xiaojuyo's eyes became extremely deep. A supreme aura rose from his body. "Our immortal palace exists to restore the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Actually, the ultimate goal of the Yuhua immortal dynasty was to ascend and become an immortal, so becoming an immortal is also our goal." Becoming an immortal. Restoring the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Lin Xian was shocked. This wasn't a simple matter. It wasn't as simple as becoming a great emperor. One had to know that the central continent had long been divided by the 9 great empires. If one wanted to establish a supreme country, it was tantamount to starting a war with the 9 great empires. Just how much strength and courage did one need to be able to do this? Chapter 2371. Just how much strength and courage did one need to be able to do this? Moreover, the other goal was even more shocking. Becoming an immortal. What an elusive thing. Even becoming a great emperor might not be possible. However, since he had already agreed to do it and decided to do it, Lin Xian swore that he would advance towards these goals no matter what. After all, becoming a great emperor was his ultimate goal. Now, the two didn't conflict. In fact, becoming the master of Immortal Palace could provide him with great help on his path to becoming a great emperor. After all, Immortal Palace had endless resources for him to enjoy. From now on, he would no longer have to be a rogue cultivator like before. Lin Xian knew how important it was to have a powerful faction as a foundation. Looking at those princes, the Holy Sun knew that it was hundreds of times easier for them to cultivate than him. But now, Lin Xian finally had a powerful faction as a foundation. In addition, with the Great Dragon Sword Soul as a foundation, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds in the future. He just had to remember these 2 goals. Of course, there was another one, and that was to protect the human race. Protect the human race? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. What did that mean? If we want to restore the Yuhua immortal dynasty, we will definitely have to contend with the other great factions. Battles with the 9 great dynasties are inevitable. In the future, in order to compete for resources, we will even have to fight with those peerless great sects and peerless holy lands. But these are all battles between the human race. However, the human race isn't the only one on the entire continent. The 10,000 ancient races are incomparably powerful. Although they haven't appeared yet, it doesn't mean that they have disappeared. Now that the nest of 10,000 dragons is about to make a move, once it appears, the other ancient races will probably appear one after another. At that time, they would definitely start a conflict with all the human forces. No matter how we fight, we won't allow other races to rule this land. 10,000 ancient races. Lin Xian was shocked. This wasn't the first time he had heard of this name. What shocked him even more was that the nest of 10,000 dragons was about to make a move. Could it be that it was about to appear soon? As for the specifics, you can ask the other elders in Immortal Palace in the future, Xia Juyo said. However, Lin Xian still had a doubt. He asked, Elder Xia, if you let me become Immortal Palace's master just like this, will the others be convinced? He indeed had this worry. That was Immortal Palace. There might be countless experts inside, geniuses emerging in large numbers. Letting a brat like him, moreover someone who appeared out of nowhere, become Immortal Palace's lord, those people would definitely not accept this. With me around, they won't be able to rebel, but they definitely won't be too convinced. How to convince them is up to you. This old man can't help you with everything. However, you have to promise me something. Senior, please speak your mind. Junior will definitely do it. This old man has lived for too long, and I don't have much lifespan left. I don't know how long I can last. Therefore, I hope that you can help me take good care of Xingqian. You must not let her come to any harm. Don't worry, Senior. I'll definitely protect Xingqian like a younger sister. You just have to protect her well, but I don't care if she's like my sister. Hearing this, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. What was the meaning of this? Hearing this, the other party seemed to have other intentions. However, Lin Xian already had Morong Qingqing, Xin Jingqiu, and Zhao Shui. Xia Juyo shook his head. This old man doesn't care about the matters of you youngsters. I'm handing Immortal Palace and Xingqian to you, so you can't make any mistakes. Don't worry, old Xia. This kid will definitely do his best. Lin Xian cupped his fists. However, he asked curiously, Senior, where are you going? There are still many things for me to do. The 10,000 ancient races are restless. I have to think of a way to intimidate them. Little guy, quickly grow up. We need you. The great dragon sword's power far surpasses your imagination. Only when you truly grow up can you truly help us. MHM. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that today's matter was only the tip of the iceberg. There were probably even bigger matters and secrets that the other party didn't mention. It wasn't that the other party was intentionally hiding things from him, but that he couldn't help with his current strength. Telling him would only add to his worries. When his strength reached that level, he would naturally know those things. This is the Immortal Palace seal, a symbol of status. You have to keep it well and not lose it. Xiaojio took out a bronze square seal and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian received it carefully and then took a deep breath. This Immortal Palace seal was too mysterious. Although it was only a palm-sized bronze square seal, the power it contained made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Next, he gave an order to the entire Immortal Palace, stating that the position would be passed to Lin Xian. Logically speaking, such a huge matter would definitely have a huge ceremony. However, Xia Juyo didn't want to cause such a huge commotion. After all, the identity of Immortal Palace was a secret to begin with. Moreover, he did have more important things to do. Finally, Xia Juyo stood up and said in a deep voice, I'll give you another person. He can protect your safety. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask him. Xing Tian, come out. Wang. At the side of the hall, the space cracked open and a figure walked out. It was a tall figure with a youthful face. His true age was unknown. However, he had a heavy aura that made it hard for others to breathe. Xing Tian, he will be the master of Immortal Palace in the future. You have to protect him well. You have to listen to any orders he gives. Yes. Xing Tian knelt down on one knee and was very respectful. Then, he stood up and looked at Lin Xian, bowing slightly. Young master, no need to be so polite. Lin Xian quickly waved his hand and looked at the other party. Xing Tian was a very tall man. His bronze muscles were like a dragon. The power and pressure he gave off wasn't any weaker than Zhang Wuhen's. Needless to say, he was definitely an exceptional expert. With such an exceptional expert protecting him, Lin Xian was very assured. Lin Xian, make your preparations. 3 days later, meet the people of Immortal Palace. I'll give the order now, Xia Jiuyo said in a deep voice. Yes. Lin Xian left, and Xing Tian also left at the same time. Sure enough, not long after Lin Xian left, Xia Jiuyo issued an order that spread throughout the entire Immortal Palace. Their Immortal Palace's influence was very wide and spread throughout the entire central state. Not only that, but they also had bases in Eastern Wilderness and Southern Border. Of course, everything was in the dark. Ordinary people didn't even know that there was such a powerful organization like Immortal Palace in this world. However, when the members of Immortal Palace received the news, they were all stunned. Chapter 2372. What? Immortal Palace Master is giving up his position to a young man? Heavens, did you make a mistake? What's going on? Is Immortal Palace going to change? Everyone was shocked. This was especially true for those elders, who were in an uproar. Many of them shouted angrily. What right does a kid have to inherit the position of Immortal Palace Master? Moreover, it's a kid of unknown origin. That's right. He's not even a member of Immortal Palace. What right does he have? These people were really angry. Those young geniuses were also very unconvinced. Even if a young man was to be chosen, it should be from them. An outsider. What's the meaning of this? These people argued fiercely. None of them were convinced. On the other side, Lin Xian brought Xing Tian back to the Green Hornet. Mississippi. When Xing Tian saw Xia Xingqian, he bowed slightly. Xia Xingqian was also surprised. Brother Xing Tian, why are you here? By the way, Brother Lin, what did Grandpa say to you? Your grandpa passed the position of Immortal Palace Master to me. Lin Xian said helplessly. What? Is this true? Xia Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Her cherry lips formed an O shape. But then, she clapped her hands happily. That's great, Brother Lin. I was still thinking about what to do when you leave. Now that you've become the Immortal Palace Master, you can play with me often. Hearing this, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. This little girl's thinking is really different from ordinary people. At the side, the dark red divine dragon was also confused. Kid, what's going on? What Immortal Palace Master? Thus, Lin Xian gave a simple account of what had happened. When the dark red dragon heard that Lin Xian's Palace Master was the Immortal Palace's Palace Master, it was shocked. When he heard that the Immortal Palace Master was inextricably linked to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, he screamed and jumped up. What the fuck? Kid, you've become the Immortal Palace Master? You know? Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. Of course, how could he not know such a famous organization? Although it was no longer the real Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, it was still a huge monster. They weren't any weaker than the peerless Holy Grounds and peerless Great Sections. Furthermore, it was extremely mysterious. It could be said that it was comparable to heaven and hell. Brat, now that you've become a palace master, you're going to be rich in the future. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to be rich in the future. The dark red dragon god was very excited. With his relationship with Lin Xian, he was definitely going to be rich. However, Lin Xian shook his head. Don't be so happy. I'm afraid it won't be easy to become a palace master like this. That's true. The dark red divine dragon stopped jumping around. Then, he frowned and said, if I hand over such a huge organization to you, the experts inside will definitely not be convinced. Kid, what did that old man say? Elder Xia said that other than the two main goals, he wouldn't care about anything else and would leave everything to me. He didn't care? The dark red divine dragon was stupefied. This elder really was bold, truly not scared that Immortal Palace would suffer internal strife and split apart. No one dared to split. Right at this moment, Xing Tian spoke coldly. All right, no one dared to split up, but what if those elders deliberately made things difficult for them? That old man didn't even show up? Lin Xian shook his head. They could only rely on themselves in the future. What the fuck? How is this supposed to be fun? The dark red divine dragon felt a headache coming. Although joining a mortal palace would allow them to enjoy endless treasures, the current situation wasn't good enough. Both of them didn't have any foundation. If they were to join out of nowhere, even if they became immortal palace's palace masters, those people wouldn't listen to them willingly. If they were to do something behind their backs, it would be difficult to manage them in the future. Xing Tian, what would happen next? Lin Xian asked. There would be a simple ceremony. Although it wouldn't be that grand, it was still the handover of the palace master's position. Those elders would still come. How many elders would there be? Lin Xian asked. Those that were too far away wouldn't come. After all, they all had their own missions. There were probably a few hundred of them nearby. There would probably be even more young geniuses. In addition to the others, there would probably be a few thousand people. Those who would come were all elites. Normal members wouldn't be able to come at all. A few thousand people was already a lot. Lin Xian felt a headache coming. He was afraid that those people would definitely make things difficult for him during this ceremony. However, he wasn't afraid. Anyway, the position of palace master was handed to him personally by Xia Juyo. Those old guys wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous. As for the younger generation, he wasn't afraid at all. Since he was going to take over, Lin Xian wouldn't be lenient. He wanted to build an immortal palace that belonged to him. 3 days later? I'm looking forward to it. For the next 2 days, Lin Xian didn't come out. He cultivated silently and adjusted his body to the peak. He knew that there would definitely be people who were unhappy with the handover ceremony. Only by adjusting his combat strength to the peak would he be able to make a move. Fortunately, with the 2 spiritual liquids, his body had already recovered. Therefore, after 2 days of adjustment, he was completely at the peak. The ceremony wasn't held here. It was somewhere else. However, there was a super teleportation array on Qingxia Peak. The group quickly used the super teleportation array and left this place. Light flickered. When Lin Xian and the others came out, they frowned, because they realized that the ceremony wasn't as simple as the legend said. In Lin Xian's opinion, the handover ceremony was probably just to announce orders and worship the heavens and earth. However, he realized that it was far more complicated than that. In front of them were countless palaces that looked like stars. In front of these palaces, there was a vast plaza. The plaza was filled with people, forming a dense black mass. Their expressions were solemn and their auras were strong. They were like 100,000 mountains that pressed down in front of them, making it hard for them to breathe. The entire void was distorted. These people stood in the east, and north of them was an ancient altar. It was very large and pitch black like black jade. There were 4 heavenly pillars around the altar that emitted a desolate aura. The 4 pillars were carved with the 4 divine beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Not only that, the altar was even more desolate, as if it wasn't a dead object, but a living thing. On the ancient altar, countless experts were gathered together. The atmosphere was particularly solemn. Although those experts' auras were solemn, they were quiet and didn't make a sound. Lin Xian and the others came together and felt the solemn atmosphere. They immediately frowned. Xing Tian was also very surprised. He didn't expect the ceremony to be so grand. Young master, be careful. Xing Tian reminded him softly from behind. The situation was a little unexpected. Hearing that, Lin Xian nodded. However, he wasn't afraid. Chapter 2373. However, ordinary people might be frightened, but he had experienced many life and death situations. Therefore, although the commotion was frightening, it was not enough to scare him. Let's go. Lin Xian strode forward. Xing Tian was surprised because Lin Xian's performance surprised him. Under normal circumstances, even peerless geniuses, saints, and princes would be worried when they saw such a scene. After all, the people in front were all peerless powerhouses. Moreover, they were coming menacingly. However, the young man in front of him was not afraid at all. He walked forward with large strides. He did not dare to delay and quickly followed behind. As Lin Xian walked, Countless powerhouses in front of him also looked over. Each of them was like a lamp that pierced through the void. The wind and clouds in the sky changed, and there were even thunderbolts descending. Those people wanted to see what kind of person could take over the position of Immortal Palace's hall master. However, when they saw Lin Xian, they all shook their heads and sighed. Their faces were filled with disappointment. That was because he was too young. Previously, they thought that he would be at least a few hundred years old, but now it seemed that it was beyond their expectations. Those people were all peerless powerhouses. They could see the other party's bones and fate at a glance. He was at most in his 20s. Even if such a person had cultivated since he was in his mother's womb, he would only have been in his 20s. How could he be the hall master of Immortal Palace? They did not believe it at all. A person in his 20s wanted to lead them? What a joke. That's right. Why would the hall master make such a decision? I can't accept it. I can't stand being commanded by a brat in his 20s. Those people discussed animatedly, especially the elders. Their faces were gloomy. Those young geniuses were also displeased. His aura was not strong at all. He was not as strong as them. If he can take over, why can't they? That's right. They could not accept it. Let him try it out. Let him know how powerful they are. The young geniuses were even more dissatisfied. Why could he be the hall master, but they could not? They decided that they would teach the other party a lesson later. All of you, quiet down. At that moment, a cold snort sounded, and then everyone quieted down. That was because the voice was too terrifying. 6 figures walked out from the front. The auras of these 6 people gathered together, forming a world that suppressed the area. 6 protectors. These 6 people were the 6 people that Xiaojuyo had specially summoned. At this moment, an old man among the 6 said, "This is the palace master's decision. Are you going to go against it?" He didn't dare. An elder shook his head. "How could we dare to go against the palace lord's decision? It's just that we're not convinced." That's right. He's just a young man in his 20s. What ability does this kid have? He dared to control Immortal Palace? The other person said coldly. Even if it was an order from the palace master, if this brat could not complete the ceremony, he would not be able to become the palace master. As soon as these words were spoken, Bushaoran nodded and sneered. Indeed, the position of Immortal Palace Lord wasn't that easy. Lin Xian strode to the front, looked at the countless experts, and said in a clear voice, "My name is Lin Xian. I wasn't originally someone from Immortal Palace, but after receiving Old Xia's favor, he had me take over Immortal Palace. From today onwards, I hope that everyone will work together to achieve Immortal Palace's goal." Lin Xian's voice was loud and clear. His aura was stable, and it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. His voice shocked many people, because in such a huge scene, the other party didn't panic at all. This was really surprising. However, there were some elders who sneered in disdain. One of them, Elder Lingxiu, snorted coldly, "Brat, it's a little too early to say that. It's not too late to say that after you pass the ceremony." That's right. That's right. Many people were discussing. After hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. What? From the other party's words, could it be that there's danger in the ceremony? There's a chance of failure? Brat, do you think the ceremony is so easy to complete? Do you think it's so easy to be the palace lord of Immortal Palace? Let me tell you, even if you're strong and talented, you can't become the palace lord if you don't have the life. What does this mean? Lin Xian's frown deepened. Xing Tian's expression also changed as he said in a deep voice, "Elder Lingxiu, the position of palace lord has already been passed on to the young master. We only need to carry out a simple ceremony. Why do you want to use the ancient ceremony from before?" There were 2 types of ceremonies. The first was a simple ceremony, which meant that the position had been given up. The second was when the position wasn't passed on. The ceremony depended on one's strength, talent, and luck. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would still get the position of Palace Lord, but these elders still chose the most dangerous ceremony. It was obvious that they didn't want Lin Xian to be the Palace Lord. However, Elder Lingxiu snorted coldly. "We're just doing things according to the rules. If he can't even pass these 3 stages, what qualifications does he have to be our Palace Lord? What qualifications does he have to lead us?" That's right, that's right. The remaining elders and young geniuses were also discussing spiritedly. You. Xing Tian's expression was gloomy. What? Do you want to rebel? However, at this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand to stop them. Then, he stood out, glanced around, and asked coldly, "If I complete the 3 stages of the ceremony, you'll be willing to acknowledge me as the palace lord, right?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The entire place was silent. They didn't expect him to ask this question. What did he want to do? Did he really want to try the 3 stages of the ceremony? Young master, you can't. This ancient ceremony is extremely dangerous. Xing Tian, who was behind him, quickly reminded him. However, Lin Xian shook his head. It didn't matter. It seemed that these elders were very concerned about the 3 stages of the ceremony. He was just worried about how to intimidate these people. If this was a simple ritual, and he was just the new palace master arranged by the old palace master, he was afraid that these people would not be obedient in the future. They might even not care about him. If he completed the 3 stages of the ceremony, he might be able to intimidate them completely. At least, he could intimidate most of them. In this way, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the future. Furthermore, his position as the palace master could be considered to be justified. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to give it a try. Who do you think you are? How dare you try the 3 stages of the ceremony? Many elders and geniuses sneered. On the other hand, Lin Xian asked in return, "Why? Now that I've dared to do it, you don't dare to let me participate? Are you afraid of something?" You. These elders turned red with anger. However, at this moment, Elder Lingshu stood out and sneered. "Good boy. You actually dare to participate in the 3 stages of the ceremony. You're too naive. You don't know how dangerous it is." Chapter 2374. All right. If I fail, I'll leave completely and never return to a mortal palace. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. "Young master, you can't." Behind him, Xing Tianjiao exclaimed. Lin Xian's words had already been spoken. After hearing it, the surrounding elders and geniuses all laughed out loud. Elder Lingshu even sneered, because they didn't think that the other party could pass the 3 ancient sacrificial stages. Only the old palace master, Xiajuyo, had participated in this kind of sacrificial ceremony. Countless years ago, the previous palace master of a mortal palace suddenly passed away. There was no new palace master, but the various experts of a mortal palace fought for it. In the end, they had no choice but to use the 3 sacrificial stages. A total of 5 peerless experts and 3 top geniuses participated together. Those people were all extremely terrifying, far beyond the imagination of these people. However, in the end, only Xia Juyo passed. The others all failed. There were even 2 who were directly killed. And now, this young brat in front of them, an ordinary powerhouse, actually wanted to take this test? Wasn't this purely courting death? However, Lin Xian was fearless. If he couldn't even do this, how could he be the palace master of a mortal palace? How could he lead this group of experts? Seeing that Lin Xian was determined to pass the 3 stages, Elder Lingshu sneered. "Brat, you're courting death. You can't blame us. 6 protectors, please open it." Elder Lingshu said to the 6 figures in front of him. The 6 protectors sighed and discussed with each other. Then, their figures flickered and appeared around the altar. One by one, they formed seals with their palms, striking out mysterious runes and slapping forward. The black altar bloomed with incomparable light. It shot straight into the sky. Then, a black waterfall cascaded down, slowly forming countless steps that led to the sky. The first stage was the stairway to heaven. The black stairway to heaven had a total of 99 levels. Only by reaching the top could one be considered to have passed. Among the 6 protectors, an old man said in a deep voice. At this moment, all of the elders and young geniuses cast their gazes forward. A hint of seriousness appeared in their eyes. Because just the aura alone was enough to shock them. They reckoned that even peerless experts couldn't reach it. Only an extremely terrifying person like the previous palace master would be able to ascend to the 99th floor. It could be said that the first stage of the 3 stages was incomparably difficult. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His gaze flickered as he looked ahead. Then, he took a step forward and walked towards the black altar. Young master! Xing Tian exclaimed from behind. The dark red divine dragon said from the side. Kid, be careful. This aura is very strange. Lin Xian strode to the ancient altar and stepped onto the black altar. In the next moment, he walked up the black stairs. When he stepped onto the first step, a shocking light erupted, and countless black torrents rushed into the sky. A terrifying black ripple spread out. A strong gale swept across, causing their clothes to flutter. However, these people were all experts. Despite the intensity of the storm, no one dared to move. They stood, their eyes. Arsient, tease take you. Then, he took a step forward and walked forward. With every step he took, he could feel the pressure in front of him getting heavier. The space around him condensed, trying to crush him. Hemph! With this kid's strength, I dare say that he can only reach the 10th level at most. He won't be able to reach the 10th level. An elder snorted. But soon, he opened his mouth in disbelief. That was because Lin Xian had reached the 10th level in an instant. Damn it! How did he do it? Those people couldn't believe it. However, someone still said, just wait and see. The pressure will multiply after the 10th level. It would be the same for every 10th level. With his strength, the 20th level was the highest level. He would probably be seriously injured at the 30th level. If he continued to force his way up, he would probably be immediately eliminated. Lin Xian silently sensed the 99th level of the black stairs. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. In the next moment, he didn't move. Instead, he stood on the 10th step and turned his head to look down. Today, I'll let you see if I'm qualified to become the master of Immortal Palace. Humph, don't be so arrogant. We'll talk after you get up there. Those young elites snorted coldly. They were very unhappy that the other party was so arrogant. Those elders' faces were also gloomy, and none of them said anything. Lin Xian ignored them and turned around. In the next moment, the great dragon's sword soul in his body rumbled, and a dragon's roar sounded. A terrifying dragon shadow rushed out of his body. What is that? Behind him, those elders and prodigies were all stunned. They cried out in surprise. Dragon! It's a dragon! How could there be a dragon in his body? Roar! A loud dragon's roar sounded. The great dragon's sword soul fought against the 99th level of the black stairs. Buzz! The great dragon's sword soul continued to grow in size, covering the 99th level of the stairs. Lin Xian stepped on the divine dragon and quickly walked forward. The black stairs that looked like the stairs of gods and demons were incomparably sacred in the eyes of everyone. However, Lin Xian walked with ease. When he stepped onto the 99th level and looked down at his surroundings, the elders and prodigies below were all stunned. Their eyes widened, and their minds went blank. Damn it! How did he do it? What is that dragon shadow? Damn it! Could that be a secret ultimate move that the old temple master gave him? I don't believe it. How could that kid be so powerful? They were extremely shocked and could not believe it. Some of the prodigies even suspected that the ancient altar had existed for too long and was broken. Indeed, they did not believe it. In an instant, a few prodigies rushed over. They also wanted to give it a try. If they could reach the top, it meant that the 3 stages of the test were indeed broken. Bang, 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 bang. However, when they reached the 10th level, they vomited blood and flew backward. The highest among them reached the 20th level, but most of the bones in his body were broken. Damn it, that was terrifying. When those people came down, their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with fear. The people around them were also shocked. The 3 prodigies were injured in an instant. It could be imagined that the ancient altar was not broken. However, the other party easily reached the 99th level. Moreover, he was unharmed. They were shocked. Could it be that the other party was destined to become the master of the Immortal Palace? Those people did not know, but they knew that the young man in front of them was definitely incomparably mysterious. Those elders were also silent. Elder Lingshu's face was dark, and he gritted his teeth. Humph. Don't be too proud. This is only the first stage. I don't believe that you can pass the second and third stages. The 6 guardians looked at the figure in the clouds, their eyelids twitching. Now, they seemed to understand why the old temple master insisted on passing the position to this young man. The other party's move was simply a miracle. They were completely stunned. The second stage, Jean Luan Hui. Chapter 2375. The second stage, Jean Luan Hui. The 6 guardians said coldly as they changed their hand seals again. Instantly, the 99% black staircase disappeared slowly. Lin Xian also came down from the clouds. He was still standing on the black altar. 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 guardians quickly formed hand seals. The black altar shook, and 6 black holes appeared around it. They spun rapidly and emitted a mysterious aura, as if they were connected to 6 worlds. These 6 black holes instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding elders and prodigies waited patiently. This second stage was very magical. It could make one fall into an illusion and reincarnate 100 times. If one's consciousness wasn't strong enough, they would probably be trapped inside forever. So, the faster one came out, the stronger they were. He set a time limit of 1 incense stick. If the 6 black holes didn't disappear within that time, it meant that he had failed. Just wait and see. This kid will definitely not succeed. That's right. Even such a terrifying figure back then was lost in it. How could this kid succeed? Those elders sneered. Elder Lingshu snorted as well, his lips curling into a cold smile. But the next moment, they were stunned once again. Their eyeballs almost popped out. They couldn't help but be shocked, because the 6 black holes on the black altar in front of them had disappeared. Disappeared without a trace. Damn it! What happened? Why did the 6 black holes disappear? The altar couldn't have been broken, right? Impossible. Could it be that he passed? Heavens! I don't believe it. Who could pass in such a short time? His soul probably hasn't entered yet, right? These people discussed fervently. Even the 6 guardians looked at each other, because they had never encountered such a strange thing before. To be honest, this was also their first time activating the 3 views of the sacrificial ritual. All the scenes and reactions were performed according to the ancient books. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be wrong. But why did the black vortex disappear? The 6 elders were puzzled. They formed hand seals again and formed 6 black holes, enveloping Lin Xian. But not long later, the 6 black holes disappeared again. Lin Xian's figure appeared again. Seeing this scene, these people exclaimed, "Oh no, it must be broken." There was nothing they could do about it. They didn't believe that the other party would be able to break through it in an instant. However, Lin Xian had a helpless look on his face, because he had indeed succeeded. Of course, he had to thank his Tianji divine eyes. When the 6 black holes opened, Lin Xian felt as if 6 worlds were calling out to him. However, at this moment, his heavenly secret god eyes had also opened. The golden light quickly turned into mysterious runes, resisting the 6 mysterious worlds. It made him retreat in an instant. The faster one exited the second stage, the more powerful one was. Lin Xian exited the dungeon almost instantly. It could be said that he had successfully cleared the dungeon. However, this speed was too fast, so much so that it scared these people. Even these people believed that the ancient altar was broken. Damn it, I don't believe it. A few Zhangs clenched their teeth and stepped onto the black altar, ready to give it a try. When the 6 black holes appeared, the eyes of these elders went blank as they were pulled into 6 different worlds. The rest of the people waited patiently. Lin Xian also retreated to the side with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. After half an hour, the 6 black holes still hadn't disappeared. This shocked everyone. Half an hour was the limit. If the black holes didn't disappear after half an hour, it meant that they had failed. This meant that the black altar wasn't broken. The second stage wasn't broken either. However, what was going on with the other party? The 6 guardians made hand seals and removed the black vortex. Those few elders were still in a daze. and they were quickly carried away by people. The other party had successfully cleared the second stage. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that it was unreal. Elder Lingshu gritted his teeth and said, "No, he had to try again. Otherwise, we won't agree." Left with no choice, Lin Xian went up and tried again. However, this time, the 6 of them made hand seals and the 6 black holes didn't appear. Instead, countless runes floated in the air and condensed to form 2 words. Cleared. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Even the ancient black altar had directly cleared the dungeon. This kid was too heaven-defying. They had the urge to vomit blood. The 6 guardian elders' mouths also twitched. It seemed like there was no need to test again. The other party should have passed the second stage. Next up was the final stage, which was also the most important stage. That was the immortal commanding constellation. This stage was extremely difficult. What was tested wasn't strength, soul, or talent, but fate. Fate was something that was extremely ethereal. No one in this world could say for sure. Perhaps even the great emperor couldn't say for sure. However, it truly existed. As for the third test, it was a test of this illusory fate. The black altar quickly condensed, forming a pitch-black immortal throne, emitting an ancient aura. It floated in the air. Lin Xian would sit on it. If he had the life to become the immortal palace lord, he would be safe. If he didn't have the life to become the immortal palace lord, he would be instantly injured. If it was light, he would be seriously injured and sent flying. If it was heavy, he would be directly squeezed by this power and turn into a bloody mist. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Back then, among the few experts who fought with Xia Jiuyo, 2 of them were directly killed. There was no chance at all. That was a genius, but he was killed just like that. One could imagine how dangerous the third stage was. At this moment, even the dark red divine dragon was nervous. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Elder Lingshu sneered below. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Obediently admit defeat. This way, you can still save your life. Otherwise, you will probably lose your life. Why do you have to give up your life for the immortal palace lord? It's not worth it for you. I advise you to obediently give up." Not only him, but the other elders and young geniuses also advised him. They looked very friendly, but in fact, they didn't think that Lin Xian could succeed. Lin Xian took a deep breath and ignored these people. Instead, he turned to look at the pitch-black immortal throne in front of him. The first stage was the great dragon sword soul. The second stage was the heavenly secret divine eye. And what was the third stage? There probably wasn't anything that could help him. It seemed like he could only take a gamble on fate. Buzz. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked forward. Soon, he arrived in front of the black immortal throne. Turning around, Lin Xian slowly sat down. At this moment, his heart was in his throat. Needless to say, he was also very nervous. However, he had to do this step. Buzz. Lin Xian sat on the black immortal throne and felt a strange aura enveloping him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Everyone waited for 5 seconds and found that nothing happened. Chapter 2376. This was great. The dark red divine dragon was excited, and Xing Tian was also extremely shocked. He didn't expect that the other party would actually pass all 3 of the dangerous tests. It seemed like the old palace master's decision was indeed wise and heroic. Could it be that this youth was destined to become Immortal Palace's master? Below, those elders and heavenly prides were also completely stunned. None of them dared to believe it. Damn it, he sat on it. He actually sat on it. He actually sat on it peacefully. No, this was impossible. I'm dreaming. They screamed crazily. It was because they really didn't believe that someone who had never joined Immortal Palace would actually become Immortal Palace's master the first time he came here. What kind of joke was this? How could they endure this? The 6 great protectors also looked at each other in dismay, their eyelids twitching wildly. Then, they looked at each other, and all of them bowed forward. Greetings to the Palace Master. Greetings to the Palace Master. 6 people bowed. This scene really stunned the surrounding people. When Xing Tian saw this, he also quickly called out to greet the palace master. When the others saw this, they were extremely shocked. They gritted their teeth, unwilling to accept this. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. What? Could it be that you want to rebel against a mortal palace? These elders' bodies trembled. Although the other party was only a young man, although the other party's strength was inferior to theirs. However, the old palace master personally gave up his position. Moreover, the other party had indeed passed the 3 tests. Logically speaking, he should be a mortal palace's master. Therefore, although they were unwilling, at this moment, they still had to follow the rules. One elder after another, heavenly prides all respectfully called out to greet the palace master. Damn it! Elder Lingshu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He could only cup his fists. Extremely unwillingly, he called out to greet the palace master. Seeing everyone greet him, Lin Xian sat on the black immortal throne, having a grand ambition that could devour mountains and rivers. He waved his palm and said in a clear voice, "Elders, you are too courteous. There is no need to be polite. I have just arrived. Although I have inherited the position of palace master, there are still many things that I do not understand. Immortal Palace's matters will be handled the same as before. You don't have to worry." Lin Xian said this naturally to make these people feel at ease. After all, these elders and heavenly prides had opposed him before. No, if he didn't promise these people something, they would probably feel uneasy. This would instead affect Immortal Palace. Since Lin Xian had already become the master of Immortal Palace, everything he did had to be done in consideration of Immortal Palace. "Thank you, Palace Master." The elders and geniuses below also understood. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party did not hold it against him. Otherwise, they would have a hard time in the future. "All right, there's no need to be so polite," Lin Xian said. 6 great protectors. What's next?" The 6 protectors replied. "Reporting to the Palace Lord, the banquet is coming up next. Palace Lord, please come this way." Lin Xian nodded. He stood up from the black immortal throne and walked forward. There was a magnificent palace in front of them. Everyone walked towards the palace. After everyone had disappeared, an old figure appeared in the empty palace. It was Xiaojuyo. He looked into the distance, his eyes flickering. Sure enough, this brat was destined to become Immortal Palace's lord. Who would have thought that other than the great dragon sword soul, he would also have the heavenly secret divine eyes? This was the will of the heavens. With a flash, Xiaojuyo disappeared again. No one knew what had happened. On the other side, the banquet was going on in the huge palace. It took a long time for everyone to disperse. Looking at the back of everyone, Lin Xian came out of the palace. He had his hands behind his back, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. "Xingtian," Lin Xian shouted coldly. "Young master, you're looking for me?" Xingtian appeared. "Bring me the information of Immortal Palace, including the information of the members, our sphere of influence, and the various rules of Immortal Palace. Give it all to me." Yes, Xingtian had already prepared it. He took out a storage ring, and the young master was inside. Lin Xian took the storage ring and nodded slightly. "All right, go and rest. I'll call you if there's anything." Yes. Xingtian left. Lin Xian also returned to his room. Then, his soul entered the storage ring, took out a pile of jade scrolls, and quickly read them. When he understood the general information, he was extremely shocked. He had to admit that Immortal Palace's strength was too terrifying. Although they didn't have a vast territory like before. However, they were scattered all over the central state. They had people in all 9 empires. In fact, each of the 9 empires had a hall. There were peerless experts there to suppress and organize all kinds of missions. It could be said that those people all held real power and had countless experts under them. They were very powerful. Previously, Xiaojuyo was unparalleled and could intimidate these experts. However, Lin Xian didn't know if he could intimidate them now. Lin Xian rubbed his head and exhaled. Although these people were unconvinced, they wouldn't rebel. After all, Xiaojuyo only gave up his position and didn't die. Even if these people didn't fear him, they would fear Xiaojuyo. Lin Xian didn't plan to touch these old guys. After all, these people were peerless experts, and there were even invincible kings. At present, they were too far away for him. Lin Xian planned to start with the young people. He couldn't order these old people at all. He had to establish his own foundation. Then, the best goal was to recruit new people. It wasn't possible to recruit from outside. Therefore, Lin Xian could only set his eyes on these young people in Immortal Palace. Although these young people were also young geniuses and were unruly, compared to those older generation figures, they were still easier to deal with. At least Lin Xian was confident. In the same price, he wouldn't fear anyone. A night passed. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up from his cultivation. He first drank a mouthful of spirit tea, then stood up and walked outside. After washing up, Lin Xian went outside. Immortal Palace was such a huge organization, so they definitely wouldn't be too idle. After all, although they were powerful with many people, however, they also needed a lot of resources. Moreover, these people wouldn't wander around if they had nothing to do. They would rather cultivate than waste time. Young master, you're up? Xing Tian was still waiting outside. Lin Xian nodded and said, give me an order. Give me an order. Have all of Immortal Palace's younger generation, unless there are special circumstances, within the remaining 3 days, all of them are to arrive. The young generation? Hearing this, Xing Tian frowned. It seemed that the young master was going to take action. He said, I'll go give the order now. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he said, young master, other than me, the 6 great protectors are also trustworthy. The 6 great protectors? I got it. If there are difficulties, I'll ask them for help. Lin Xian nodded. Xing Tian strode away to pass on the order. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. Chapter 2377. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. On the side, the dark red divine dragon said, Kid, what are you sighing for? You're the master of Immortal Palace. You can do whatever you want when you go out in the future. It's not that simple. Although you're the palace master, you have too few people under you. Don't talk about doing whatever you want. You can't even send a message now. Lin Xian shook his head. Indeed, there was only Xing Tian under him now. There was no one else. Xing Tian was sent by Xiaojuyo to protect his safety. But now, he became an errand boy. There was no choice. Lin Xian had no one else, so he had to quickly gather the younger generation. He had to quickly establish his own foundation of power. Although Xing Tian said that the 6 great protectors would do their best to help him, the 6 great protectors had their own missions after all. Moreover, although using the 6 great protectors could suppress for a while, it wasn't a long-term solution. Lin Xian's order was quickly passed down. Those young geniuses who hadn't left stopped their journey. Those who had already left also hurried back. There was no choice. Although they were unwilling, this was the new palace master's first order after all. They weren't willing to violate it. These people hurried back one after another. In the 9 great imperial dynasties, those young warriors in the halls also moved when they received this news. What new palace master? He was just a brat. What was he doing? Those hall masters were very disdainful and didn't care. They also ignored it. Among them, a few young men also sneered. Let me see what this palace master looks like. I want to see what qualifications he has to lead us. 3 days later, when Lin Xian came out of the main hall and looked at the square in front of him, he was also extremely shocked, because there were countless figures standing in front of him. These were all young warriors of Immortal Palace. They had talent and strength. More importantly, they had Immortal Palace behind them. They had powerful resources and countless cultivation methods and abilities. It could be said that their future achievements were limitless. At the front, when the young martial practitioners saw Lin Xian come out, their eyes lit up as they looked over carefully. After all, this was the new palace master. Many young geniuses had seen Lin Xian before, but there were also many who hadn't. These people had all rushed over from other places. When they saw Lin Xian, who seemed to be even younger than them, they were all shocked. He couldn't even believe it. Too young. Although they knew that the other party was a young man, They did not expect him to be so young. Could such a person really lead them? They didn't know and were extremely doubtful. However, rules still had to be followed. Thus, at this moment, everyone shouted in unison, paying their respects to the palace master. Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. Regardless of whether these people were sincere or not, the current scene had truly shocked him. My name is Lin Xian, Immortal Palace's new palace master. I believe some of you have already met me. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen me before. From now on, you will know me. As for how I became the palace master, you can ask your friends. I think they won't forget what happened that day. Upon hearing this, many young sky prides rolled their eyes. However, the other party was right. They would probably never forget the scene of that day for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Lin Xian said in a clear voice again, "This time, I've gathered you here to select a group of elites from you and focus on nurturing them. Select the elites and focus on nurturing them." Hearing this, these people were in an uproar. To be honest, they didn't expect it either. Previously, they only thought that the new palace master wanted to meet them, and they also wanted to meet the so-called new palace master. Perhaps they didn't expect that the other party would actually choose the elites among them. How would they choose? Would they compete? Many people were excited. After all, if they were chosen, they would definitely receive more resources. However, some people sneered disdainfully. Among them, a few people had contempt in their eyes. They were originally curious about what kind of person the new palace master was, but now that they saw him, they were extremely disappointed. As for the selection, they didn't need it. Of course, those who made these disdainful sounds were the elites of the 9 great halls. They were originally valued by the halls. In fact, some of the sons of the halls were here. They could tell at a glance what Lin Xian wanted to do. He definitely wanted to rope them in and establish his own faction. They were not interested in such a thing. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes flickered as he looked down. He was looking at everyone's expression. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Now, let's begin the selection. There are a total of 2 stages. Do your best to break through. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Immediately, the great dragon sword soul flew out and descended from the sky, forming a stairway with 99 steps. At the same time, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms. His heavenly secret divine eyes quickly rotated and emitted mysterious runes, forming a golden vortex. What? This is. When the young elites saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Why does it look similar to the 3 stages of the sacrificial ceremony? 99 steps, 6 paths of reincarnation. Although there was only one golden vortex, the terrifying aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. That move shocked everyone. That's the new palace master? Judging from his aura, he's not very strong, but I didn't expect him to be so clever. Humph. The 9 people at the entrance of the great hall also snorted lightly, then sneered disdainfully. What's so special about that? He must have used some secret technique after becoming the palace master. If I become the palace master, I'll definitely be stronger than him. Ruffian Dragon, I'll leave the selection to you. Xing Tian, invite the sons of the 9 great halls over. They don't need to be selected. Don't worry, kid. The dark red divine dragon said with a smile. Xing Tian also walked forward and invited the 9 palace masters over. Lin Xian turned around and entered the great hall to wait. Indeed, the 9 palace masters did not need to be selected because their identities were not ordinary. If nothing went wrong, they would be the future palace masters. They were different from the others. Lin Xian wanted to meet the 9 palace masters alone. However, only 7 of the 9 palace masters came because the other 2 palace masters had special missions and did not come at all. So be it. Lin Xian did not care about the 7 palace masters. Among the 7 palace masters, some were tall and some were short, but all of them had a look of arrogance and confidence on their faces. Lin Xian had seen that expression on the faces of countless peerless geniuses before. Therefore, he did not care about it. When the 7 palace masters saw Lin Xian, they did not pay any attention to any special etiquette. Instead, they looked at him unscrupulously. A few of them even had a trace of provocation in their eyes. Among them, A handsome young man looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Is this the new palace master you chose? I think he's not even as good as me. Why don't you let me be the palace master? I promise I'll make the immortal palace shine. Chapter 2378. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Xing Tian, who was at the side, shouted angrily. Yang Jian, what do you mean? Are you thinking of rebelling? All right, don't scare me. Xing Tian, do you really think he can be the hall master? He's just a young kid who isn't as strong as us. Who can submit to him? This is a joke. I don't have time to play with you guys here. As he said that, Yang Jian snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave. The other 6 people sneered. They wanted to see what the new hall master would do. He was slapped in the face as soon as he entered. He's probably mad. However, the 6 of them were soon stunned. They realized that he was still smiling and didn't look angry at all. What's going on? Could it be that he's not angry at all? Pretentious. He must be pretentious. He must be furious, but he didn't show it on his face. The few of them thought. Someone else snorted coldly. So he's just a fool. Sure enough, after that, 2 more people sneered. Since there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. As they said that, the 2 of them left. Now, there were only 4 people left. 1 pound. Xing Tian's face was gloomy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at the 4 of them. Then, he asked, why? Aren't the 4 of you leaving? Hee, we don't want to leave yet. A young man said with a smile. He sat down on a chair and crossed his legs. His expression was very relaxed. The other 3 also sat down. Don't want to leave? All right then. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a cup of spirit tea appeared in his hand. Then, he flicked his finger and 4 teacups instantly appeared on the table of the 4 of them. Phew! Lin Xian raised the glass teacup and poured himself a cup. Then, he poured it into the air. The strange thing was that the tea seemed to be affected by magic in the air and instantly surged into the teacups of the 4 of them. Not a single drop leaked out. Lin Xian placed the teapot on the table and picked up the cup. Try it. This is a spirit tea that I specially made. It's very delicious. As he said that, he took a sip. The young man who had his legs crossed took the lead and took a sip. The other 3 took a sip and then put down their teacups. I'm a very easy person to get along with. Since we've drunk tea, we're friends. It was just that Kai didn't know how to address number 4. Hui Qin, the son of the 5th hall master. Qin Haoyu, the son of the 7th hall master. Lu Jia, the son of the 8th hall master. Du Shengwei, the son of the 4th hall master. Su Chen silently remembered their names and then said, tomorrow, I'll invite everyone to go hunting. He hoped that all 4 of them would come. Since the 3 of them have left, I hope that the 4 of you will inform the others. Although they left today, I don't blame them. He hoped that they would come tomorrow as well. After saying this, Lin Xian stood up and left. At the side, Xing Tian followed behind. After they came out, Xing Tian took a deep breath. The first to leave was the 3rd hall master's son, Yang Jian. The 2 who walked behind him were the sons of Hall Master 6 and Hall Master 9. One was called Pei Yuan, and the other was called Xiao Hui. The 3 of them were in cahoots. Among them, the 3rd hall master was very domineering. He was usually very arrogant. Now that the old hall master had abdicated and the young master had just ascended to the throne, he would probably not take you seriously. 3rd hall master. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Then, he came to the square again and looked into the distance. At this moment, those people were conducting the test in the square. After watching for a while, Lin Xian went back. There was no need for him to stay here. He just needed to let the dark red divine dragon report the results when the time came. As expected, when night fell, the dark red divine dragon came in. This kid took in a total of 500 people. Among them, more than 30 of them probably came with a purpose. They should be the spies of the various halls. As expected, they still made a move. Lin Xian frowned. Then, he asked, are the remaining people reliable? They were all reliable. They didn't have much of a relationship with the halls. Most of them were suppressed and couldn't survive in the first place. At this moment, we're providing him with an opportunity, so these people rushed over. That's good. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he said, don't touch those spies. Just alienate them so that they can't come into contact with our core members. That was easy, the dark red divine dragon said. Then, Lin Xian said, pick out the 200 strongest elites from the remaining 400 people. Carry out special training. As for the remaining 100 or so, let them train hard. Every month, they would undergo a challenge. Those who could defeat 200 elite members would directly enter the elite group. Good idea. I'll do it right away. The dark red divine dragon smiled. Lin Xian said again, all right, find me a few smart ones from these people. I'm really short on manpower. All right, wait for me. The dark red divine dragon left quickly. Actually, it was very troublesome for him to pick people. However, Lin Xian's 6 paths of reincarnation allowed him to see through all these people's experiences and characters. Therefore, he knew what these people were like and whether they were spies or not. Xing Tian, help me lead those 200 elite groups. You must give them the strictest training. Yes, young master. Xing Tian nodded. Not long after, the dark red divine dragon returned. This time, he brought back 5 people. These 5 people followed behind the dark red divine dragon. They were very excited and nervous. They came in front of Lin Xian and respectfully called out, greetings, Hallmaster. What are your names? Lin Xian asked. Zhang Chao, Zhang Yin, Wang Bin, Lu Kai, Sun Xiao. Well, you guys can follow me for the time being. Yes, young master. The 5 of them were excited. Lin Xian said, Ruffian Dragon, give them some instructions. Come with me. The dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claws excitedly. 1 pound. Xing Tian frowned slightly. Young master, although these people are very talented and loyal, they're still very weak. However, compared to the top geniuses, he was still a little lacking. Lin Xian nodded. Compared to the sons of the 9 hallmasters, they were indeed a bit weaker. As for those who had strength and talent, they had long been divided up by the 9 great halls. The remaining ones were usually suppressed. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Xing Tian. You know Immortal Palace well. Don't tell me that there aren't some people who come and go independently and are not restricted by any hallmasters? Young master, there really are people like that. There are quite a few of them. However, they are very difficult to subdue. Previously, they only listened to the old hallmaster. The 9 hallmasters couldn't order them around. They even tried to recruit them more than once, but they were all mercilessly rejected. There really are people like that. Give me a few of the younger generation. Xing Tian thought for a moment and said, Young master, why don't I give them an order and ask them to hurry back? Are they outside now? Lin Xian asked. These people don't have any missions. They're probably cultivating. All right, there's no need to ask them to come over. I'll look for them personally. Soon, Lin Xian left. Chapter 2379. Whoosh! A black ray of light streaked across the sky and then disappeared. The full moon hung in the sky, illuminating the earth. At this moment, Lin Xian was walking through the forest like a ghost. There was a huge waterfall in front of him, making rumbling sounds. A figure was sitting cross-legged under the waterfall. He was like a statue, not moving at all. Beside him, there was a saber stuck in the ground. On the other side was a full moon scimitar. The surrounding space was strangely distorted, and even light couldn't pass through it. Buzz! Suddenly, the figure opened his eyes and cut the waterfall in front of him. Who was it? Come out! Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure appeared behind him. In front of him, the seated figure also stood up. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it cut through the void. However, he was blocked 3 meters in front of Lin Xian. There was an invisible force around him that blocked his terrifying gaze. Seeing this, the figure frowned. Who are you? Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Are you Hui Dao? That's right. The figure in front of him answered coldly, and the light in his eyes became stronger. because he realized that the other party didn't answer his question. After Lin Xian got the answer, a smile appeared on his face. Very well. From today onward, you'll follow me. You're courting death. Hu Yidao was furious. No one had ever dared to say such words to him. He was a young expert of a mortal palace. Clang. With a clang, the full moon scimitar beside him was pulled out. The surrounding clouds changed, and the sky lost its color. The terrifying blade light swept in all directions. A huge wave of energy slashed forward. Whoosh! When Hu Yidao moved, Lin Xian also moved. His figure swayed and disappeared on the spot. The moment he disappeared, the space where he was standing was split into two, and terrifying black cracks spread. Buzz! Hu Yidao's saber struck the air, and he frowned. The other party's speed was faster than he had expected. However, so what? Whoosh! His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Soon, he locked onto his opponent on the left. In the next moment, the crescent blade in his hand slashed out again. It was as if a purple thunder had descended upon the world. Clang! The sound of an intense collision rang out, and the full moon scimitar was blocked in midair. An ancient sword swept across the sky, cutting through everything. Who are you? Hu Yidao furrowed his brows. His opponent was very strong. He was actually able to block two of his blades. This surprised him. One had to know that a casual slash of his saber could easily kill a mighty figure. Beat me, and I'll tell you. If you lose, you have to come with me and become one of my people. He was overestimating himself. Hu Yidao coldly snorted. I only used half of my strength just now. Is that so? Then you should use your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Xian smiled. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand exploded, emitting a biting cold light. He took the initiative to attack. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. In an instant, countless sword shadows appeared in the sky. They were like huge dragons as they swept across. Full moon blade technique. The scimitar in Hu Yidao's hand seemed to have turned into a cold moon. It constantly crushed the void and rapidly bombarded the sword chi that filled the sky. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Everything around them exploded. The tall mountain peak was split into several pieces. The huge waterfall spread out from the middle, and there was no more water flowing. The two of them fought fiercely, emitting a terrifying aura. Demon Seal! Lin Xian coldly shouted. A terrifying aura erupted from the ancient dragon abyss sword. The roar of a dragon and sword resounded. In the sky, countless sword chi appeared and spun nonstop. It was as if they were going to seal the entire world. Hu Yidao's pupils constricted. He felt a threat and immediately roared. Death Moon! With a slash, the blade chi from the full moon scimitar spun in the sky, forming a purple moon. The terrifying light swept across the surroundings like a real full moon. It carried a power that made one tremble as it resisted all the spinning sword chi. The two of them were evenly matched in this attack. Lin Xian was surprised. He was indeed one of the experts that Xing Tian had given him. He was indeed powerful. Hu Yidao frowned. Who on earth is this guy? Why can he block my killing move? He thought. Kill. He roared and the aura on his body exploded again. Moonwheel. The full moon scimitar in his hand swept out. A huge moon pushed across the sky, shattering the sword chi that filled the sky. Battle Song. The ancient dragon abyss sword shone brightly. The sword hummed continuously, shaking the heavens and the earth. A terrifying demonic sound appeared, making everyone's hair stand on end. The moon that was pushed over also trembled. Then, countless cracks appeared on it. Sky-shattering. With another sword, the heavens and the earth lost their color. The terrifying full moon directly collapsed, turning into countless spiritual chi and dissipating. A terrifying sword chi rose from the heavens and the earth. Buzz. Feeling the terrifying sword chi, Hu Yidao roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His body shone with a terrifying blade light. It shot into the sky, resisting the shocking sword chi. As the blade and sword collided, countless large cracks appeared in the sky. The surrounding ground was covered with tens of thousands of meters wide canyons. The terrifying blade light and sword shadows enveloped everything within tens of thousands of miles. Kid, you've completely infuriated me. Today, I'll let you see my true blade skills. Demon-slaying blade. At this moment, Hu Yidao's aura changed. It was also extremely sharp and terrifying. Dense black energy surged from his body. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a demon king. His shocking murderous aura shot into the sky. As he slashed out, the black blade light was terrifying. It was as if a demon king had come out. Humph. Now this is interesting. Seeing the other party's violent and cold demonic blade, Lin Xian laughed. The great dragon's sword soul in his body roared. His eyes emitted a piercing light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand swung wildly. Its power increased exponentially. The sword swept out in all directions. In the sky, countless blade light and sword shadows collided, making sonorous sounds. 18 demon-slaying slashes. Hu Yidao roared angrily. His body quickly rose into the sky. He quickly waved the full moon blade in his hand. 18 rays of blade light rolled out like deadly blade energy, rampaging in the sky. Kid, go to hell. He roared crazily, wanting to kill the strong enemy in front of him. Buzz. Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted again, becoming more and more powerful. In the end, the dragon's roar could be heard. The surrounding wind blew violently. Heaven and earth lost their color. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand suddenly expanded. It turned into a giant sword that was 1,000 meters long. Lin Xian held it with both hands and slashed forward. Lin Xian roared angrily. He waved the giant ancient sword and slashed forward. The whole world was split open by the sword. Air waves rolled and slapped in all directions. There was a huge crack in the sky. Along with the ancient sword, it kept appearing in the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. 18 rays of black blade light and the giant ancient sword collided in the sky, setting off a terrifying storm. Chapter 2380. Damn it! How could his sword chi be so powerful? Hu Yidao's expression changed, and he kept retreating. However, the ancient sword was too terrifying. It directly crushed the 18 demonic sabers, and then pressed down on Hu Yidao. Hu Yidao roared and once again released a terrifying black saber light, forming a black moon in the sky to resist. 1, 2, 3. In the end, 9 moons rotated in the sky as if they were going to destroy the entire world. Boom, boom. However, the sword was too terrifying. In the end, the 9 moons were shattered and turned into billowing demonic chi. Hu Yidao was once again enveloped. Phantom steps. At the critical moment, a black aura erupted from Hu Yidao's body, forming 2 black demonic wings that cut through the void. Relying on his superb speed, Hu Yidao finally dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. Phew! He panted heavily and his face was a little pale. Damn it! Who is this person? His sword technique is so terrifying. His face was gloomy. He realized that he had encountered a powerful enemy. Not bad. You actually dodged my sword. You're very strong and have gained my approval. At that moment, a calm voice floated from behind Hu Yidao. Buzz! Hu Yidao's body stiffened, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Damn it! When did the other party get behind me? Whoosh! He did not turn his head and slashed with his saber. At the same time, the demonic wings on his back brought him forward. Clang! The full moon saber collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword and made a thunderous sound. Then, Hu Yidao flew forward. However, his arm was numb, and the huge force caused the blood in his body to freeze. The sword suppressed the heavens. A terrifying sword chi appeared in the sky, like a huge dragon that kept circling. The sword chi that filled the sky turned into a sword diagram and pressed down from the sky. Get lost! Hu Yidao roared and slashed out saber light crazily, tearing the sky apart. However, he could not shake the sword diagram at all. demon-destroying palm. With a roar, he held the saber in his right hand and slapped out a huge black palm with his left hand. Heaven and earth lost their color. There seemed to be ghostly wails and howls on the black palm, as if it had flown out from hell. Boom! The palm hit the sword diagram, shaking the void. Countless cracks appeared in the surroundings, and demonic chi spread in all directions. The sword diagram also trembled, and more sword light fell down and pierced through the black palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not only that, 18 sword lights descended like 18 heavenly swords, surrounding Hu Yidao in an instant. Damn it! Hu Yidao roared angrily. The saber radiance on his body was swift and fierce. He wanted to break out. However, he was blocked by the terrifying sword. You forced me. Trapped in the distance, Hu Yidao roared. Countless blades and flags rolled around his body, and a purple mark appeared between his eyebrows. The power in his body was also increasing rapidly. Lin Xian frowned when he saw that. He did not intend to fight a protracted battle with his opponent, so Lin Xian instantly rushed over like a divine dragon, swinging its tail. You want to stop me? Impossible. Hu Yidao sneered. The countless saber lights on his body formed a sphere that completely enveloped the space within a 10-meter radius. No one could break it. Buzz. Soon, Hu Yidao's pupils constricted. That was because the defense formed by the saber light in front of him was cut open by the sword. An ancient sword was placed on his neck. Whoosh! The aura that erupted from his body instantly froze. A drop of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. That sword was too fast and terrifying. If the other party had not stopped, his head would have been sent flying. Why didn't you kill me? Hu Yidao asked with a frown. You want me to join you? Impossible. Kill me if you have the guts. Buzz. Lin Xian withdrew the ancient dragon abyss sword and said in a deep voice, I am Lin Xian, the new immortal palace master. What? You are Lin Xian, the new immortal palace master. Hu Yidao was shocked. He had naturally seen the announcement from Immortal Palace. He also knew that the old palace master had abdicated, and that a young man had inherited the position of Immortal Palace Master. He did not attend the enthronement ceremony because he did not think that the other party could lead him. In his eyes, the only person that he respected was the old palace master. But now, the other party's strength had truly shocked him. It seemed that he was wrong. The other party was completely different from the rumors. Although he was young, his strength was undoubtedly at the top of the younger generation. Follow me. I am in need of people now, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Good. Hu Yidao said in a sonorous voice. Your strength has convinced me. I have decided to work for you. However, if I can defeat you one day, I will leave your side. Sure. Lin Xian nodded and smiled confidently. That was because he did not think that day would come. Let's go. Lin Xian turned around and rushed into the sky. Hu Yidao put away the full moon scimitar and followed behind. The two of them disappeared into the night sky one after the other. In the starry hall, the dark red divine dragon and Xing Tian were waiting. Xing Tian was a little worried. That was because he did not know how strong Lin Xian was. Could he defeat Hu Yidao? But soon, his brows twitched and he looked into the distance. Then, he was extremely shocked. That was because he saw two figures in the sky returning quickly and arriving at the hall in the blink of an eye. Young master. Seeing that Lin Xian had returned, Xing Tian walked up. When he saw Hu Yidao behind Lin Xian, he was also shocked. You. Xing Tian was shocked. Lin Xian smiled. After you will be one of us. Hearing this, Xing Tian gasped. It seemed that the young master should have defeated Hu Yidao. However, the battle was over in such a short time. He dared not imagine it. Because from the time Lin Xian left until now, excluding the time spent on the road, the battle probably took less than half an hour. He defeated Hu Yidao in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. That shocked Xing Tian. After all, Hu Yidao was a top elite. It seemed that the young master's strength was far beyond his expectations. Okay, let's take a rest. We still have important things to do tomorrow. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Xing Tian gave him 3 people, one of whom was Hu Yidao. Now, he had subdued him. As for the other two, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to make a move. That was because he did have other things to do tomorrow. After settling tomorrow's matter, he would take the other two as his subordinates. The night passed. The next day, the sun rose. Lin Xian stood in the void, inhaling and exhaling purple clouds and qi while cultivating. When the purple clouds disappeared, he returned, washed up, and had breakfast. The breakfast he had was naturally not an ordinary one. The rice was made of top-grade spiritual herbs. It was hard to find even one outside. In the past, Lin Xian could not eat such a meal because it was too extravagant. Chapter 2381. After eating a bowl of rice, Lin Xian felt that the qi and blood in his body were surging like a furnace of heaven and earth, burning fiercely with endless power. How extravagant! Lin Xian also sighed. Previously, he knew that the people of these major forces and sects had powerful resources. However, when he really came in, he realized that they were even more extravagant than he imagined. He guessed that the disciples of the sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients were treated like this since they were young. Thinking about those things that he fought desperately for, Lin Xian really felt that cultivation was not easy. After Lin Xian finished eating on the other side, Xing Tian and Hu Yidao also arrived. Young master, everyone is ready. They're all waiting outside. Xing Tian said. Let's go out. Lin Xian nodded. Young master, it's fine if you bring those people to hunt, but why do you have to invite the sons of the 9 hall masters? They won't be able to rope them in. Hu Yidao was puzzled. Indeed, the 9 people had different identities, and they would inherit the hall in the future. However, Lin Xian smiled. Who said that I'm trying to rope them in? Then why did I invite them? It's very simple, to establish my authority, Lin Xian said indifferently and walked forward. Hearing this, Hu Yidao and Xing Tian's pupils constricted. They seemed to have guessed what Lin Xian was going to do. However, their hearts were beating wildly. It was not easy to make an example of the sons of the hall masters. If they did not handle it well and cause the dissatisfaction of the 9 great halls, things would be difficult. However, the 2 of them were relieved that the old hall master was still there. They were afraid that no one would dare to rebel. At most, it would cause some dissatisfaction. Therefore, the 2 of them followed Lin Xian outside. Outside, the 500-year-old martial artists who were selected yesterday were standing there. Lin Xian looked at those people and waved his hand. Let's go. Qixia Mountain. It was a continuous mountain range nearby. There was abundant spirit energy and many monsters, including ordinary small monsters and giant monster kings. It could be said that this was a very suitable place for hunting. Of course, only the strong could hunt. The weak martial artists would probably become lunch for these demonic beasts. Lin Xian and the others landed on the western gorge mountain from the sky. More than 500 people gathered together, and the aura they exuded shocked all the demonic beasts. The ordinary demonic beasts immediately fled. In addition to the 500 people brought by Lin Xian, there were also many young martial artists at the 9 halls. 6 of the 9 hall masters' sons had also come. This surprised Lin Xian. It seemed that other than the 2 who couldn't come because they had a mission, only Yang Jin didn't come out of the 7 who came yesterday. At this moment, these people gathered together to chat and exchange information. Many people were even guessing what was going to happen next. That was because they didn't think that the other party had asked them to come here just for a simple hunting trip. Among them, Hoichen and the rest were also gathered together to chat and laugh. Their expressions were extremely relaxed. However, when they looked ahead and saw Hu Yidao behind Lin Xian, they were also stunned. They didn't expect that Hu Yidao would also come and stand behind the new temple master. It can't be. Isn't this guy very arrogant? He has always been a loner and doesn't even pay attention to the 9 halls. Why is he standing behind that kid today? Pay attention to your words. Don't let others hear you. You should call him Temple Master now. All right. Give him face and call him Temple Master. These people were chatting and laughing. It seemed that they still didn't take Lin Xian seriously. However, they were extremely surprised by Hu Yidao's appearance. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Behind him, Xing Tian whispered, "Young master, Yang Jian hasn't come yet. Don't worry about him. When it's about time, we'll start." After waiting for about half an hour, Lin Xian found that no one else came. He stood up and waved his hand. Everyone quieted down and turned their gazes over. "The main reason I called everyone here today is to hunt. Everyone is the young genius of Immortal Palace, the top elites. In the future, they will all be pillars of Immortal Palace. I just came to Immortal Palace and hope to have a chance to interact with everyone. Therefore, I held this hunt. I hope that we can work together in the future to build Immortal Palace. If you have any requests or suggestions, you can tell me. If you have any difficulties, you can also tell me. Just treat me as your friend." Lin Xian's voice spread clearly in all directions. It seemed that he didn't treat himself as the master of Immortal Palace at all. Instead, he spoke to these people with a very equal status. The people that Lin Xian called over were extremely excited. They were existences that had been suppressed before. When had they ever been valued so much? Moreover, this new temple master looked very amiable, which made them very excited. However, those people at the 9 halls didn't say anything. They naturally knew that the other party was doing this to win people's hearts. Among them, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, who had a good relationship with Yang Jian, snorted disdainfully. A hint of disdain appeared in their eyes. What was the use of roping in those people? Those were people that their halls didn't want. Although they were elite geniuses outside, they were too ordinary in Immortal Palace. These people couldn't compare to the geniuses and elites of their 9 halls at all. It seemed that this temple master was really trash. He could only pick up people that the 9 halls didn't want. In front, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He continued to speak in a clear voice. "Although today is a hunt, let's have a little excitement." It was morning now, and the sunset was already the boundary. Before sunset, whoever hunted the most powerful demonic beasts and had the most numbers would be the winner. Then, whoever got first place would be the winner. As for the winner, there will be a reward. The reward will be a heaven tier cultivation method and a sub-heaven tier artifact. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. The eyes of those young martial artists blossomed with shocking light. Heaven tier cultivation method. Sub-heaven tier artifact. Heavens, they were extremely shocked. Although they were all members of Immortal Palace and were geniuses. However, heaven tier cultivation methods and sub-heaven tier artifacts weren't cabbages. It wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. Immortal Palace had a complete system of ranks and contribution points. When your cultivation strength broke through and reached the corresponding rank, you could cultivate the corresponding cultivation method. You could obtain the corresponding medicinal pills and weapons. In addition, if you wanted to skip ranks to exchange, you would need to use contribution points. The various missions issued by Immortal Palace were used to obtain contribution points. Once you accumulated enough contribution points, even if your strength wasn't enough, you could still obtain a high-level cultivation method. Therefore, although these young geniuses and elites were powerful, they were only cultivating Earth tier cultivation methods. The highest was also peak Earth tier. As for Heaven tier cultivation methods, perhaps only Hou Chen and Pei Yuan, these kinds of hall children, were qualified to cultivate them. As for sub-heaven tier artifacts, perhaps even Hou Chen and Pei Yuan didn't have them. Even Xing Tian and Hu Yidao at the back sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "One blade, you can also participate." "Young master, then I won't be polite." Hu Yidao grinned. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.